Good morning. The City of Lamarque City Council Special Agenda of August 15th, 2024. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a budget meeting on August 15th, 2024, beginning at 10 a.m. in council chambers, 1109B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. Accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Local Government Code, the presiding officer and the quorum of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public. The meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Ms. Nance, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A is a little bit delayed. Councilmember District B,
I'm here.
Councilmember District C,
Present.
Councilmember District D,
Present.
and Mayor.
Present, thank you. I would like to ask Mayor Pro Tem to lead us this morning in our invocation, followed by Councilmember Lowry to lead us in our pledge.
Thank you, Mayor.
Stand,
Thank you.
if you're able.
Get my glasses in here. I think this prayer is appropriate. I want to say every morning, but it has great appeal in many situations. It's the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi. And Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, give us hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. O divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive. It is in pardoning that we are pardoned. It is in dying that we are born to eternal life. Lord, as we gather here this morning, give us the wisdom and the patience that we as a community all need to come to a final agreement ultimately on this important task of allocating monies and go forth to building a stronger, always better Lamarque. Thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Move to item 4. I don't believe that there are any presentations
No, sir.
scheduled for this morning. Thank you. Item 5, citizens' participation limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who is signed up may speak to council, limited to 3 minutes. If wishing to speak, you give the mayor or the presiding officer your full legal name, your address, and the item you wish to speak about. In compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed. Personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. If you're visiting with us via telephone, you may press *6 to mute and unmute yourself. If you are visiting with us via the Zoom platform on a smartphone, tablet, or computer, there should be a microphone icon in the lower portion of your screen. If you are visiting with us in person, there is a table in the middle, the center of this room. You may approach, give your name and address, and you will be heard. Kyle, are there any persons online wishing to speak this morning?
Yeah.
Very good, thank you. Are there any persons with us physically in the room wishing to speak this morning? Mr. Osteen, you recognize name and address for the minutes, please. Welcome.
James Osteen, 2012 Giordano. What I want to say is, friends of coffee, the coffee friends, we got coffee back here for any of our citizens back here who want some coffee to try to help stay awake, and city staff also. Okay.
Very good.
Yeah, David decided that we ought to do that
The Coffee with Friends group that meets every Friday morning.
Yeah, so we're
Used
gonna
to
do
be
it.
called the Old Coffee Club.
Yeah, we're furnishing it this
We
morning.
have you all have coffee available for visitors and
Yeah,
staff.
visitors and the staff.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that, Mr. Osteen. Thank you for that, Mr. Pennington. And Miss Austin, also a frequent member of that club. Thank you all for that. Any other persons here with us physically wishing to speak? Thank you. While Mayor Pro Tem goes to partake in that wonderful, wonderful invitation and wonderful offer, we will move to item 6. New business items presented to the council for discussion and possible action. Excuse me. We are at 6.1, reviewing and discussing proposed fiscal year 2024-2025 departmental budgets and all funds. Council, we have one department left to go on our initial round of analysis and discussion. After this, council, if there are any departments that you would like to recall for further questioning because of the way that this budget process has occurred. Perhaps there are more questions. After this, we will certainly allow for those departments to be recalled. That would be the next portion of what we're doing. After that, council, perhaps we would have a discussion on our first thoughts of this budget, and then move into the revenue side. We have not yet even discussed the revenue side of this budget. A lot of work ahead. Before we proceed into the city council portion of our budget, council be thinking about if there are departments that you would like to recall for further analysis. My 2 departments would be the utilities department and the parks fund, not the mandatory $2 donation fund.
So I guess it's just for clarity, do you want me to call back the parks maintenance staff, or would you like a parks board representative? What are we requesting?
I would like to hear from Mrs. Turner on the Parks Fund.
Got it.
I would like to hear from Mr., watch this, Siler, as in Siler, on this Parks Fund. And if we would be able to gather Mr. Bach. Perhaps Mr. Bach might not be available. He is a volunteer, but at least those other 2 persons. Parks Fund. That fund is the fund that, according to, and I don't have it in front of me, but according to the sheet that Ms. Turner gave us, the account balance sheet, I believe that fund suggested there were $57,000 within it. So again, my 2 are the utilities as well as the Parks Fund. Council, you don't have to answer that question immediately. I brought my 2 forward so that they can be prepared. After we look at the council budget, we can add departments if we so choose. Very good, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, follow up on your thought. I guess you and I were on the same wavelength there. Actually, as I was working on this last night and looking at it, I had questions for every department, truthfully.
Okay.
And what I was hoping, Mayor and Mr. City Manager, was that all our department persons would be available by Zoom. They should be monitoring and as we have the questions. And that way, as items come up, we can go ahead and deal
Yeah,
with them.
good
there.
thought. That's a good thought.
On that side.
It's a good thought.
Mayor, if I could, police department and fire department, and when we speak, do we just speak to the management portion? Do we speak to the union side as well, or how does that work?
Help me to understand your question, Councilman.
So say we get the police department down here, do we just speak with management, or do we get to speak with the actual officers, like the union side as well, like Mr. King?
I think if you would, yeah, so I think I understand what you're saying. So if you are requesting Mr. King, who is a representative of the rank and file.
Right.
That would be allowable, yes,
Okay.
yes, yes. So you're wanting to review the police
And fire.
and fire, and you want to have not only the department heads, but if possible, the union leadership as well.
If
Okay.
it's possible.
If possible. They may be off, may not be
Yes,
able to. Got you. Did you get that?
For the people that we want in person, would we like to have do this after lunch or,
Yes,
okay, give the
Yes.
time to get, okay.
yes, yes. I see Rick in the back, so that's an easy one.
Just more so like getting the unions here. I don't know
Yeah,
if they were on
Yeah,
shift.
and
today or
and
not.
if they are unavailable to, especially if they are volunteers, right? If they're unavailable to meet with us in person, we would definitely love for them to meet with us via Zoom. Staff members who are being paid to do a job, well, that's altogether different. That's under the city manager's purview, and I would hope that he would direct those folks to be here present, or at least to Mayor Pro Tem's point, be present in the meeting via Zoom. Fire department, Mr. Lowry said fire department as well.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem said overall, so at least we can start with utilities, parks, police, fire, and then as we go.
As we go. Yes, sir.
Very good.
Work on that while we do this.
If there are more to highlight, council, again, after we go through our budget, we can do so at this time. Ms. Nance,
Hi.
welcome. I'm sorry, you were trying to tell me which tab,
Tab 7.
tab 7, okay. Do you have a presentation?
No,
Oh, with
sir.
us? How about we, no, just, I guess because it's our budget, just refresh us what all these lines are. Like there's District A operating supplies. What does that mean?
Sure.
Walmart, what does that mean? Those types of things, just to familiarize us with what those things are. Certainly, we set our own budget.
So each council member and ultimately district has 2 line items that you primarily operate out of. That is the one, your 2010 account, which is labeled operating supplies, is what we most commonly refer to as your discretionary funds. And then there's also a convention school and travel line item, which is what you all use to go to any conferences, most notably TML, and then possibly one additional. It usually rounds out to be about 1, possibly 2, depending on where you're going, additional conferences each year. Those are your 2 main accounts here. There are some other line items like these 2011, the Walmart donation, rentals, janitorial, those all are going to be zeroed out. They're not line items that you all use. I think they're just in the system. They've been zeroed out for a very long time, at least as long as I've been here. There are a few other line items that have some things in them, like there's an advertising and promotions line item, a subscriptions line item, and then a council expenses line item, like a general council expenses line item, and that's for things that we do as a council throughout the year. That's where we pay for items such as like when we have to do like we pay for the foods for the budget weeks, that comes out of that line item. And then subscriptions, that again is primarily just all of your associations and things. That is that line item.
So let's just go through it quickly in layman's terms. The operating supplies, that's our discretionary funds. Those
Yes.
are the funds we use to help our constituents directly,
Absolutely.
right? That would be if there was a cleanup on Cedar Drive between Lake Road and Bayou,
Yes.
right? You could, as a council member, supply the bags, you could supply the lunches, you could supply the t-shirts, right? Out of
Yes.
that, it has to have a direct benefit to your constituency,
Correct.
right? That's what that is. It's $5,000. And that's, we operate that out of that fund for that purpose. Little things that a council person can do to help their district, small touches, not meant to change the world, just small gestures to help the community.
Right, that's been used to do things such as donate backpacks to school supply drives. I had a former council member who used to offset some of the costs for the cleanups for the shred trucks, things like those small type things. So yes.
Right. Again, the key is direct benefit to the taxpayer of the city of Lamar. Let's look at something at one of the, so advertising and promotions, what would that be? And
Mayor, may I just, anyway,
go ahead.
it's a benefit to your district.
Your district, yes,
District
yes.
as opposed to.
What did I say?
You said all the taxpayers.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, I'm speaking in my case,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that was
Yes,
me
to use
speaking
additional-
about the at-large position of
Yes.
mayor. Yes, your particular constituency, whether it be district or citywide, thank you for that clarification, Mayor Pro Tem. So advertising and promotion, there is a $5,000 proposed. What will we be doing in advertising and promotion?
Advertising and promotions, that is typically where we pay for any sponsorships that we do for like chamber events comes out of that line item.
So we're attending the gala.
Yes, so we typically sponsor the annual chamber gala, and there's one of their events that we sponsor that is escaping me at the moment, but we typically sponsor 2 events that they do, which comes out of that line item.
So that means that at that event, table will be bought for council. Council members will be invited. Guests of council members will be invited to
Yes.
show support for that event as a council.
Yes.
Right?
I think it has to do with isn't hurricane or there's some sort of state of the city.
State of the city is
City.
one of the
State of the
ones
city.
we
Thank
sponsor.
you,
Mhm.
yes.
So it'd be the chamber gala, state of the city, things of that nature. Council's going as a group,
Yes,
and we are, gotcha. School and travel, it's $5,000, and that usually affords a council member 2 trips.
yes. One of them is typically reserved for TML, and then there is another trip
Right.
that is up to the council member as to what they will go to.
Usually TML and a convention, school, or travel that is associated with some
With-
sort of a benefit for the city.
Yes, with the role as a city.
Elected officials conference, smart governance conference, economic development conference.
Yes, usually.
Texas
something government
Emergency
related.
Development Conference,
Mhm.
hurricane conferences.
Yes,
Okay, we're just trying to, again, so that a lot of people don't know and don't
Yes,
see
yes,
these
sir.
things, so we just, again, layman's terms. What would that council expenses line item be? 4,000?
like I said, there's a few times throughout the year where we celebrate like certain awareness months. Anything that we buy that we have to get comes out of there. That is the budget for council or council budget. There are expenses that come from that. We pay for them out of there. So, and then any small long day expenses, the fee for council retreat comes out of there as well.
Okay,
So,
so let's talk a little bit about this ethics ordinance. So part of the ethics ordinance, the first part of, we did it in 2 parts. The first part of the ethics ordinance talked about guiding council members in their spending, correct?
yes, sir.
So all of these line items that we just delineated are also line items that are subject to the new ethics policy that council has imposed not only upon itself, but its appointees as well.
Not only that, prior to passing the ethics policy, we did pass policies regarding council spending as well. That kind of preceded that. So there's technically 2 of those that govern that you all have decided how to govern, how you spend your money.
Very good. Just wanted to give us, those that are listening, an overview of what this is about. We're going to open it up to council for any questions. Council. Very good.
I guess I do have you're working with this budget daily, I guess, in terms of dealing with all of us.
Relatively, yes, sir.
And your estimate 27. I'm trying to get clarity. It says FY 2024 estimate 27. But isn't that's not right.
Which line item are we looking at? I'm so sorry.
It's the very city council, the very last line.
$27,735.
No, it's this, that's the FY, that's supposed to be what you estimate will be at by the end of the year.
Correct.
Fiscal year.
Mm-hmm.
So that's supposed to be the 59. That's the budget. But you're estimating that
We're under budget.
we're under budget.
Yes, and primarily it's going to, unless anything changes, it would mostly be because of Council District C. We've had a few members in that seat throughout this fiscal year, and I know Councilwoman Allred did not spend any funds. Councilman Lowry hasn't spent that many of his funds. I don't see him spending his full amount
In the next couple
throughout
of
that.
months.
Yeah, I was like in the next 3 months or so. Unless you might, I don't know. If you choose to, you can, but it's just a projection.
But it's still, if he spends what, for 24, it's only $2,500.
That is estimated that we've spent individually. All of us have an estimation of $2,500. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know, this says 0 up here, right, for the actual, and then it says operating, but I know that's wrong too. Because Ms. Turner, you gave us our update
Right, I thought
for
we
council.
updated to $5,000 for discretionary last year.
Yeah.
Okay, where are we looking? Because there has been updates for school and travel. You all have $5,000 for 40-50 advertising and promotion. You have District A, B, C, D, mayor. You all have 5,000 dealing with conferences, or excuse me, conventions, school and travel.
Mhm.
You also have your 5,000 for your operating supplies. I don't know which one you call that discretionary fund?
Are you
That's-
referring to the proposed FY 2025 budget?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that what you're saying?
Yes.
No, I'm looking
He's
at
looking at
the
the estimate.
2024,
Oh, the estimate.
the difference there. You gave us a report
Mm-hmm.
when we had the retreat. And for this purposes here, it says for the budget that it's 0, but that's not true.
FY 24 year to date. That number just has to be populated into the software.
Okay.
There, it has to be uploaded in there.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
So that,
Yeah, I'll get that all straightened out for you.
Yeah, we,
I see
yeah, 'cause these
those
numbers are.
too.
Yeah.
compared to the budget book that sits here, it says that we had $2,500 in operating supplies, but in the actual city council book here, it says that last year was $5,000. So
Yeah, I'm looking at the software here. It says an estimate of 2,500 for FY 24.
But they're saying that it should be 5.
It should be 5. Yeah.
Yes.
The budget should be, the fiscal year budget should be 5.
Let me ask you this. What area did you guys want it increased? You wanted your conventions and travel to be increased, right? Because it was 3,000 at first.
It was 3,000.
Right.
Right, but because of the fuel costs.
Right.
Airline you're right.
Okay, and that has happened. So what I'll have to do is make sure those FY 24 actuals get uploaded into here, into the software. And get those estimates updated as well. That's a whole separate upload that has to be done.
I mean, other than the final totals look correct, the 59,250, but the us only spending 27,000 right now, that's where I'm a little,
Yeah,
Is that-
it just
seems too
doesn't.
low. Honestly, it seems too low,
Right.
that's all I'm saying.
Now, I know since TML last year, I haven't done any real travel or anything, but I have gone to a couple different little HGAC luncheons and stuff like that, so
And I know those are $50 a pop
That's,
or
it's all different uploads.
$100 sometimes.
So I gotta get with him so we can get this uploaded.
And I will say this, since I.
Yeah, that's,
the
yeah, that's,
HVAC,
that's low. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely low.
Like-
Yeah.
Yeah,
And part,
Yeah, that's definitely low.
part of
Okay.
this, Mayor, too, when we were struggling with the new budget, that we had to work with the new numbers. And Karen knows this, some of, like my stuff, I would pay my own stuff.
Correct.
I would just do it,
Yeah.
you know, and travel and,
Mhm.
and a lot of the HVAC stuff, and I don't seek reimbursement for any of those things,
That is true.
so.
Right, but it's still, there's an actual, some of those have a
There's-
ticket price
not,
for us
yeah.
to register to get into,
Yeah.
so.
One of the other things, our city uses apparel as identifiers. And so a lot of council members have jackets, caps, shirts,
Yes, sir.
things of that nature, as well as business cards, placards to identify ourselves if we are conducting official city business or if we are appearing on behalf of the city.
Yes, sir.
What line item, just so that we're all on the same page, what line item does that come out of?
Historically, that has come out of each individual council member's discretionary fund
Okay,
or their operating supplies.
okay, okay.
Hey, that was great.
so council, you do agree on the FY 25 proposed amounts. I would just need to get those estimates and year-to-dates uploaded. into
Yeah, I don't
the
think, I
system.
think the proposed is good. I
Okay.
think we are looking at the fiscal budget line item and the estimate because there has, well, it look, I believe I would be safe, excuse me, I would believe that I would be safe in saying that we didn't all spend $2,500 in our operating supplies. That's, you know, it has to be some sort of, somebody may have spent 18, somebody may have spent 27, right? So just that we all, the estimate was that we would end up at 25, think,
Right.
and then some of those those travel items,
Mhm.
I don't think are captured.
Right, okay. Like I said, that's an upload. I have to get with the software
Yeah.
company so we can get that in there. Okay.
Mayor, could I also just,
Yes.
you mentioned software, and this is also on my thoughts. Last night I was looking at this and this is to you, Ms. Turner,
Mhm.
and I don't see the deputy city manager and the city manager here, all three of you as a whole. We talk about, the council authorized using ARPA dollars for your new accounting software, to acquire a new accounting software. And you guys have been very diligent in terms of making sure that there's been outreach to stakeholders. I don't think there's been outreach to stakeholders to us. We're a stakeholder. So I don't want us to be in a situation where you guys acquire the software and it's presented to us in books and we think it's crap. We don't understand it. It's difficult. So all I ask in that process, remember that we're stakeholders too. Bring us into the process, keep us up. I'd like to see a demonstration when these, you know, these companies or vendors or whatever the case may be, to get our input on this side. That's all I admit.
Very good. Anything else for the council? We whipped those guys and that girl to death, didn't we? Don't do it again, council. Having a light moment. Thank you, Ms. Nance, for representing the council. Actually, both of you ladies are the ones, finance and the other piece of this budget. So thank y'all for what y'all do to help us. Whether or not you get us to where we need to go, or you make sure we have what we need. Thank you, ladies.
Yes, sir.
Okay, council, we're now on round two. So for round two, I would like to call the utilities department back. Mr. Seiler. Mr. Seiler. You know, we have a lot of a lot of papers here, and I know there's some things that I want to get to that it may take me a while to find, Rick. Refresh my memory, what is the tab or in this new,
Tab 21, I believe, is utility fund.
and then where would,
So my question for the tabs are, utility fund revenue is 21. Water line maintenance is 23, utility operation 24, stormwater 25. Does utility billing need to be a part of the utility conversation, or is that something that we need to talk about later? Is that it?
I'm sorry, James, what were you saying?
Does utility billing need to be here for this conversation?
Did you need utility billing?
I would just like to do some reinforcement with Venetia at some
Sure.
point.
Let's
Later.
get, let's get her in here, this morning. She doesn't necessarily have to be with, utilities, but she can be, definitely, here this morning. What tab again, Rick?
21 is the main utility fund,
So,
which is revenues.
okay. So the other day, we had a conversation, just for clarity purposes. One of the things that I asserted, now that I was able to think about this, was that there perhaps was the charter was not being followed in the case of the Public Works Director's position. And so I want to clarify. I had several conversations with Mr. Garcia about his desire to abolish the position of Public Works Director at some point for a reorganization. And it was at that point I shared with Mr. Garcia, if you do that without council direction, without council official action, that would be a charter violation. So I want to be clear, that's the discussion we had. And so that means that there must be a Public Works Director's position somewhere in this budget. Okay. So what I need from Miss Turner, what I need from you is, and where we're having problems is, we having what I believe to be an issue with who all salaries are being paid out of the utility department. In fact, how big is our Public Works Department? When I say how big, how many employees do we have? And what departments or what line items or what accounts are they being paid out of? And so, Rick, you may know this better than Ms. Turner at this point because you know the people and you can. So I'm going to ask you, and if you may not know the answer, and your answer may be a little off, she may clean it up later, but I'm just trying to get an understanding. So would you say, Rick, that there are employees in Utility 21? Yes or no?
Yes,
Would you say that there are employees in Utility 22? Yes or no?
yes, sir.
What about 24, water and wastewater?
Yes, sir.
What about debt service, 25?
No, sir.
What about stormwater permit program?
Yes, sir.
What about fund expenditures?
And let me step back on the stormwater. In the 24 fiscal year budget, there was not a line item for personnel. There is a
Okay.
budget for 27, but the budget for Division 27, I refer to them as divisions, not departments, did not include personnel. We do have personnel working stormwater, but they're getting paid out of 24.
Okay,
for
So,
clarity.
so fiscal year 23-24. That's what we're in right now.
Yes, sir.
You're saying the budget we are in had funds going towards stormwater operations, but it did not have any of those funds directed towards salary.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, okay. Does this budget have salaries in it
Yes, sir.
for stormwater?
Yes, sir.
So let me ask you this. Department 21. Accounting. What positions are paid out of Department 21?
So Ms. Turner might be able to help.
I'm finding the
I know
details.
Venetia's behind me. I thought I saw her come in. So she can help me, but Venetia's the supervisor for billing, and I believe she's got 3 to 4.
How many do you have, Venetia? 4, and they're in 21. Who else is in 21? I don't even at this point need to, no, you can come, Venetia. I'm just saying, I don't even really need lists of people at this point. I just need to know how many people. So there are 4 out of, Venetia's,
Yes, 4.
and that's UB.
5 counting me.
So 5 coming out of UB.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
No, that's
5.
okay. All right, who else? That's it? Okay.
You're right.
Yes. Yes.
If you remember, when we started the year, that account also had the 2 utility techs.
Yeah,
So-
but this year,
This year.
there's only
When-
5.
No. When we started this fiscal year of 23-24, they were in there. But during the budget amendment,
That's fine. Yeah,
I'm
that's
just- I'm
fine.
just-
No, I mean fiscal year 24. I'm talking about the one we're reviewing now. The one we're reviewing now, not the one that we're in. Yeah. No, you're fine. You're fine. Thank you for that. Yeah. No, I'm focused on fiscal year 24-25. So they're currently in the one we are proposing and discussing. There are 5, and that's it. Okay. And Rick, you said in 22, there were how many?
Currently, there's 9.
None in 22?
Not 9.
9
9.
in 22. What are their breakdowns as far as
I
what
take
do
that
they
back.
do?
I take that back. There's 11. So-
11. What do they do? What do those 11 do?
So the bulk of the crew, 9 of them are field, are maintenance pipeline field workers. You know, equipment operators,
Maintenance,
maintenance workers.
pipeline,
repair.
repair.
That's.
You said, now would those be the equipment operators?
There's equipment operators with part of that. There's 2 equipment operators right now. There's a foreman,
And
there's a lead maintenance.
so there are 9 of those type of people.
Yes, sir.
And they primarily do line maintenance, pipe repair, digging,
Pipeline maintenance.
okay, all right.
They fix leaks.
Fixing. Okay, then you said there were 11 total. What do
So
the other
then,
do?
The customer service coordinator, Lisa Perez, is paid out of 22,
And who else?
and Amanda Hobby.
Okay, 2 others. Okay. Now, line 24, water and wastewater, how many?
There's 10, 11 counting.
11?
Shannon, yes. So there's supervisor, Shannon, Rowe. There's 3 plant operators. Right now, we're missing 1.
But are you budgeted for 3 or 4?
We're budgeted for this year for 4, I believe.
Okay, so a supervisor, then there are 4 operators.
4 operators.
Go ahead.
Martin Sacedo, is our water system operator. He's also an operator, so it's actually 5, I guess.
5,
Yeah.
okay,
And then we have a maintenance worker, Tyrone Griffin.
okay. So there's 6,
And so that's that group. And then we moved the stormwater crew are working under 24. And I misspoke earlier because I just double checked the budget. I originally put money in for, I guess that's the decision that we're gonna go through here. The current FY 25 budget does not have salary for employees for 27.
okay, yeah, that's okay, that's fine, yeah, that's fine, I'm not,
But we have employees doing stormwater.
yeah,
So-
that's
And
fine.
there's 4 of them right now.
Yeah, yeah, that's
There's a
fine.
four-man crew doing stormwater.
Yeah, that,
And then there's
but,
currently a three-man crew doing sanitary sewer collection
so-
work.
so let's go back.
Go ahead.
Because I don't want us to confuse us. I said that was fine, that there, I'm not necessarily concerned about which employees are where.
Okay,
I'm trying to find employees, right?
Right.
Total. Don't care where they are. I just
Right.
need to know where they are.
Okay.
The amount,
Right.
if you will. So you said there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 associated with the wastewater treatment plant?
yes,
And then you started to say there are 4.
4 for stormwater.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
And we have 3 right now in sanitary sewer collections.
1, 2, 3.
And we're
Okay.
missing 1.
So you're
Should have 4.
you're budgeted for 4.
Yes,
Okay. What else?
that's it. And I'm in 24.
And you're in 24.
And the meter
And the
readers.
meter
Yes,
readers.
thank
How
you.
many meter
Thanks.
readers are there?
2, sir.
Two.
So 24 has a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 employees.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are there any other employees? You said fund expenditures, 99. Are there employees in fund expenditures?
No, sir.
But we did say that there was at some point $100,000 budgeted in fund expenditures for employee upgrades, for employee salary upgrades, right? But there are no employees there. Okay.
For me? We have 2, right?
You have a maintenance tech?
Yes.
Can you direct me to your itemized, do you have an itemized list of salaries?
Yeah.
Of salary positions and salaries for 24? Are there any?
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
What position would you like to?
I'd like to see that entire sheet.
Okay.
There are 17 employees to my count, based on Rick's rough guesstimate. I want to make sure that we have 17 employees in that line item.
The utility billing has 5 employees paid out of the. Right, out of the utility fund. 10 is what it says on my sheet. 2, yeah, right, for the accounting. And then I come over here, it says 21, so.
21 is 10.
So Mayor, you want to see 22 and 24?
I just want to see
Got it.
24.
24 only, okay.
Said we had 9 and 22. I want,
Actually, 11 being paid. There's 9 field workers and 2 admin.
so 11. Got that. Water and sewer.
Hmm.
Which is 40.
24, we have some
That's
27.
So the water and sewer, you said we had 10? In water and sewer, 24,
Um,
water and wastewater operations.
yes. I keep forgetting about the meter readers. I'm at 8, but plus 2, so, yeah. Sorry. So 10 plus 11 plus 5, I've got 26.
And then proposed for 2025. That Fund 99 is for upgrades. Got it. All right. I'm good now, I think. 10, 21, 26 employees total.
That's what I got. 26, sir.
Hmm?
26
26 what?
Total employees coming out of.
in utility.
Oh, yeah, I got
10, 11, and 5.
Did you incorporate vacancies? I believe you're sitting at 2 vacancies. Okay, just want to make sure.
however many. In particular, in 24, I'm concerned about 24. You said that there were, and concern might not be a good word for it, but I'm interested. That would be a better word. You said that there were 17 employees coming out of 24, and that the Public Works Director's position was coming out of 24. And so I want to see that.
Gotcha.
So while Ms. Turner's doing that, excuse me, while Ms. Turner's doing that, Mr. Garcia, you put $100,000 in Fund 99. In Fund 99,
Yes, sir.
and your thought behind it was to upgrade certain positions in our utilities department or in our public works department to make them more competitive. Do
Yes,
you
sir.
have a list of those positions?
I don't have a list. What we did last year, you gave us a lump sum number of, and I don't have my note in front of me, I believe it was $100,000 equal to this year. We knew that we were severely behind. We'd had a lot of discussions of raising the rate for our operators primarily. And so the idea was to bring the same as part of a 3-year plan to get them to a competitive rate.
So,
I don't have a breakdown.
and that's okay, it's okay. So I'm just clarification. We gave you $100,000 last year
Yes, sir.
to upgrade certain positions within our public works department to make them competitive. Did you do that last year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're saying that the council didn't direct you to do this, to put $100,000, and again, I'm not, this is not
Sure.
this just a discussion. You're saying that we didn't direct you to do that again this year. This is something that you are proposing to do.
Yes,
This
sir.
year,
As
without
part of
putting-
our, yes, sir. As part of our original 3-year plan. Yes, sir.
Where's that 3-year plan?
It's the one that we discussed during last budget cycle. We knew that we couldn't afford to get everybody where they needed to be for these 26 employees over the course of 1 year. And we knew that we needed to do that staggered in some way, shape, or form. Not quite to mimic what was done with the CBAs, but similar fashion.
Okay. So What I would say to that, if you're suggesting, and I'm not saying that we didn't.
Sure.
I'm just trying to stipulate this to move on to the point I'm trying to make. If you're suggesting that council by collective council action approved a 3-year plan to upgrade certain positions in our our public works department, if you're saying that's what we did by council action, and you're trying to, first of all, we would have to prove that we did that.
Sure.
What I'm trying to say to you is, even though that may have been true, which I'm not saying that it is, in the future, as you propose budgets in the future, Mr. Garcia, what we have to do is we have to continue to reaffirm those. That's important. Those $100,000 are important. They have to be brought out. They have to be shown to the council, and councils have to be reminded. Remember, this is what you did in an official action. This number here is what I am doing to execute that action. But it has to go even further than that. It has to then be earmarked toward positions with statistical data. With this 100,000, I propose that the meter readers have a $5 increase because in the county, they're $5 under. You get what I'm saying? You can't just put resources, even though it might be good intention and goodwill. But here's what I want to ask you one more time. That $100,000 was for salary upgrades, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have what you?
So Mayor, what you see on the screen, in finance, we track every pay period, we update names and positions just to kind of keep track. If there's a question, Kyle, can you make it a little larger? Okay. Okay. So the first column is the position itself. The second column is the department, or the next column is the department. Okay, if you move over to the right and go to the top so we can see the headings. It's just other information we have.
Is that all the way down?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Mhm.
So some of the discrepancies is going to come because during this year, in fiscal year 24, we've been reorganizing the Public Works Department. So we've moved people that used to be in 22 over to 24. We also moved people out of Division 12, which was streets, into stormwater. All those people are actually getting paid out of 24, even though I don't believe that sheet that we're looking at is going to show that right now. And that's just the matter of fact. I mean,
Yeah.
that's been a transition we've been going through.
You said that to say what?
Pardon me?
You said that to say what?
Well, because I think the counts that finance is showing in 24 may not.
Yeah,
match
let's
17.
boil the question down to the bare essence of the question. In fiscal year 2024, 2025, where is the position of the Public Works Director? Where is it in the budget?
In 24.
And all I said was, show me,
Show me.
just show me. That's the budget? What is this document?
That is.
I'm with Councilmember Lowry. See, now we putting, giving him a shout out. Now we're just putting stuff on the board and we're not sourcing it. I'm just teasing.
Okay,
What is this document?
This is internal document.
Is this part of the budget? Is this information you're showing us part of the budget building process?
It
Where
is in the background, yes.
is there a salary associated with that?
Um,
Where's the salary? Where is it where it says the Public Works Director is making $5 and
Okay.
we're plugging this $5 into utility 24?
Kyle, can you add that column back? Okay.
So in the budget book in front of me. Damn. Department 22, utility line maintenance, under the salary says Public Works Director, not 24.
Where you at, bud? Help me.
Tab 23.
All right. Show me.
Give the salary.
So here's what I'm reading. I'm reading a tab that says Public Works Director, and I'm reading nothing proposed by that tab.
But that's the people that are supposed to be getting paid out of that salary, the top
The
salary.
top.
That's all broken
Ah,
down.
okay, so it's 679,000, and part of that is the public. So all of these people, if you break this out, all of these people, the Public Works Director, the Chief Plant Operator, the Utility Chlorine Plant Operator, the Wastewater Treatment Plant Operators, the Maintenance Tech, all of that is going to add up to $679,000. And it's okay if it does it, that's
Plus COLA.
plus COLA.
Yes.
So you are factual, Miss Turner, in your belief that the Public Works Director is in this budget. Doesn't matter to me.
He's under 24.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
okay. So I'm gonna shift, and this is not a gotcha moment or anything like that. I'm just trying to get us straight so that we
Yeah.
can understand what we need to do to make this right. So watch this. Rick, what's your title?
Utilities Director.
Where's that in the budget? Where's the line item for the utility director in the 2024-2025 budget?
I'm checking to see now if his
Yeah.
position name has been updated in STW.
If what now?
If his position name within the system, every employee has a position name associated with them, right? It'll be Christine Turner, Finance Director. So now I'm checking to see if
If
Rick
he's
Saylor said, you know,
utility director
yes,
or public works director?
yes.
Okay, so while you're doing that, and again, we just need to change it. All I'm saying is, what I led with this morning. If we don't have a public works director in this budget, and a utility director in this budget, we're getting into trouble. So I don't want to propose anything that is not in line with the charter. And so what we're being told, and it could be just, we need to clarify it. But when I got back into the streets and the people of Lamarck shared their comments with me, one of the things we need to know is if in fact Rick is the utilities director, then there must be a line item in the 2024-2025 budget. That was just a simple question. This is not any other critique on Mr. Garcia. That's just something that I've heard several times since Tuesday. So we want to clarify that. Yes, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm gonna, as I said, I have to step out for a bit for another meeting, but I'll be back. But I want to add to my comments that I made earlier about this council as being a stakeholder on the
Yeah.
software. The items that Mayor are identifying, I share the frustration of trying to understand this. And part of it is, and we go back to the statement that has been said at previous times about telling the story. We don't do this software, for whatever reason, it has never told a story. And we've never done that. And when I say the story, we don't, Ms. Turner and Mr. Garcia, I've sent to you samples. We can go to local cities and see it, tell the story. But one of the basics is identifying how many employees are in fact associated with a department, especially utilities is this enterprise fund that we established here. And the other item that I find missing before I step out is, doesn't the utility department have vehicles?
Yes, sir.
I don't see them listed. I was looking for that. I don't see them listed here as the vehicles. And
They're in utility, they're in the fund too, utility fund,
okay,
the 99 account that we always talk about, that 99 that Susan
yeah,
created.
this 99 is,
Yeah.
it made me nervous the first time I heard about it. And every day it makes me, it's like this, but that these things need to be specifically set forth. And I hope that whatever software we're looking at, let us into the process as stakeholders, and let's make sure that we have accurate identification. Now, the utility fund, by the way, what I don't see as well, Ms. Turner, and I'll take another look at it, expenditures. Maybe it's under that 99, again, fund expenditures, but it's acceptable practice that there are transfers that are made to the general fund when you have a utility fund like we do utility enterprise. And the transfer to the utility fund is for the utilities share of overhead and administrative costs borne by the general fund. And I would suggest that that should be a fixed sum, that we should have an idea that this is the fixed amount that's going to be transferred to the general fund. And right now, what we have, it is all under the 99, apparently. It's coming out of the 99, the transfers back to the general fund. So, and the other item, and before I step out, Mayor, on this one, and this is, I think, this is council's responsibility, Mayor. Much like we have reserves for our general fund, we need to also establish for the administration, as you use that term so often, the reserve that we expect for this fund as well too, and for our community, so that they understand when we have a plan that we discussed, and Councilmember Ross was greatly involved in that in terms of our adjustments. So we got out of the negative on our water rates and stuff, so that we understand the plan, you know, and maintaining it. So, and part of that plan is reserves. There have to be reserves, according in my book. And
There is, sir, and I know it's a little confusing, and I think that's one of the things we're going to work on going forward. But right now, when you think of the utility fund, you have to think of a big umbrella, and it's like a big department store. And so we don't right now, because we have this maintenance and operations and stormwater and utility billing, there's not really a separation between those funds, like I keep bringing up. We don't know about water, we don't know about wastewater, we don't know about stormwater. So the 99 fund is basically the mechanisms that transfers money out of the 22, the 24, the 27. Basically, it's transferring money out of the 21 fund, right? Which is the revenue fund, because there's no revenue in 22. There's no revenue in 24. Now, if you had a water fund, right? A water fund, you would have revenue in water. If you had a wastewater fund, you would have revenue coming into wastewater. If you had a stormwater fund, same way, you'd have revenues and expenses. We don't do that. That's just the way we're set up right now. So I think what you're suggesting is we work towards that, and I wholeheartedly agree. But right now, and in the past, that's not how the utility fund has been operated. It's been operated as a big umbrella fund.
and I agree with you, right? That and I've said this before up here when we had this discussion, we up here as
Yeah.
council needs to take formal action, working with Gus and you guys with the expertise to formalize a utility enterprise fund. It's standalone. It's for our utilities, the water, the wastewater, all of this. And there's guidance from other cities locally that are doing this very successfully.
And-
League City being one.
Right, and we, I know you've mentioned this before. So for clarity, we have one. The utility fund is an enterprise fund. I've suggested many times to council that you have to.
Say that, I'm sorry, say that
The
last thing.
utility fund is an enterprise.
Is an
fund.
enterprise
It's a
fund.
business. So I've suggested in my past conversations with city council is you have two roles. One is to provide service to the residents through the general fund. You bring in taxes and you provide a service. You take care of streets, you take care of streetlights. You do various services for the city based on tax revenue. When you get into the utility fund, you're running a business. You literally have to take off your service hat and put on your business hat because now you became a business owner. And in order to run an effective and efficient utility fund, enterprise fund, you have to run it like a business.
And
You have to make money.
Let me-
You have to make profit in order to have money as.
That may,
as-
yeah, Rick, that's fine. Let me get clarifications so
I'm not
Joe
preaching,
can,
I'm just
yeah, no, I just want to get
clarifying.
clarification so that Joe can continue
Right.
getting his information. When you say what did you say? Our utility fund is an enterprise fund?
Absolutely it
He-
is. Sorry.
Is it an enterprise fund according to the parameters that Joe is outlining? Are you saying that it is in essence an enterprise fund? Because I think what Joe is saying is that there are certain actions that we have to take. So it's not an enterprise fund according to the actions that Joe is encouraging us to take. You're saying, in essence, it's an enterprise. It should be operated as such.
That might be on my pay grade.
Okay, I just wanted clarification.
When
Yeah.
we set up a utility fund, typically utility funds, that's why the stormwater got set up by ordinance as utility, right? And I brought that up the other day, that within our city ordinance, there was a stormwater utility set up purposely by EPA doctrine and regulations to create a utility for stormwater so you can raise revenue within a utility fund, because that's what utility funds generally do, is they raise revenue.
Yeah,
through
yeah.
A user base.
But it's not, but it's not, we are not legally able to do what Mayor Pro Tem is asking us to do
run
right
the-
now.
We do
I
run
got
the
you.
budget separate,
I got you.
ideally. I
It-
mean, I
it's-
think there's
it's-
been
it's
some
all-
transition in the past between general.
That's
fund
it.
and-
In the city, we have this,
Right.
but it's just a budget item. It's not a formality.
Right.
And we need the formality that's associated so that we can establish the reserves
Right.
that are necessary.
Yeah.
On this side. And having said all that, Mayor, on this side, at least in mine, you're still the Public Works Director. In the structure that we have. I'm sorry, Mr. Garcia, this is how I view it. But your primary responsibility, because of the need, just like I said, there are these transfers that occur to the general fund. You're also involved a lot of your time on the utility side, right? On the utility side, absent of formal action on our side. And so we know what we're trying to accomplish with these other formalities, but to make it simple in terms of all of this, is that you're the utility work. That's what your role is. I mean, the
Public
Works Director with now this added view. And having said that too, and what's not here, and this is the final thing before I leave, is that Mr. Garcia and Ms. Turner, in this operating fund, we're not showing the grant dollars that we've received from GLO, from other entities that are applicable to these operations. That's the other thing that I was looking for. I don't, and they should be rightfully, and as I look at other cities, that the mitigation fund activities, that's under this line item. And
Wouldn't it be shown in an O and M budget?
well,
because-
that's what we're doing, but I don't, remember we had this discussion earlier? We're not seeing like even the ARPA dollars, what, for me, and when the accounting changes were made for nonprofit accounting, which extended almost to municipal, and I remember the course I took at this at Rice, is that there are restricted funds. So formal enterprise fund, Gus, formal enterprise fund, restricted funds. That's what they're there for.
Right.
Okay. ARPA dollars, that should be a separate dedicated fund. And we have the beginning balance. And then it shows transfer out. Council approved this. So we're tracking it. We're tracking it. Just like we got in the discussion with regard to the our disaster fund. There should be subsections to that. Hurricane, I mentioned this, Hurricane Burl, federally declared. Winter Storm Uri, federal. COVID-19, federal disaster. All of those should be items that we can look at what we spent, look at the revenue that was either reimbursed to us or given to us. But we've never seen those. I hear that we have, but we've never seen those.
Okay, I know soon coming up, you get a quarterly, I started issuing quarterly, the investment reports,
Yeah.
because ARPA's in investments.
Well, I know it's
Right.
returning interest. Right.
Yes, yes,
But
and I
that's
have
what
an
I'm saying,
investment
it
report
should
that'll be coming out.
standalone.
Mhm.
Should be standalone. It should be part of, in my world, it should be part of a budget process. That's all I have to say, man. Thanks. I need to get out of here.
Let's,
And
Then-
then I'm sorry, the GLO monies you were speaking of, that's in a separate fund.
But we don't.
Okay, okay.
We don't see it.
Yeah.
All of us as residents, how are we utilizing? And then separate from that is, where are the stages? Right, Public Works, what are the stages? We're not monthly, we should know this has occurred.
Mhm.
This is next step. That's just how I look at it.
Yeah. Did we find a utilities director yet?
I consulted with HR and payroll. There was a, what we call a PAF, I think it was a personnel action form that was done to update his name in the system. That has not been done just yet.
Give me 1 second.
Okay. That was information already sitting in. I got.
Hmm.
Okay.
Also, we need to compare.
Mhm. You're in 24. Okay. So as I was stating, I consulted with HR. There is a payroll action form that was done to do the name change.
Okay. So
I asked some additional questions. He hadn't responded.
yeah,
yet.
yeah, and that's, again, so then the bigger question would be, if that's true, where in the budget, and we don't have to,
He will still be sitting as Public Works Director.
so in other words,
Yes.
he has a
He's
position,
there.
he has a position of utilities director,
Yes.
but that position has not been proposed or even funded in this budget, which means that perhaps there might have been a plan afoot to. So my point is, we will not violate the charter. So one or two things need to happen. If he is a utility director, then that position should probably be proposed in the budget. But then that's gonna be more money. So that's all I'm saying is I am not personally, one council member, I'm not gonna pass a budget with out a position, you're telling me a person is in a position, then the budget that I have to vote on to pass has to have that position in it. But then that's more money. And it can't come from the $100,000 that you just told us that first of all, that should have been outside of your budget. That $100,000. That's council can affirm a plan and can direct you in that plan, but every fiscal year is different. This council, I'm sure, wants every street in our community to be cement, and we want to have an officer for every block. I'm sure this council wants that, but we may not be able to afford that. So just because we direct, we affirm, does not mean that when budget process comes, that is not something that we have to affirm and decide again every year. Secondly, whatever's happening with this utilities director and this public works director situation, it should be resolved immediately. And the council should have an opportunity to deliberate on that immediately, because it is of that much import, especially because we were getting ready to vote on a budget that didn't even have a position that HR says we have. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. This is a really big area that we need to clarify and improve. Like yesterday, I don't want to spend a lot of time on it because time is already far spent.
But one more thing,
Yes,
Mayor.
ma'am. I'm sorry, Mr.
So as of it stands now, really a utilities director does not exist,
Yes, ma'am.
but a public works director does.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
that's what his title is.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And that was the conversation on the other day about charter violation. It might have been harsh, but it's our job. If we can, we are human beings, volunteers, we miss a lot. But if we can, we want to keep the city out of those types of situations, if at all possible. We happen to catch it this time. We're not trying to embarrass anybody or belittle anybody. We're trying to get through a budget, and we're trying to make sure that it's right. Ms. Yancey, I see that did you want to lean in?
So are we? And excuse me for my tardiness, I do have a job, so I'm trying to do that and do do this as well. So excuse my tardiness for that, but
Absolutely.
I did let Kiara know.
Yes, ma'am, you did.
And say that. So are we trying to propose a public works director and the utilities person underneath that? Is that what we're doing?
I think at this point, we have a public works director in the budget because my discussion with Mr. Garcia previous to this was a desire to reorganize public works without a public works director. I shared with him in those conversations, my personal opinion would be if you abolish the public works director, you are violating the charter. If you separate one department into two without council direction, you are violating the charter. And apparently he took that to heart and kept the position in, but we have not seen any funding for this new position, and that's where the rub is happening.
Because with all our issues with infrastructure and drainage questions, in a lot of ways, that's not a good look for us to get rid of a public works director.
Right.
In my opinion, just because of the issues that most of our residents have with infrastructure. So I would hope, and I'm just one out of 5, that we would have a public works director. But if we do need to separate it because of the issues with utilities and all that, and that being a really big budget just by itself, then let's propose that and talk to the council about that rather than.
Yeah, that's the part of the Ms. Yancey, that's what we are supposed to be here to do,
Okay.
is to make those types of decisions on behalf of the citizens.
Well, I would like to see something like
Yeah,
that.
yes, ma'am. We're gonna get into that.
So I would also like to see during this whole thing, at least the public works director come out of utility line maintenance budget and brought over to the wastewater operations budget, because that's what we're being told that it's getting funded at.
That was my one-on-one conversation with Ms. Turner there. That's a mistake on that sheet. That all those positions that's shown on that page for 22, all those positions are in actually 24. The wastewater
the chief plant operator, the utility chlorine operator, the water operators. All of those positions are not in 22, they're in 24.
Okay,
And those were in there
That-
previously.
that's
That's a
just-
cleanup
and
item
that-
as well.
It's just a typo on the.
right. And that's fine. What I would like to see though is once we get it cleaned up and know what positions are and stuff, a list of positions in each one of the budgets under the salary. That way we know how many positions, or at least how many positions you're getting paid out of $679,000. Because there have been questions before and statements before, specifically with the city manager's budget, when it went up because a couple people got hired. Oh my God, the city manager is now getting paid $380,000. And we're like, no, that's his office budget. That's.
Right.
And I'm doing
if we
just
could
that on the general fund side. I've started going under salaries and listing positions. Yeah.
Just to make it easier on us from having to explain that, people can see it in writing that it's out there.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, go ahead.
Oh, no, I just have one thing. We keep bringing up the software. What I do in situations like, let's look at the industry standard, I guess you would call it. What are the other cities using around us? Is most of Texas or Texas are they using the same software that we're using now? If they're not, then what software are they using? And I would specifically look around us, maybe Galveston County, Missouri County, Harris County, stuff like that, because if we have a question, then we can go to them and say, what, if you had this issue? So I would look, instead of us trying to decide, look at what the industry standard is. Look at what Kemah, Texas City, look at what's around us. What I would do. But see what's the standard now, Mr. Garcia? And then if it's not what we're using, then what is it? And then I think that's the best way to approach that.
And Councilman Lowry, we've done just that. We probably, the Cadillac of the industry is Tyler. We cannot afford Tyler. It's very expensive, but it's one of the top tier. We've looked at FundView. There's an upgraded OpenGov. It's an STW is old. OpenGov is the next step up, the web version. Very nice version of STW. So we've explored other ones, but definitely if you want to say the standard that for different cities around, it's been Tyler.
Yes, that's our answer.
Yes or no? Is streets a utility?
No, and I was, Ms. Yancey had brought something up. I was just going to try to help clarify.
Oh,
So
go ahead, I'm sorry.
when you look at the infrastructure, the hard infrastructure for the city, right? The biggest asset that a city normally has are streets.
Mhm.
Be very honest with you. There's a lot of money in the streets. So if the street program in itself is a pretty big operation, some cities do more work with streets than others. We don't do a whole lot. We talked about that. We don't have a huge street crew. We don't do paving, et cetera, et cetera. So all the underground infrastructure, the stormwater, wastewater, water and everything is all underneath utilities. You know, so that's a huge sum of money also. I mean, it's
And that's your
huge amount.
expertise.
So that's all. Yeah, it's been my background historically. You know, I started doing streets in like 2016 or something like that. Yeah, 2016. So the odd one out right now, which I've had discussions with Mr. Garcia about, is parks. Most cities have a parks director. Most cities have a parks and recreation department. We don't. I think we're working towards that,
Mhm.
but that would be, so once you take parks out of public works, right? Because parks really isn't typically part of public works. Some cities run it underneath public works because of the size of the city, but
Yeah.
typically it could stand alone as a separate department.
Mhm.
So then what you got is streets, right? And then you've got all these utilities.
Mhm.
So I don't know
Yeah.
what you got left.
Well, if streets isn't a utility, then definitely Amanda needs to be moved out of the utilities department. Her position, earlier we had a discussion, you said her position was being funded, I think you said in 22.
She's currently being paid under 22.
So there's a lot of movement that needs to happen, like immediately. Also, while we're at it, in that fund, I think that, or in utilities, we need, a delineation of those grant matches. I think we set aside $1.2 million in that Fund 99 for grant matches. So we need to know what those grants are.
Okay, I want to do some clarification. I've worked directly with our grant person, Alice. She has created a spreadsheet. I'm sure it's gonna come before you guys soon. That 1.2 was not accurate for that. It wasn't a mistake. It was just not accurate. We've gone through line by line for every grant and decided where the matches should sit. So that 1.2 that was originally for utilities does not exist at all. There's a very small amount. We divided it out by fiscal years. When we anticipate receiving the grant and having to incur the match, we've done it by fiscal year. So for that 1.2, non-existent.
So that is no longer even in the.
No. We're doing a lot of work behind the scenes to kind of get everything up to par.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a lot of work behind the scenes.
Along, and this may not be Fund 99, but somebody mentioned it, and I wanted to bring it back. The last thing, and this may not even be a part of Rick's questioning. One of the last things that we left off on last time we met was this $1.1 million that was taken from this disaster relief line item to meet our budget, because we were told that there were COVID-related items, COVID-related activities. And so we never said where that 1.1 came from or where it went to. Is there an accounting for that? Can we find it line item by line item? And really, where did it come from? That was the one thing we couldn't even find where it came from.
So I started some research on the disaster fund. I started back in 2021, fiscal year 21. There was a cash balance in the disaster fund of 2.7 million. That was in 21. Then I said, okay, let me look in 22. In 22, it was a cash balance of 524,000. So that's the difference of 1.9 million. So I said, well, okay, could she have possibly moved that money to investments? Went to Logic. Logic only goes back 2 years. So it did not have a bulk of 2021 and over half of 22.
Logic couldn't provide the information for you. Okay.
No. So the next step is I'm having the accountant to go through journal entries for 2021 and 2022. Any type of transfers that she can find that kind of give an explanation on that.
Okay.
So what was it in 23? What was our fund balance in 23?
Okay, I need to check that.
Because if we were down to 524,000 and now we've transferred another 1.1 million out, how much was it before we transferred that 1.1?
So first you want to see what that balance in disaster for 23 is, just like I
Yeah,
gave
Yeah,
you
you said-
21, 22, now you want 23,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Cause I want to make sure we didn't bounce a check somewhere in the form of $600,000.
Okay, so for 2023, that cash balance was 702,599.39. So it went up a couple of $100,000.
What is it currently? Or would 24 be currently?
It will be as of August, as of today.
Okay, as of today would be, so we go from 23 to as of today. What is as of today?
As of today, $680,916.
So let's talk about how is that fund fed? How does that fund get resources? Where do those resources come from? Because we go from 2.7, some of that, I am, pretty certain are COVID reimbursements.
FEMA, things like
The
that.
federal government was giving us COVID monies. That's probably what you're gonna find in the 21. COVID was still pretty much in effect in all of our communities. But what I'm concerned about is after that COVID infusion, you go from 524 to 702. What else is going into that account? How is that number getting bigger? And then how did it get so big that it was at one point $1.7 million? Because apparently this year we used 1.1 million of it. Does that make sense? Like you've never, well, let me say that differently. Like we don't have any information as to how it went from 702,000 to maybe 1.7 million and then back down to 600, because we've been told we've just spent 1.1 million of it. So where did that 1 million come from?
I'm strictly giving information about the cash. The 1.7 million is the fund balance.
So when you say currently 680,000, what does that mean?
That's cash.
So what is the fund? So in that disaster fund, what is the total? What is the current balance?
In our fund balance account, it is 1.7 million.
Right now?
Yes,
And out of that 1.7 is 680,000 worth of
cash.
cash. Okay, so do me a favor, go back up 23 and 22 to tell us what the fund balance was, because we were thinking those numbers you gave out, that was the actual fund balance.
Okay, 23, the cash is at 702,599.
Uh-huh,
Fund balance is 1,728, so it's still right at 1.7.
okay.
$22, cash, $524,316. Now the fund balance ending 22 is $519,522.
So the fund balance is 519 and the cash was 524.
Correct.
Okay. And then, I'm sorry, one more. What about 21? And then we'll let James back in.
Cash, $2,751,902.
Fund balance.
$1,269,194.
Okay. I'm going to ask you after James, I want you to clarify for us how the cash can be larger than the fund balance.
That's my exact.
All right. So so now we got three. We got three of us. How can the cash in your world be larger than the actual fund balance?
It shouldn't, and that's why we have to do a lot of cash cleanup. Remember I mentioned that? We have cash accounts that are, it's not making sense.
Okay.
That is part of the cleanup we need to do.
Okay. Wouldn't you be, I'm sorry, go ahead, James.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't.
Wouldn't you be able to know, as a finance director, wouldn't you, and maybe you can't see it there, but wouldn't you be able to see this fund has an influx of $250,000 and it came from this place. This fund had $150,000 expended and it went to this place or these places.
Absolutely, because you have to pay, right? You have to pay something for it to be expended.
So can you answer the question for us? Finally, and again, we're doing our homework, getting to the bottom of this to build back up. We've been told that we've spent $1.1 million out of a disaster fund because we had $1.1 million in disaster-related expenditures for this past fiscal year, not the one for the one we're in now. I believe the one we're in now is how we met the moment. Could you show us where $1.1 million was expended out of that account this year? Or at least a significant portion, since we're in the 10th month, I believe, of this year. And then help us to see, where is this money coming from? Again, I'm almost certain around 21 is COVID related. But after that, how is this fund being fed? And again, what did we spend the $1.1 million on this year? What was it earmarked for? Because if we didn't do that, then we need to look at cash reserves to see if it came from there. Or we may even need to look at whether or not we actually spent $1.1 million.
I don't see that.
Well, that's what we were told. And so we need to get to the bottom of this, immediately.
And it's not saying it didn't happen. It's just
Exactly.
I can't see it, from what the details that I've dug into so far.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that. I'm sure we'll be calling you back. Any more questions for utility? We had utility billing here.
I got a couple.
Yeah.
So first off, I want to say, Ms. Turner, thank you for
Absolutely.
the wealth of knowledge you have given us. And I almost feel bad that in less than a year, you're trying to clean up what's happened for 7 years in this town. It's just, I feel for you. Miss Venetia, I want to say thank you for the learning experience. Yes, last night when I came back from the VA and on utility billing and the dire straight situation that we are in when it comes to utility billing. I did not know that as we bill for trash in this city, that we only make 12 cents per customer for trash pickup. And that's not paying a single person in your department their salary, if we look at it that way. So thank you for that education last night also. I appreciate that. All right.
That's it.
Yeah.
Mr. Osteen, you're recognized. Be nice, Mr. Osteen.
James Osteen, 2012 Geraldine Street.
Welcome, James.
Let me say this, y'all trying to find this COVID money that
Speaking of
have,
that, sir.
don't know where it's at, that we don't know where it's at. You got a city manager and you got department heads. They got to know where that money's at and where it was spent. They authorized it. It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
They need to fess up and tell us where it's at. It's that simple.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for that, James. You may, yes, absolutely, absolutely.
I'd like to address that statement as well as some of the other things that have been being said back and forth. The monies and the funds that were there were allocated. They were not shown properly at the end of last year's budget when this year's current budget that we're physically sitting in right now was actually passed. That is an error that we have confirmed. We have said that it should have been allocated properly, that the 1.1 should have been part of the actual revenue and expense sheet that was shown. We've said that. We've also verified that indeed the direction was given to take that because of the shortfall that existed. We knew that our revenues were going to be at a certain number and that our expenses were going to be at a certain number. Now, for something to be said to fess up or anything else of that nature may send an implication that for some reason that something else, nefarious may be going on. While we work with Ms. Christine, Ms. Turner and her staff to try to find these things, I would like to hopefully be given the benefit of the doubt to make sure that we can find those things first. Because to ask or to imply that maybe the department heads or anybody else is in any implication of that is something that I, on behalf of this entire team, do take offense to. And just openly to say that, I want to say that clearly. These funds were told that were there by our previous finance director at the end of the year. There was a plan in place. We failed to properly document that on this balance sheet, on the same balance sheet that you've seen. Most of these forms that have been brought to you are forms that you've seen here and had here for years. Most of these revenue forms and the method in which they're being shown were the same ones you've been shown, at least since I've been here, and my understanding was before that. I just wanted to clarify that, Mayor, for the record. I do
Yeah, we'll
apologize
respond to
and,
that.
definitely want to be respectful in how I, address that.
Mayor,
But-
if I may.
Yeah.
I get you take offense to it, but let's look at the public. Let's put it in public perspective. We're finding hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're missing over $1 million. Those are the things that put lack of trust in the community. Those are the reasons people want a forensic audit, whether it's accidental or intentional. Those are reasons to do a forensic audit of a city. When we have an outside company give us 15 things that she wants to change in finance, to me, that was 15 reasons or 12 or whatever it was for a forensic audit. That's what that is. Whether it's accidental or on purpose, we're playing with their money. It's not a game. There can't be pennies off. Okay. And it frustrates me. The last couple of days with what's been happening here,
Yeah.
I'm away from my business. I'm away from my family. Okay. This is a volunteer position. This stuff should have been accurate when we got it.
Agreed.
It's
100%
it's
agree.
not okay.
I-
It's not okay. I get people calling me, all night. Mayor, I'm mad. This is not okay. This what we're dealing with is not okay. There's not a penny that should be unaccounted for in this right here. Not 1 cent. And Ms. Turner, you're doing a great job in the water, everything, the employees. Those are the reasons for a forensic audit. Accidental, intentional, those are the reasons that the citizens are requesting a forensic audit.
Certainly, Councilman, I agree with you. Do not disagree with what you said. And I am proud as a resident that now this council that sits up here today is doing such a thorough job. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. The residents aren't wrong in that sense. And I was just saying it's not what's being said, but I felt the need to address that, Mayor, please.
Well, I want to just,
And let me
Caesar,
chime in on that.
yeah, I just wanted to say this to you, Mr. City Manager. You've said this a couple times, and you said it just now again in your response, and it's just simply not true. This council, nor has the previous council ever directed you to make up a shortfall in a budget with anything, because we have never been told that there would be a shortfall, and that never happened. Mayor Pro Tem just told you that last week, and you're continuing to perpetuate that. It never happened. James was here, Miss Yancey was here, I was here, Mayor Pro Tem was here, and I believe at that point it must have been Mr. Carlson. None of us said, oh, we have a shortfall, let's make it up. We never said that to you. We actually cut taxes. Why would we cut taxes if we knew that there would be a definite? Please stop saying that, number one. Number two, you're right. These are the same forms and this is the same software, but then, and understand this, I want to say this in a way that people can understand without the way that I say things sometimes. They cut because I'm blunt in politics, nice guy away from this dais, but blunt in politics. You're right. Same forms, same software, just different person. Different person. And let's look at that. First year, $800,000 in sales tax. And we had to, our city was torn apart by a rollback that we didn't even have to have. And it was an administrative oversight. Kim didn't do that. She can't. The charter says none of us up here have administrative oversight. So while the people are out there looking at administrative oversight and folks that were led at some point by Mr. Lowry, those folks are looking at us like we're corrupt, we're crazy, we're out of, and we have, now he sees, we have no oversight over some of these things. Year two, we were brought a budget, a proposed budget that we were told was a rough draft. And it was just as blank as this one. All sorts of numbers out of it. It was totally void of what we needed to make decisions. That was last year. That's the same year that you're saying this council approved a shortfall and approved you making the shortfall up with $1.1 million of we don't know what. That was the year you gave us a rough draft and called it your budget presentation. This year, it's the same issues. Numbers aren't adding up. Basic facts, or we're having to wait 15, 20 minutes for basic pieces of factual information. That's not us. That is an administration. Didn't happen under Tink Jackson. Didn't happen under Carol Butler. Didn't happen under Eric Gage. That's the administrator's position. So while we are trying to work with you, you can probably be understanding that we are carrying with us the frustrations of people, right? Not that anybody is a criminal, but that people just want the right information so that they can make the right decision about their tax dollars. And the only reason we're having these tense discussions with you is because the information is not right. That's not our fault. That's your responsibility. So let's try to understand. We're going to be testy, but we got to get through this and we got to make this right. So again, Miss Turner, if we would be able to find, let's start over and let's try to go back to last year's budget, if we can, to find out what that budget looked like. Where, again, if there was some sort of a mismatch in numbers, where did that proposed revenue, where was that made up? Let's try to track it that way. Could we do that?
Yes.
Does anyone else have anything for Mr. Seiler? I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Yancey. You
No.
did say you want to
Yeah.
speak. Yes.
So let
I'm
me say
sorry.
this, and just to Mr. Lowry, what we're doing now is trying to see, when you do a proposed tax rate, the whole budget is about finding out where the access is, or to take from here, put over there. So, and what Joe has been saying, what we've been saying is there's a better way to tell the story. And that it's not very clear in what we've been presented. So there's nothing, because I think the tax rollback wouldn't have never happened if Susie Koo had given us the correct worksheet. But we worked with her. She wasn't fired. She wasn't let go. That was before Cesar's time. And SB2 was relatively new, right? So everyone was still trying to figure out how that worked. Well, now we know, how that works. So let me just say this, because I was new when that occurred. So I had to contact Mace Middleton and some other people to kind of figure out what this was about. But what I've learned, because this is what, as Director of Public Housing, we did every year. It is tough work, but you dig in it to find out where the fluff is, as the mayor has said. The issue is that it hasn't been as easy, and that should have already been presented to us from day one. And we shouldn't be doing as much work, but we know there were some issues with the software, right? We found that from EDC when something was off with the numbers. But we have to get better every year, right? Because we had a lot of issues prior to. And I'm just gonna put that on the record because that cost us a tax rollback that never should have happened. But the numbers were wrong. And when we sent it to Cheryl Johnson, she certified it. Who turns in the paperwork with zero sales tax? And her job was to approve it. And she approved it without contacting the city to say, hey, something doesn't look right. So there's a lot of political things happening, and Mayor, I'm just not gonna stand for it. Because I think the citizens of Marque need to know that we have been working against pushback for a minute. Because when this council got here, a good part of the staff walked out just because of who got elected. And so when you're talking about working through a budget, that's what we're spending all of this time doing. But typically, Cesar and Ms. Turner, the story is told better in the front end, right? Where you can actually show this is what we're proposing. This is what, because we need to know, because as to Councilman Lowry's point, you do have people that, are asking that question, where is it? Did we balance the budget? Every year that I've been here, we've done that. How we've done it, where it looks like there are some issues with how we've done it, but I know we balanced it. And so what we're saying now is if the revenues are going up, right, because we've got more sales tax, we understand SB2. We know that you should never have that and done like that. I'm glad and put that on the record that Ms. Rose is actually certifying it now, and they've got more oversight in Cheryl Johnson's office. But I want you guys to know it needs to be done better so we won't have to dig. Now, we already know we're going to dig, right? And try to find what we can do to keep the taxes as low as possible. But I'm a big believer, what you do for one, you do for all. And if we're going to have a tight scrutiny on our city manager, all the directors from EDC, every director needs to have the same scrutiny, and they don't. So I'm not going to sit here and just watch this happen. I'm going to put it on the record. If we're going to have a standard for one, we need to have a standard for all. Period. And that doesn't always happen in this city. So Cesar, you came into this city and it was upside down. And you stabilized it. And I want to tell you, thank you. You're not perfect, you're human. But this part of the budget, if this is not right, it can create a can of worms, right? Software, whatever, we know we're buying software. But let's be fair and make sure, because you are the example for all of the directors. You are, everything rises and falls with leadership. You know that. You're a teacher and a military man. But I just want to let you know, there's been a lot of things that have happened that have been straight up distractions. Straight up distraction. And the average person, I'm going to say this to you and the mayor, probably would have left because of the personal tax and everything else we've had to go. But that's why we have to be excellent. That's just another reason why we have to be excellent. Forensic audits are typically used when there's money missing. There's no money missing. What we're trying to figure out is where did it go to? What department has it gone to? Susie Koo kept a tight ship that most of us didn't understand. And it looks as if we're unraveling that, right, with fresh eyes. And you haven't had a whole lot of time. You haven't even made 12 months yet. But we're going to unravel it, understand it, and provide transparency so everyone knows. But everybody, I think, needs to breathe, because we have all worked in a very intense political climate. And I want the mayor to know, based on my experience, this is what you do. It's just told better. Mm-hmm. And we don't have to do as much work, because the other cities, they kind of rubber stamp it and go with it and then do budget amendments if they need to. But in this city, because of our political climate and because people are making false accusations about stealing money and you're a criminal, you're corrupt, we've got to go through this to just, if anything, push back on the lies.
Be careful.
To push back on the lies. I'll say it again.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, it's my time, Mayor.
Be careful.
It's my time. It wasn't his. It's not his.
Let's
To push
be
back
careful.
on the lies.
Be careful.
And let's make sure
Councilmember Lowry.
to make
Let's
sure.
Go,
this is
proceed,
process.
proceed into the next
This is the
thought.
process
Shannon.
that you do it with.
Proceed to the next
This is the
thought. Yes,
process.
ma'am. We understand.
And there's a way to do anything intelligently and with facts. Intelligently and with facts. And since you now know that you have a council member that is looking, because I believe if you look, you find it, especially if your motives are wrong.
Ms. Yancey,
We have to be excellent.
keep it.
I'm done, Mayor,
Thank you.
but I want Councilman Lowry to know, bring it.
Ms. Yancey, stop. We're not gonna do this. We're not gonna do this. We are not gonna do this from either side. What we will do is have differences of opinion and we can share those. We are a team. We have to work
We're
together.
not a team.
We are a team, Ms. Yancey. We are a team. We have to work together. The people of Lamarck sent every one of us here.
They did.
Ms. Yancey, they sent us all here. We all got elected. And the best way that we could respect all 20,000 of those people is to work together. That's what we are called here to do. We have to move forward. That means on both sides, we're gonna have to let some things go, let some things roll off our back, and present ourselves in a way that's best for Lamarck. Having these confrontations or these comments does not repair one street.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't dig a drainage system in any way, any better than it's being dug. We're not gonna find any more revenue to help with the library by doing this. This is not gonna even start on this council. We're not gonna do that. We can have differences of opinion. Mr. Lowry is of the opinion that we can do a better job, sounds like, in the way that he's trying to say it, in holding ourselves accountable with fiscal responsibility. He has a right to say that. You also can say, and you also could say, Ms. Yancey, I heard you say the same thing, and that you believe staff is doing a great job under the circumstances. Both things can be true, right? And even if they weren't true, sometimes we're just gonna have to disagree, right? And vote.
Correct.
But I'm not going to let Mr. Lowry disrespect the people of District A. And I'm not gonna let you disrespect the people of District C, which you and I are constituents. We're gonna respect each other as the honorable representatives of the people of Lamarck and get along. All
Yes,
right,
sir. If one fails, we all fail up here.
absolutely.
I just wanted to make a statement dealing with finance. There's a lot of work to be done in finance, and it's gonna take time. When I first got wind of the sales tax omission, I immediately jumped on the phone with GCAD, Cheryl and Latanya there. Latanya was excellent. We were on the phone together on a Saturday morning for about 4 hours. She and I combed those figures together. After that, I even sent it to our auditors. Look at this. I'm a type of person, I do a lot of checks. If I miss something, I'm gonna send it to someone else so their eyes can see it too. That's why I'm always trying to, even with the budget, it started moving quick towards the end when we had to do this budget book. Like I said, I was up at 2 o'clock in the morning. I didn't do that next check after that upload was done. But things are gonna get straight, but it's gonna take some time.
Yes,
It's gonna
ma'am.
take some patience from y'all with finance. I came into that position, there were 2 people sitting in that office. That office was dim, dark. I'm like, what is this? Boxes all in the back of the office. It was horrible. Things had to get cleaned up. Now that office looks like an office where someone would want to work. So I would just ask that y'all just be patient with us. We're working hard. And I want things to get straight. That's why I need that consultant in here to let me put a little caveat in there for
Yes,
so she
ma'am.
can help with the cleanup and
Yes,
she and I could work together because it's kind of like I need a person right there. I have Holly, she's excellent. And I need a person there that we can do that high level stuff and get stuff really cleaned up that we need to get done. And it's gonna happen.
Yes, ma'am.
Just be patient with us. It's gonna be better.
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Turner, I'm gonna tell you that in the less than a year that I've known you, my understanding of the budget has exponentially gone up. My second time doing a budget for the city, I understand a whole lot more. But this Fund 99, how far back can you go with data with it?
I will have to find out for you.
Can we get a 5, a 7, a 10-year look at what this fund has done and maybe see a process of where, because I'm not saying anybody's done anything wrong, but when a cash balance is 524,000, but the fund balance is 519,000, that's a bad checkbook.
And let me just clarify, it's not necessarily, it's not a fund 99. It's in each fund, the general fund and the utility fund, there's a 99 department that was used, from what I understand, to separate some high dollar activity, leases, paying general insurance for all our properties, things like that, that be separated out from the individual department budgets, so that it didn't get commingled and the departments think they could use this money and spend, it was just, from what I understand, it was used to just separate and pay certain things, for the fund. Like I said, capital leases, things like that.
And
So how far it goes back, I know Kyle has a lot of history knowing how far it would go back, and I can go back as well to see when this Department 99 all began.
and it literally, it's just, I mean, if that single college student has 524, thinks he has $524, but the actual balance is 519, that $6 now turns into a $35 bounce check fee, So I just want to see how that works, because I'm not understanding what cash balance and then the fund balance is actually saying. And that's all I'm really looking for, because just that's
Just at glance, I've already been back all the way back to the general fund, Department 99 is 2016. So it's been there a long time.
Yeah.
so is there any way, and we don't have to do it now but any way at a later date, we can get a copy of what's been done with that, so that we can take a snapshot and try to understand the difference between the cash balance and the fund balance. I mean, and that can be a workshop all in its own. You can
Yeah.
pull me aside and I'll talk to Mr. Lowry and Ms. Yancey and Mr. Compion and such.
No, sir,
No?
can't do that.
Okay.
I don't know when that's gonna be. We have a lot more to do,
Right.
You will
I just
not
have to
do
get
that.
this first.
I literally need to understand
Yeah.
how you can have a cash balance of this and a fund balance of that. And that do not be the same.
Okay.
I mean, not what's been spent.
Yeah,
I think of that E3 in the United States Navy that went through and thinks he has, because there was a miscalculation somewhere and my checking account is this, and I think I have this. I just want to know if in your accounting world, how that can happen. Because
Miss Turner, I asked you about the grant match delineation out of Fund 99, and you said something to the effect of when you all went back and y'all looked at the times that the matches would be needed and the actual nature of the grants, that they would not necessarily be needed this year, and perhaps they would not need to come out of the utilities.
Right.
Are there any grant matches in the budget this year?
Yes,
Okay,
it will be in the general fund. It's a very minimal amount. Let me find it here. 1 second, give me a minute. Let me find that spreadsheet.
While she's doing that, Mr. Garcia, let me share this with you. I don't believe anybody on this dais, and I've been knowing James Osteen for, I don't know, 23, 24 years. And I don't believe anybody on this dais believes that you are I don't, I'll let Mr. Lowry speak for himself, but those of us that have worked with you, I don't believe that we believe that you're a corrupt person. And I don't think that Mr. Lowry has suggested that in this budget workshop, that you're a corrupt person. I don't think so, right? When we as a council try to hold you accountable in your role as city manager, and there are definite issues with not whether or not money's there, but how it's being reported and recorded and shared with us. If there seems to always be an explanation after explanation after explanation after explanation, it can be frustrating, right? I think sometimes the best course of action would be to, if there are any, to express those limitations and to invite council to come in and work with you, to share that you don't have all the answers, to share that this is really your third budget as well, to share that you are a third-year city manager and you're doing the best you can. And you had a finance director who has had decades of experience who is no longer here. And you have a finance director who is up to the challenge, but she is in her first year running a department. It sometimes is better for you to show that you are vulnerable and that you don't have all the answers and that your heart is in the right place and that you propose the budget to the best of your abilities so that people can see you for who you really are. But if we ask questions and there's constant, there's constantly an explanation that in our eyes don't make sense, then it starts to lend itself to, what are you hiding? Doesn't mean that you're hiding anything at all. Does that make sense? And I think we are trying to ask tough questions, right?
Yes, sir.
And the way that you're responding to some of them, you don't have to defend yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
You're a young city manager. We just have to find the answers as quickly as possible so that we can get what we need for the people.
Yes, sir.
Did you want to respond? You
I just
can.
wanted to say that I appreciate the support and my response, and I apologize, Mr. Osteen. He knows how much I respect him. One thing is being held accountable and running from it. You guys know that I'm not running from anything. Never have, never will. I'll answer with what I have. As a person, as a human, I think we all hate making excuses. Y'all know me long enough to know that I don't like to do that. I'm much angry and much harder on myself and on our team than anybody ever will be. And I'm just being honest about that. But when certain things are said or implied or anything else, there is, and perhaps that is an area where I need to grow.
Right.
But certain things are triggers, and I apologize for that.
Sure.
Thank you for allowing me to grow.
Nobody wants to be called corrupt. Nobody wants to be called a criminal. I get it. Nobody wants to have that even be thought about them. I understand where you're coming from, but I'm here to say I've been knowing James a long time. And I know that that's not what he meant. I know that he meant in his own way, let's get to the bottom of it, because he's always talking about holding people accountable, holding the department heads accountable. And so that's the spirit that I believe that he came from. Councilmember Lowry, I don't know that well, but I think that he's bringing the spirit of the people that want answers, just want clarity. They just want they want whatever it is, the black and white of it all. Is this what we have to work with? And let's build it from there. Whatever it is, let's figure it out. Let's start moving forward from there to a better place. That's what that's the sentiments that I took from what he's trying to share. So now you're back.
Okay.
Yes.
So Kyle, can you put that spreadsheet on the screen And I also have Alice, our grant person, on
Okay,
there as well. Alice, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a grant sheet that Alice composed. It has different tabs. At the bottom, it has what's been awarded. The next tab says what was submitted. The next tab has grants that were lost, studies completed, so on, so on. So she names each tab. So this tab that we're looking at now is the submitted tab. And what she and I worked on was deciding of these grants, which ones are FY24 related, what are 25 related, what fund they would go in. So Alice, if you want to take over and just kind of give an explanation on how we came about with this and how I was able to get clarity and budget properly.
Sure. Me, Caesar, and Christine, and Mr. Rick I've compiled it because there was a bunch of sheets just all over the board. On the submitted is what we have, and you can scroll down, Kyle, just to show. These are all just various that we're waiting. So we took basically, as a grant writer, you're a glass half empty person. It's our attitude because you don't want to chew in. Our COPS grant right there, it will be fiscal year 26 before we look at spending a dime on it. Even our Texas Parks and Wildlife right there at the bottom, our match is 375, but we'll be lucky if it starts in 26 per se by the time they award, because the Texas Parks is very slow to award, on top of our planning, our design, our construction. I want to say we have like 4 years start to finish. So you're looking at maybe starting preliminaries in 26. So 375 will not be a lump sum. We're probably looking more, and that was a conservative guess of 26 to 29. I mean, 26, I'm sorry, 26 to 28. But you're looking at a huge spread out of that 375. It's not lump sum. Same thing with the COPS grant, that 290, or I'm sorry, go a little bit to the right, Kyle. That 290 right there is not going to be all at once. These are 3 to 5 year. They're 3-year grants. If we have not expended all our funds at the end of 3 years, they'll give us up to 5 years to expend all our funds. Of course, again, these all take, you can see to the far left the date that I submitted them. And since then I've gotten RFIs, requests for information, needing more information, and is a good thing. That means we're not in their shredder yet. But if you go down, scroll all that, the city match, if you see how many zero matches we have out there, we have seriously gone after some city matches. And Kyle, if you kind of want to go to the left, you can see the total project amount, project total. And then, just go up. There's so many, you can shrink that maybe and get it to the zero matches. I'm not sure. But so many of these are zero match. Blue Cross Blue Shield, the rural, the community based, Firehouse Subs, the Lone Star is huge. Working with them right now. At the very top, the AFG, I think it's a 5% match, but a FEMA 5% match. And pretty much everything that we have put in applications for is on every department's CIP or ARPA fund. And even with our catalytic converter the other night, it pretty much knocked out a lot, which I know we were budgeting for tasers. And when I was able to get the tasers in there, that was able to relieve $155,600. So anyways, so that's where we are with it. It's a slow process. It's not overnight, but when you're looking at the bottom whole number, you're looking at years of
Yeah.
spread out. I hope that makes sense.
It does. We just really need, so just really quickly, Ms. Alice.
Yes.
You don't necessarily have any knowledge for any grant matches as it relates to the GLO grants, yes or no?
On the wastewater treatment plant stuff.
Yes.
And it is a constant work in action as they come up. Okay, Texas Water Development Board has stuff. And so, yes, we are constantly looking. And while there may not be available right now, I have this huge spreadsheet to look out because fall will be our next rollout. So
Yeah,
we
no,
will,
No, what
we
I'm
will find
asking,
stuff.
no, Ms. Alice. Ms. Alice,
Yes, sir.
what I'm asking is, you are only speaking to us about grants that you have been involved in. You are not speaking with us about grant matches to grants that we have been awarded in by GLO or other sources that you are not associated with.
If you go to the awarded tab at the bottom, how I do pretty much keep up with everything that's going on. I may not have written it, but yes, we are actively searching for match grants. Even, I mean, any of them that don't have, we look for it. Now, some grants will offset saying you
Alice.
cannot commingle funds. But
Alice, this is
yes,
Caesar.
we
Let
are.
me try to help answer Mayor's question. So Kyle, thank you for having this sheet up. If you see where it says, go to where it says the match, scroll to the left, please. Thanks for freezing it. That makes it easier. Okay. Right there. Stop right there. Where it says city share. Those are the amounts that are listed in that column, right? As we go all the way down, those are the amounts of matches. Now, if you go up just a little bit, Kyle, just a little bit right there, where it says GLO, to answer Mayor's question. See those that are right there listed on row 17. Can you highlight row 17 there, the 489.04? That row that's right there, that $480,000, that's one of the GLO matches, Mayor, that you asked about.
What's due? So I guess now that we're here, what grant matches are due from every grant, whether it be GLO, right? Or whether it be police? We just need to know this year what grant matches are due and what funds, utility versus general, would they be coming from?
Correct. And so to kind of better clarify that, now that you're saying that, you gave me an idea of how to clean this sheet up even more to make it clearer for the future. Right there where it says anything that has to do with GLO, there on the side, that 480, scroll to the right just a little bit, Kyle. Just so that it's kind of covered up there. It's cell E, so just scroll a little bit. You don't have to highlight it, just, there you go, right there. That 489.04. And right below that, that 74,181.45. Those two amounts would come from utilities. If, it's a big if we finish any portion of those projects in FY25. We are not scheduled to finish the big one, wastewater treatment plant, more than likely until FY26.
Okay.
So that big 480. However, when you do, scroll over to the right just a little bit more, Kyle. You authorized us and we seeked approval to use potential ARPA funds for that match. That was sought, that was approved, and you ratified that.
Okay.
Okay. So let me go back down 2 lines more where it says the 74,181. That's for the manhole project. Okay. And Rick, correct me if I'm wrong. That project is the one you're currently doing now, and that one is set to finish in 2025, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that 74,181.45 would come out of this next fiscal year's budget. You also asked us to seek approval to make sure we could use ARPA funds to cover some of that match. That was approved. So that 74,181.45, to answer your question, will technically come out of FY25. However, at present time, you have that allocated to come out of ARPA. Okay. All right. Scroll upward just a little bit. I'm going to go one line by line, right? All the way to the top, make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay. The 26,016.75, $26,000. that was already paid for completely, if I'm wrong. Rick, you've already sent payment for that. That was for the design and planning of the boat ramp. It's already been paid for. Okay?
But that-
However,
that's not coming in, that's not this year.
that's not this year.
Okay.
But even if it were, it was paid for out of park CIP funds.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
All right, go down. The construction of the boat ramp that you recently approved the bid for, so we can get started.
Is that, limit
That
this to
will
fiscal?
come out.
There you
That
go.
will
Let's-
come out of this fiscal year. Okay?
Is
It
that
will-
100,000?
It was just there. Where to go? Up one more, I think. Right there. That 156,825
Okay,
should, if construction finishes in FY 25, barring no delays, it should come out of FY 25. However, you approved for that to come out of the park CIP fund. Okay, keep going down. We're gonna go line by line. That $100,000 right there, and just right there where it says the game time. Those were the 3 playgrounds that you authorized the grant that we got, that we approved, that we attained that grant. The match was roughly $100,000. I will have to be remiss. I have to check because I'm sure it's not exactly 100. It might have been 101, whatever the case is. However, that came out of park CIP. And correct me if I'm wrong, Rick, that has been paid. The parks playgrounds, the ones that we got, that we brought to council, that we approved, the playgrounds are put in, the projects are closed.
Yes, so why we're speaking about that, I'll just clarify.
well, wait.
Wait, hold on.
Here's the issue, here's the issue, Mr. Garcia. Listen. We need to know about the year the fiscal year that we're coming into.
I
Not
want
the
to
one here.
clarify, if it hasn't been paid and we don't get it paid before the end of the year, it may fall into next year's funds.
Okay,
That's what I was trying to clarify.
Right,
So we've closed that project out.
I mean, so once again, if we're dealing with the CIP Park Fund, that's a separate fund, it's Fund
We
66.
just,
right?
if you could just help me out here for the sake of time, I think I know where Mayor's going.
Okay,
Has that project been finished?
it's finished,
Have we paid for it yet?
possibly not out of the correct. fund.
here's what we get into, here's what we
Well,
get
it
into,
is paid.
here's what we get into problems with the people. I asked Ms. Turner, what are the grant match obligations for fiscal year 2024 and 2025? That's part of the problem. Now we started going line by line and everybody started chipping in. How many grant matches do we have to budget for in fiscal year 24 and 25? And how much of that is coming out of the general fund and how much of that is coming out of the utility fund?
Yes,
And
sir.
let's match projects with it.
Yes, sir.
The rest of this is what causes people to get confused.
Mayor,
Hold on a
if I
second,
may.
Elvis, if you don't mind. Mayor, to answer that question, if that project hasn't been paid, it would come out of park CIP and it would come out of this year before we close out this year. We answer the next one, 480, 74,000 has been answered. Go down, stormwater.
Are all of these fiscal year 24, 25, Mr. Garcia?
Yes, sir. There are 24, 25, yes. As of right now, yes. That one that you just scrolled past, the 74, 181, 45.
We just heard that.
I'm
All right.
sorry.
How many, but
I'm
see,
sorry.
so, Mr. Garcia, to expedite this, because this is day 5 for us and nobody up here but Kim. I guess, Kim, you went to work today, right? Kim's the only one made any money today up here from us 5.
Still making money.
Kim's the only one participating in their own money making today because we all up here. So really, how you're showing us things that other things are paying. So as far as the maintenance and operation and the utility fund, are there any monies that we need to budget for grant matches?
Yes, sir.
Not what ARPA's paying for, not what CIP is paying for.
As of right now, the 89,950 is for your stormwater management plan. That is scheduled to come out of the utility fund. That would be a grant match out of the utility fund, 89,950. That's for your stormwater management plan.
Okay.
Right below that, there's the Wisteria Stormwater Project. That is $75,000 that we hope to accomplish this year in upcoming year, I meant obviously, FY 25. That will also come out of the utility fund.
Okay.
Kyle, I think that's it. Could you scroll down just to make sure? all the way down.
There was-
Okay, sorry, right there. That COP 724, 390, as Alice mentioned, will likely not come out of this fiscal year. And I think that's it on the sheet, no? Can you scroll down for me, please, Kyle, make sure there's nothing else? That concludes this year's matches that we will need.
So it's only 164,000 and it's coming out of the utility fund.
As of right now, for things we've been awarded today. Today. However, click on the submitted tab, please, Kyle. There may be other grants that we have submitted for that we may need matches for. But in all, out of respect to anything that we get awarded, I very highly doubt that anything that we've submitted for this year that we may need matches for, right, if we're funded, that we'll be able to complete any of those projects and be required to put a match prior to the end of FY 25. Could you scroll all the way up, Kyle? For the sake. Yes.
That right there, the
Go
yellow,
down, go down.
the yellow, the
Which-
504, what is that? I can't see that.
That is the Safe Streets for All project. That was a grant that was submitted. I believe it was a 75-25 match. That was for all of your streetlights, all your new streetlights, part of your streetlight project.
Okay.
Please scroll upwards, Kyle, I want to make sure I'm being completely accurate because I'm looking at this sheet from up here. COPS grant. We don't know if we'll be funded for that. Basically, Mayor, to my understanding from all this sheet, if we are funded, I don't know that we'll have very, very many matches that will be completed this year.
So,
Except for the
so,
two, it's two, Caesar, just
Which,
the
please correct me.
13,129 for police and the, let's see.
That's
the
the
eight-
bulletproof vest, yes.
And the
That we'd be able to.
48,750, that's a general fund that I.
so
budgeted.
13,000 for a police vest? And
If
what else?
we're funded, yes, sir. And which one's the other one?
48, right above it, 48,750.
Could you scroll up, please, Kyle?
That's general fund.
And what's the 48,750 for?
Miss Alice, can you refresh me on that, the scope of work on that one?
SRT,
That's the SRT one.
Bulletproof
What
vests.
items were specifically listed?
body camera.
That was body cams?
Hey, go to the, Kyle, can you scroll to the left? It would be like column C.
There it is, right
There you
there.
go.
25 body worn cameras. Thank you.
Okay.
If we're funded.
So the match is 13,000.
For the other one, this match, I believe, was 48,000. I think this one's a 50-50.
So the total is 61,879.
61.
And just, if you scroll down
61,879 from the general fund.
a little more, that bulletproof vest right there, go back up, I'm sorry, Kyle. That is when it is also 50-50, but it will get us reimbursed for the 8 previous purchased.
Can you scroll to the right, Kyle?
So we'll at least get 50% of what we've already spent back.
So
On
it's,
8
it's, so to confirm, it's not to exceed the 61.
I do have a question though.
Sure.
The Public Works, Safe Streets for All, the 504,993, it says FY 25.
We should hear back.
We
by
should
no
hear
later than
back.
FY 25. However, we don't foresee the match being in FY 25.
Okay.
So, there are two large matches. The one for the Department of Transportation, which seems like that would, even if council approved that would be a long process.
Yeah, that one's probably 5 years away, man.
So why would so that shouldn't even be up there.
The request was made. This is the sheet that we started working on for everything we've submitted for. We've submitted for it and we haven't heard
Okay.
back yet. So we're using that.
So we
sheet.
shouldn't even be worried about that.
Right now, no,
Okay.
sir.
And then there was another one you said for 500,000, the lights.
That was the Safe Streets for All. That one, the award, it's imminent. It's in the next 3 months. We'll know if we've been.
When
funded
will
or not.
that project be completed though? Is that before the end of the
That's
year?
probably, no, sir.
That will be within this fiscal year
It
or?
more than
outside?
likely will not be.
Okay.
More likely will be 26, maybe even 27 before that.
We're
one's
talking about $164,000, $165,000 roughly for out of utilities and roughly a 62,000 out of general fund.
Repeat that again?
164,950 out of utilities.
Mm-hmm.
That's the drainage and the wisteria.
Okay,
and $61,879 out of the maintenance and operation for police vests and body cams.
correct.
If funded.
If
Yes,
those are
sir.
funded.
Mhm.
So those are the numbers we probably need to budget on
Yes.
both sides to be ready.
Respectfully, yes.
Okay. Anything else for Rick, guys? Lunch is here and so is Mike Rockbach. Mike Rockbach, can we eat lunch? Or do you need us to bring you in? Come on up here, Mike. That means we're gonna deal with you for 5 minutes. 5 hot minutes. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, Mike. I'm teasing you. Welcome. I guess Rick is here as well. This is my item as well. I won't be too long with this. Has nothing to do with the Parks Board other than there has been a confusion and hopefully we can clarify this. Not necessarily with the $2 mandatory donation, the CIP fund.
Correct.
But there's a confusion between the donation fund and the parks line item that the council funds.
Correct.
Right? So there has been discussion on how much does this park fund have? One of those funds, Ms. Turner shared with us, has about $57,000 in it. Is that right? And I saw that sheet and
Your balance fund.
I can't find it. Do you have that sheet?
So it's behind, well, it should have been behind tab
Yeah,
3.
That's correct.
And I lost it.
That's correct.
I got you.
It's $57,000?
Yes, look.
So is that the Thank you, thank you.
I'll make another.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Is that is that the donation?
Give that.
So, so the,
our financials, I mean, she might have found, uncovered some money that we're not aware of, but we have our park meeting tonight, and our donation fund, according to their financials, is 16,000 and some change.
So what is this 58,000, Ms. Turner?
I have Holly here. She is the oversight person.
Hey,
for
hey,
the
hey,
parks.
Ms. Holly.
So, she'll provide some information.
So, Ms. Holly, one of the things we've been trying to get our heads around is the two differences between the funds because it's causing all sorts of problems with Parks Board. One fund was set up so that any of our water customers, if they choose to, could voluntarily donate to the parks fund, the volunteer parks fund, voluntary donation fund. And then there was a line item that historically the council provided resources for, usually around $30,000. Sometimes it might have been 60. And so I think we've gotten those two lines crossed somehow. So we need to understand what those two what's in the donation fund, as well as what was expended by the Parks Board this past fiscal year and what funds did those monies come from. So we need a line item of everything that was expended and a source from which they came. Mr. Seiler.
all right, so I know this has been complicated, and I've worked with Susie on this quite a bit, but the 81 fund is the Parks Improvement Fund. That has basically been considered a discretionary fund for the Parks Board. The revenue into the 81 fund comes from the $2 donation fund. There's not a separate fund. When people donate money on their utility bill, it gets split between the Parks Board and KLMB.
Okay.
Okay, so $2, $1 goes here, $1 goes there.
Where's the park dollar go?
So the park dollar goes into the 81 fund. So for
The
this,
same fund that's collecting the $2 donations?
no.
Okay,
The
go ahead.
$2 donation fund is Fund 66.
Gotcha. Go
That's a
ahead.
mandatory fee, right? That's a
Yeah.
fee.
Is it going in the same fund that council is also funding, is what you're trying to say?
Yes,
Oh.
well, let me finish. To a point, yes. So what happens is historically, like right now in FY 24, council didn't approve any expenditures out of the 66 fund. I have no authority to spend any money out of the 66 fund. We've spent some money out of the 66 fund because we came to council with projects, specifically with recommendations to fund those projects out of the 66 fund, which is the CIP fund. That is the $2 fee, okay, mandatory fee. Council, through their budget process, sets a budget for the Parks Board to expend money out of the 81 fund. That's an approved budget that you all approve, the council approves.
So there's only two, a 66 and an 81.
That's correct, sir.
Let me,
Hold on, Mike. Let me try to, I'll let you in.
I clarify this.
For accounting purposes, let me preface it by that, Mike. And so for accounting purposes, there is only one fund 81.
There's only one fund 80, yes, sir. Go ahead, ask finance.
So let me,
Let finance get in, Mike.
So there's a fund 81 and a fund 86. I mean, a 66 and an 81. So there's two funds.
Only two.
Yes.
Only two. No, not three. Hold up, Mike. Only two. In your eyes, there are only two. In Rick's eyes, there are only two. These two are funded. 66 is funded by the mandatory $2 fee. 81 is funded two ways, by the dollar donation and the city council. Is that safe to say?
Yes.
Okay. That's what you're trying to say, Rick?
That is
Yes.
correct.
Okay.
City council can put money into the.
In the
81
same,
fund
it's
if
going the
you-
same fund.
You have to approve the budget. City council has to approve that expenditure budget in the 81 fund. And historically, that fund has about a $30,000 expenditure, which is really more than what is bringing in from donations.
Right.
So you can bring money out of the general fund besides the donation fund. If you want to drop an extra $20,000 in there, that's a city council decision, but that money would have to come out of the general fund
Sure.
to drop into the 81 fund.
Sure. But it's but donations and the council are funding this 181. This
Yes, sir.
181 pot. Go ahead, Mike.
So that's been in confusion ever since this new administration. And JB cleared it up the other day when he brought up there's Fund 81, but it's split into two. He showed it up on the screen. They're like Fund 81.123, another one's Fund 81.345. That's where the confusion is. One of those Fund 81s is a donation fund. One of the Fund 81s is the budgeted council funds we get every year.
So in the Fund 81 that is council and donation funded, there is $58,383 in that fund.
Not by my financials.
And that statement right there is.
Because that's what you say here. Well, not you, Ms. Turner, but that's what the 3-year fund balance says, that Parks Fund has a fund balance of 58. Estimated fiscal year 23 ending balance is 58,383.
That would probably be true. I'm showing as of June of 24, the fund balance was 41,000.
Would y'all say, would it be safe to say that this 58 is that Fund 81? Okay. All right. So now we know that Fund 81 is being funded not only by donations, but the council has to put money in there also. Doesn't matter to me.
Yes.
We're just trying to get it right. So now you have brought your board has brought several requests this year for improvements, repairs, things of that nature, whatever the case may be. So now we know that we have available monies to fund that line, is all I'm trying to say. There's $58,000. And so we can work with you guys to get a lot of those things done. Because at one point you were told you were
So
overdrafted, right?
That's what I'm asking finance to clarify it, because our financials show we were only budgeted 10,000. Excuse me. The correct, it was 10. It was applied 30,000 last year. The request was 30. And then in your final upgraded book, that request was reduced to 10. So we started off here Our fund was told we only had 30. Start off the year's track, Miss Shirley keeps a good deal, and I got the copies in here. It showed 30, and it's like a checking account. Every time we spent something, it was reduced. Now, that's on the 30 that council approves, because that's the fund that's comes from general funds, okay? And it's always a use it or lose it fund, budgetary item. So then halfway through the year, they realized that was a mistake, that the actual awarded money was just 10,000. So at that point, when we were notified about it, we had already spent $27,000. So on the paperwork we had, we're 17,000 on the draw.
Okay. So what we need to do is we need to find, Ms. Turner needs to, and her team, not just Ms. Turner. We know that the end of the year is projected to be $58,000. We know that. So we need to, well, I mean, according to, doesn't matter what you and I think, according to them, right? That's good news, because guess what? If you are 17,000 overdraft and they're saying that this fund has a projected end balance of 58,000, that means that you're not actually technically overdraft, because what's happening is, what Rick is saying is important. Council does not necessarily give you a budget per se, as much as we fund projects. We fund the shortfall for projects that are approved by the council. Council says, go buy 5 big wheels, right? You say it costs $10. The donation fund only gives $3. Council then adds $7, right? So we're always adding to based on what we approve for you all to do in improvements. Yes, sir.
So I'm looking at the budget, and I'm looking at Fund 81. So what council actually does, sir, is during this budget session, you approve expenditure line item, which is 81-2011 for X amount of money. Typically, that's been $30,000.
Based on the donations. It's always augmenting.
Based on whatever number you want to do.
No. Listen to what I'm saying, guys. Listen, let's not confuse it anymore. You come to the council, Mike, with projects worth $45,000. We have a line item that says the trend is that fund, the donation portion of that fund trends at 12,000. Council will try to add, and it may be 30,000 every year. We try to add enough money to augment what we approve for you all to do. That's what's happening up here. I don't know what happens when it gets down there.
So
that's where the
Big mix up.
To me, it has to do with authority, right? So once you approve a budget, in this year's budget for 81 expenditures was $10,000. Mr. Bach is correct. We didn't catch that because it's normally been 30. Right now, through the end of June, the expenditures is $34,000. So they're $24,000 in the red. I had a conversation with Ms. Turner previously that the way to fix that is we have to do a budget amendment that council would approve to increase the budget amount from 10,000. This year, we need to go to almost 40 because they've already expended $34,000 because you don't want to go negative. Because that's an approval that you all give ahead of time. So the Parks Board doesn't come to you and say, we want to buy 6 park benches. That never happens because they have this budget that you've already approved. So it's discretionary on Mr. Bach and his board that if they want to buy bike racks for the parks, they do that. That's why it's we've already referred to as discretionary. They're doing park improvements based on their thought process. They're not spending huge sums of money. It's an approved budget that council has already approved for park.
And that's not the way it should work.
Well, that's the way it is working, but
The way it should work, now that we're all learning together, is that the Parks Board should get together and decide during their own budget process on priorities for the upcoming year, whether it be new benches or new, whatever the case may be, right? And then they should come to us. That's why the Parks Board has time they spend
Advisory board.
in budget. Well, that's why they come to budget workshop, because they're supposed to be coming to say, council, these are the recommendations that we believe are important to improve the parks this year. Council can say yes or no, and when we do, or at whatever level, when we do, that's us actually approving and directing the city manager to work with them to get these improvements done. But we shouldn't just be blanket approving 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. Historically, there was a dialogue. We need to get these things done, and it's going to cost us about this amount of money. Well, how much is in the donation fund? How much are we getting these days? That's the way that it should work. That's the way it worked at certain portions of this. I've been here a long time. That's the way it worked at certain. Now, I'm not saying that that's the way it's working now, but we need to fix it. But you all should have priorities with a price tag, and then we should vote on how we want to fund those.
Mayor, I have one correction. I'm sorry.
You keep going back to the donation fund, okay? Again, that's a separate line item, Fund 81. That's money that's only accrued by our half of the donation fund that's split between us and KLMB, okay? That's what we call discretionary fund. And then, because there's, Rick and I have kind of argued before and clarity, and it wasn't until JB brought it up. So is there?
Listen, there can be, Mike,
Okay.
there can be no fund spent by the city of Lamar that is not expressly approved by council action. Can't happen.
Okay.
I don't care if they donating pennies into the let's clean the sidewalk with a toothbrush fund. We still have to, even though it's donation, we have to consider that and we have to direct that. And what I'm telling you is the way it should work, your priorities may reach $45,000 this year. And Ms. Turner may say, Mayor and Council, we've been averaging about $10,000 in donations. What we have to do, according to charter, right, and according to the law, is we have to then take, okay, well, we believe we're gonna get $10,000. They want 40. Let's put 10 toward that 40, and then council can say with taxpayer money, and then let's augment the other 10 with 30 from the taxpayer. But we can't have a donation fund that is a discretionary fund. We have to give you some sort of direction in that fund.
So I got you. So let me just, for instance, I understand what you're saying, but again, I got the finances to say otherwise. Okay. They're
Sure.
tracked two different ways. I'm not,
I understand.
for one thing I'm trying to clear, I'm not talking about that $2 mandatory fee at all. That's not even a picture. We understand how that works. It's just the direction and the confusion on this Fund 81. So for instance, the donation fund, right now it's bringing in less than $7,000 a year. Okay. We spend it on just a variety of stuff like promotional stuff, and then all the different activities like the parade, the kids thing over here at the library, candy and stuff. So you're saying you want me to come back to you to spend, approve
No, I won't.
$50 for
No,
candy or
no,
what?
what I'm saying is when you come up here in the budget workshop, when you visited with us last time, you should have had that right there already printed out. Council, you already know that we are going to buy a bunch of candy for
Okay,
children.
okay.
This is part of what we're doing. It's $40,000 worth of what we're doing. We're buying badges, we're buying crickets, we're buying sea turtles, we're buying
Yeah.
whatever you're
Right.
buying, right?
Yes, sir. I understand what you're saying.
And
but-
then the council can approve that and add to it, Mike.
Okay. But again, to try to clarify where historically these accounts have been tracked separately, even in our monthly
That's
finances
probably
are
true.
tracked separately.
I'm sure that.
Okay. I'm gonna call that, cause I always called it Fund 81. The donation fee was Fund 81. Okay. That was little minor stuff. Parks Fund, which is listed on our financials, is the money that we get annually from council, and it varies. So, but what I'm saying to prove a point to you is the Fund 81, if you gave me 30,000 or even 10,000 this year, because we know now it's correct 10, show me where that 10,000 was added to that fund. You won't find it.
Sure.
And that's what I'm
that may
trying
be
to
true,
get
yeah.
clarified here. There was never a positive added.
Yeah.
It's just track, you know.
That may
only
be
thing
true.
positive-
Yeah, yeah.
And that's why I'm trying to show you proof is where they're tracked separately. They might be the same fund, but according to what JV had posted, it's Fund 81 with different numbers.
And they probably should be tracked separately because one of them is a donation and the other one is taxpayer dollars. And it should be, but it's gonna end up in the same place and it's gonna be dispersed for the same cause, right? That's what I'm trying. So for example, we got two funds, more than two, but just for our example, we got two funds. We have property tax fund. All of those monies are property tax, but we also got fines and forfeitures and fees. All those monies are fines, forfeitures, and fees. They're all coming into the general fund and we're using them on various sources. So you got two streams of revenue, but you're still using it for one purpose. Thank you, Mr. Ross. And that's the improvement of the parks.
Again, the way it's tracked, historically been tracked all the way up right now. It's in two separate funds. The annual money that we would get from,
Mm-hmm. I see.
council. That was strictly used for CIP fund, even though it's not that fund, but previously, all the way up to now, it was a small park.
Yeah.
Physical stuff that went in the park. That was mounted, whatever. Physical stuff in the park.
That's what taxpayers paid for.
Yes. The donation fund was, like I say, promotional stuff.
A discretionary fund.
Yeah.
A slush fund. You had a slush fund, Mike?
I don't, it's going off that can, but so again, what I keep saying is they're tracked separately. Last year, now, let me, last year, we had that fund was $58,000. 40.
Yeah, I'm having fun with you, Mike, but I hear you. I hear you.
There, I believe there was a miscommunication between staff and you about that. So
Yeah.
here we go. We got a fund that's got whatever, $50,000. It did show up last year that we had a budget of 30,000 spending. Tell me why it makes sense to budget a fund to spend 30,000 when that fund only brings in 7,000.
Because city council can drop money into that fund.
Right.
So the reason there wasn't is for multiple years, and you and I talked about this, there was no expenditures out of that fund. There was multiple years, 2019, 2018, there was like $2,000 spent out of it. So we were bringing in $7,000 to $10,000 in donations.
Yeah.
So the fund was building up revenue, but there was no expenses being expensed out of it.
Not taxpayer dollars, but you're talking about the fund was building up donation revenue,
Right. And
which can be carried over.
And that's clearly in the fund. So I think where Mike gets confused, Mr. Bach gets confused, is we share the revenue fund sheet with the Parks Board and KLM&B. So it shows the revenues coming in every month, and it shows $1 going here to the Parks Board and $1 going there. That's just the revenue aspect. The Fund 81 that I'm looking at that's in STW that finance works on, and there's only one fund, 81.
Yeah.
Shows the revenues for this year, and this was at the end of June, was $5,396. There's revenues that came in from donations. So it was double that because the other dollar went to the KLM&B. So $11,000 came in through donations, 5,000 went this way, 5,000 went that way, right?
Yeah.
So, and it clearly shows that. And then it shows the $10,000 approved budget by city council for expenditures.
Yeah.
It's not hard. It's clearly seen in what I'm looking at.
So look, and that's so at the end of the day, Mike, I'm having fun with you, but I get what you're saying, that the donations we use, you all were able to use that at your discretion. Nobody's suggesting that you can't do that. What we are suggesting is what the council needs is to be able to approve a budget. And if you know that there are $500, $600, $700 that you use to buy water, then just delineate that. Right? If you have plans for the donations portions of that money, that's okay. But you have to submit that as a plan to us. Now, you don't have to say, we're gonna buy 5 cases of water. You may say, well, we're gonna spend $500 on refreshments. Okay, at least we have an idea, right? And then when you purchase, and Miss Turner does the work, we'll be able to see that you did exactly what you said. So while you're trying to say that there has been flexibility with the donation portion of the fund, which I understand, what we're saying is we still need basic parameters of what those monies will be expended on, even if, you have to be flexible with those monies because of how fluid the work of the Parks Board is. That's fine. We still need a plan.
That, proposal was timely presented the other day to me.
Yes.
I went back, we filled in some blanks, and that proposal was broke down that way. The donation fund, the minor, I'm gonna call it.
There you go.
Fund, and then it had the, big.
The $2, because we need to budget, Mr. Garcia, to Mr. Silas' point, Fund 66, 50% of that, which is about $70,000, needs to be budgeted for parks maintenance.
So let me ask, that's, you brought the point up. I was just in the back room and Gus. Miss Hobby called me yesterday. We had a good constructive conversation about moving forward. She brought up exactly what you're saying, but that's not in the ordinance. It's not wrote down. I even asked Gus to show me, and it's not wrote down. She also said, mentioned in the original plan was to withhold $3 million to go towards the parks master fund. Well, you realize right now we're currently bringing in 160,000. That would take us 18 years to get to 3 million.
Well, Mike, that's why we split it. That's why we.
No. So, no, I'm talking about if you didn't even split it, divide 3 million by 160,000, you're close to 18 years. That's something she worked on a project with team. And that's what she told me, that the plan was to reserve $3 million for Parks Master Plan. That if you're only bringing in 160,000 a year, it's close to 18 years to hit that benchmark. The other point she brought up was what you just mentioned about only allowing between the parks and public works, parks, whatever parks want and maintenance, half that. So currently half of 160 is 80,000. She's saying if any of our expenditures, even like the parks grant that Ms. Hassey's going for, we brought it to y'all for approval. That's 375,000. So again, I asked Gus to show me where it said that in that ordinance, and it's not there.
Mayor Pro Tem just read that ordinance, I believe, last week.
I have it right
Yeah.
here, sir. I'll read it again. So this is the last paragraph out of the ordinance for park-wide park user fees. And it says funds from the parks improvement line item may be budgeted directly by the city council for park construction, renovation, and or maintenance, and may be set aside with council approval for payment of bonds issued for park projects.
And or maintenance, Mike.
Yeah, no, and I'm not saying it, but what you said is half of it. What Amanda told me, half to go to everything he just said.
It doesn't.
The
say-
council can choose with
Yeah, ma'am.
whatever those donations, whatever those payments are, the council can choose to save it all. The council can choose to disperse it 95/5. We can choose to do whatever. Councils prior to us, Mike, prior to this one, chose 50% going back toward grant matches, 50% making an impact on park maintenance every year. And this council has, it sounds like this council will continue
So,
with that.
and I'm good with that, and I totally understand what you're saying, but in the ordinance, it don't say 50%. We're going with total 50%. and y'all
We're
work with that.
past that, Mike.
Okay,
Forget about.
council said it.
Don't, we
okay.
never
The-
said that.
Yeah, the
I just
council,
make sure we go by
the ordinance provides the council with the leeway to say that. We can decide how, at what ratio those funds are expended. So long as it's within the overall overarching ordinance. Within there, we can say 50-50, 30-70, 199, 0-100. The council has that power. And we're choosing to say 50 go back toward grant matches for future grants, and 50 will be used to maintain the parks in 2024, 2025. Mayor Pro Tem.
Ms. Turner, let's go back to this. This Parks Fund, as the donation fund as well too, for simplicity purposes and for financial transparency purposes, I personally have a preference that, as other cities do, to carry those as special revenue funds. Okay, so then we can see, for example, this $2 contribution. That's our parks maintenance. It's really parks maintenance and whatever the history fund. It says it. It says right there, right? That's the fund highlight. The purpose of the fund is, and insert that language, right? And then we list, which we haven't been doing a very good job of, by the way. We forgot about the maintenance side, is we go ahead and carry over our balance, bring over our carryover balance, because we here need to understand that that's not part of the general fund. And it appears to be part of the general fund right now, but it's not. It's not. That's a special revenue item. Carry that over separately. And in that category, then we start paying things that need to be paid from that fund. There is the grant matches would be one item. Okay, and then as a subsection, you would be showing which grants is the match for, 10% for this, or the boat ramp, or whatever the case may be, right? So you list them, and we're constantly updated and made aware of that on that side. The other thing that within this fund, and read the purposes again, maintenance is very, very wide.
It says for park construction, renovation, and or maintenance.
Okay, and or maintenance. And that and or maintenance side is a big category. But for me, when I hear maintenance, that can conceivably mean the equipment that's necessary for the parks, right? Those tractor, or you talked about the lawnmowers you were talking about. But for our parks, I think you mentioned it, it's one of those bigger tractor mowers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing I would think I can point out maybe that I believe, trying to check the date of this order, yes, 2019. So the parks fund didn't exist when they created this. So we created a parks fund again in 2022 fiscal year, 2023 fiscal year. So within the parks fund, which is funded by general fund, is a maintenance line item. That originally I put $10,000, and this last year we put 20, and I think this next year 25, I might have 25,000. So we've been increasing the maintenance of the parks. It also has a line item for equipment maintenance. It has a line item for truck maintenance. It's got a line item for employees, staff, operating supplies. It's like any other type of budget. The parks fund should, based on your discretion, be able to maintain the parks. So when you corrected me the other day, rightfully so, because that came from Susie, I guess, the 66 fund, the CIP fund, was originally, at least based on my thought, was for large capital projects for the parks. When we're spending $100,000 or $200,000, it ain't for a $100 park bench. Okay, we can buy a park bench. If we're replacing a park bench, we can do it out of the Parks Fund, or we can do it out of the 81 fund. Which the 81 fund is this other park improvement fund. It doesn't carry as much money as the CIP fund, which is the 66 fund. To your point, sir, they are separate funds. They are special funds within the budget. The 81 fund is a special fund. It has its own revenues. It's got its own expenses. 66 is the same way. It's got its own revenues and it's got its own expenses. And Ms. Turner can track both those funds and share that with council very easily. So it's not like we don't have it.
No, Rick, because I'm not explaining myself.
Okay.
From an accounting side,
Mm-hmm.
all of this is considered general fund right now. Correct, Ms. Turner?
Not necessarily.
You got it. That's,
No.
and that's actually, that's my point.
Mhm.
It's all confusing. That's the point. I guess that's what it's all confusing. How do you clean this up? You clean this up by taking the $2 and that's now becomes a restricted fund.
It is.
It's a restricted fund.
It is.
It stands on its own,
It does.
just like ultimately our utility enterprise operation stands on its own.
Yeah. 66 fund is on its own.
On its own. So, and our task, if it stands on its own, is to say, okay, in our budget, we're going to clean this up so we don't have all this confusion, and say that from the general fund, the general fund, the council, as it passes its budget, is going to contribute X amount of dollars to that operation. Okay, and that becomes the park's operations. It's clean. We're not going, oh, I've got it out of here. I've got it out of here. And then a separate fund, restricted once again, restricted, is the voluntary donation.
Yeah.
And that should be listed, one for the parks, and one for Keep Lamarck Beautiful.
It is.
But it's not. You're seeing it. We're talking about, but we're not seeing that. It's all together here.
I
Okay,
guess I presume it's in the budget book, but I'm just saying the 81 fund is a separate fund. I'm just trying to clarify stuff for everybody, that the 66 fund is a separate fund. Nobody touches that fund. I don't take any money out.
We get it. Let's bring this.
Tried to clarify.
Yeah, let's let James in, and then we're gonna, I think it's probably time for lunch. Yeah.
So I'm looking at the 3-year budget sheet, last year's approved budget book, and what's here in our budget book. This says there's 58,383, the 3-year sheet, right? Last year's budget book says that it should be negative in the Parks Fund by reading there, right? It very negative. And then
What fund number is that? you're
that's
looking at?
page 143,
What fund number?
81.
81, okay.
Yeah, very negative. Page 143 in this budget book. And then here it says FY 23 actual was $27,000 left over. 24, it looks like it's gonna be 18,025. So I just want to know exactly how much money is in this fund. And that,
While she's looking at it, let me add something else. When she said Fund 81, so the reason why I keep saying 3 different funds, because Fund 66, we know what it is.
right,
That's not budgetary. Fund 81 that I'm used to was the donation funds, so that's not budgetary. The funds, park fund, I'm gonna call it, 'cause that's what I was used to calling it for many years. That was our annual fund from city council. Being that was a budgetary item, it was always use it or lose it. That's the way it's explained to it. If we didn't spend it all, the remaining balance went back into the city's.
Yeah.
funds. Okay, so
Right.
now what that means. Combining them two, and you're putting money in.
We're not gonna even do that, Mike. We get, you know what we're gonna do? You know what we're gonna do, Mike? We're gonna do away with 81. We're gonna, no, and I'm being, and here's the deal. 81 is gonna end up being a donation fund only because Mayor Pro Tem just outlined the way that, and I agree with him. I'm gonna support that. This new fund 66, we know that council has the discretion to use those monies to maintain or upgrade the parks. So according to Mayor Pro Tem's plan, if I heard it correctly, then we have two funds now. We have a Fund 81, which is dollar donations that are voluntary. We're still gonna budget those, Mike. And we have a Fund 66 who are $2, right? Mandatory. And we're going to take those monies, half of those monies, and the council is going to budget based on council's, feel the needs we feel the parks have, based on the priorities that you have. If it's 160,000 that we raised in that fund, we're going to budget 80,000 this year for the maintenance operations of that park. We're going to look at that dollar donation fund, and we're going to see what you all want to do with it. We're going to validate that, approve it, ratify it, or whatever we're going to do with it. And then you're going to have two pots of money. One will be the dollar donation, and I don't mean you, I mean the parks. One will be the dollar donation, and the other one will come from Fund 66. You all have given us your priorities. The council, when we expend those resources, we're going to approve those priorities line by line. Some will get approved, some won't. So we're going to simplify it. We get it. 81 used to be two funds, should have been tracked separate. Now, because that's such a dilemma, the council is going to take away that 81 and only have 81 voluntary and 66 mandatory. That's how we're going to do it. That's what you said, right,
Yeah,
Mayor
no,
Pro Tem?
sure.
Okay.
And just to interject, and if necessary, the council may decide that we're going to make a donation from our budget discussions to the voluntary fund. You understand?
Yeah.
That's where, so we basically have two funds.
And I'm clear with that. I just have one question for the end. The previous fund that's supplied by council, budget fund, was used to lose, okay? We try very hard every year to spend every cent. My question is, Ms. Turner, is if we got a fund that's got $58,000 in it.
Under this scenario, Mike, there will be, it's a special fund, special revenue fund. It carries over.
So the fund you're talking about is 58,000, it's a special revenue fund?
Yeah.
We've been telling you that for the last 7 hours, Mike.
Never goes away.
I've been. Sorry, I'm old school.
Right.
Whereas annually,
Yeah.
which we got it this year, we got 30, for this budget year is 30,000. And so obviously you see by this sheet here, we were tracking to spend it. And then, things got all confused. So the only reason why I'm asking now is this fund 80, I don't know, I'm not gonna call nothing, but that fund, when she's talking about 58,000. Is any of that budget related? Cause I need to go back to the park, say, hey, we got whatever, 20, 15, $30,000 that we need to spend.
We're gonna, I would say, and then I'll let Mayor Pro Tem go. We're gonna give Ms. Turner a chance to eat lunch. And then she's gonna tell us exactly how many of those dollars in that fund are donation, and then you can definitely get with your board. And Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to add something?
Yeah, that's
That's
exactly, we
I actually have a question for the mayor pro tem. Are we going to do the same as we just did with the Parks Board for the Keep Lamarck Beautiful Commission?
that's the intent in my mind.
Okay.
Same thing.
That I just, because I want to be able to go back and say we have this, because We were talking about
And does.
coordinating together to do murals at
Right.
the library and stuff like that.
I'm just asking you guys, doesn't that bring us simplicity?
Yeah, we're gonna work that out. We got a question from, we got one more question, and then seriously, ladies and gentlemen, we really do need a break for lunch. I believe we have an online question. Is that right, Kyle? Hello, sir.
Yeah, I think my question.
Name and address.
This is Rashard Loftus, and I don't have a location. I'm driving.
That's fine.
Uh,
That's fine.
So I believe my question was just answered because I was going to ask that same question. Was this going to apply for KLMBC? And thank you, Mr. Ross, for stepping in and being a part of that for KLMBC and asking that question. So yeah, the other question I have is, does a member of KLMBC need to show up today, or you all kind of already know what y'all thinking? What are you gonna do? Are we gonna get that 50,000? I was asking about.
Well,
So
we Mr. Loftus, we have police and fire up next, and that's probably police, fire, and just internal discussions on budget is probably gonna take the rest of this day. But definitely, we have added at least one more day. It's probably gonna be more than one as we find ourselves deep in this budget. We've added Monday. We'll continue to have budget workshops, and probably one more day next week at least.
Okay.
So if not today, we'll see you next week.
yeah, and that's fine, and I'm not pressing it because I think we kind of in line with the Parks Board as far as how the money is, divvied up and brought in. So I'm listening. I'm paying attention to what y'all doing, and that was a question that I had, and Mr. Ross stepped right in on time and asked. So yeah, I'm good with that.
Very good, very good. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
And Mayor, at some point, we're gonna have to look at addressing this park surcharge receivable. There's $43,000 that's out there. I would assume that when disconnections happen, with water, we lose that money and it's sitting on our books as a receivable. Will we ever get it? We don't know.
Okay. Sounds like a question for Gus. And an answer after lunch. Let me say this to you. Let's say this just to clean this up. If Mr. Loftus, if you're listening, Mike, if you're listening, I don't want to blow your mind, Mike, and I don't want to talk another 3 hours on this one. Parks Board's second account is an account called account 66, and it is a mandatory. That's how we're going to maintain those parks. There is no such mechanism for KLMBC. So the council will have to budget at some point, whether it's $5 or 5,000 or whatever the council, we will have to budget out of M&O to augment their portion of the donation fund. So if you see that, Mike, that's why. Okay. Secondly, as we as we move toward lunch and all, we kid to try to ease the moment. But I believe, Ms. Turner, I believe, Mr. Garcia, we are so far in the weeds on these numbers. We are going to have to go back to a zero balance, zero based budget process. And I want y'all to start that now. I think we need to start over. I think that you all need to, while we are still inquiring with departments, I think that you all need to go back to last year's funding levels and really look at these fiscal year 24 estimates. And I think that you all need to start there. What were last year's funding levels? What are our estimates? And that's the base, right? That's the base. We need to see that base. And then if you have that base, you can say, on top of that, we also anticipate having these increases, whether it be salary increases because of collective bargaining, whether it be fuel increases, whether it be, and I know we don't have any, but health insurance increases, right? Whether it be material increases. So show us the balance, show us how the world has increased those, right? And then on top of that, we'll get to a wish list. Zero-based budgeting is what we need to do. I know you're familiar with it, Ms. Turner. I don't know if we use that this time or not, but at this point, I'm recommending as mayor, we start over. Zero-based budgeting. What do we spend? What are the factors that are causing things to go up? Cost of living increases or things like that. Incidentally, Mr. Garcia, everyone wants a raise. We all do. But in the future, when we are in a budget season that is as contentious and as lacking in resource as this one is, that's one of those things we want to put out here. That's one of those things that as a city manager, you would love to let your council add that back in, right? That's the way you want to do that. If you add it in, you potentially cause a problem. If you show that the staff does not have one and council adds it in, now council has to pay for it. Now the people are giving the staff a raise, not you. Let the people give staff raises, not you, right? That's just a little tidbit, my years of doing this. But we need to go back to zero balance. And I think that I'd like to look at some renewed numbers on all of these departments because I don't know, again, Monday, we're gonna have to decide on a tax rate. So perhaps as we relook at these numbers, we might be in a different situation. So let's let's break for lunch. Did you have some parting things that you wanted to? Let's break for lunch. It's been a full morning. Thank you all for your participation. Mike, thank you for going out of your way to come and talk to us, man.
Right. Sorry.
I had fun with you, man, but that's because I missed you. Let's break for lunch. We'll be back at 2:30.
Yes, sir. I forgot to mention to you this morning. Can you call the fire extinguisher people and have them come to the shop? We need to get those fire extinguishers recertified. They all expired. Okay, will do. Okay. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
No, I told her. Caitlin's out. Good on our vacation. So I told her, hey,
You know, I'm thinking about something while I'm here. I need to talk to Joel, but there's a part I need.
But yeah, let me follow up
Go ahead.
on that, and like I said, if you don't hear back from me here and there.
I don't know exactly which mower. It's a Skag. It's a cheetah. No, it's not the cheetah. What mowers do y'all have?
They have
Cheetah,
the turf tiger, the tiger cat,
Tiger Cat.
tiger cat.
I think, yeah, the one I drive is a Tiger Cat.
What size is it? 61, 48, 52.
It's a 52. I believe it's a 52. What the problem I'm having is the battery keeps going down, and I need to find out what part that would keep.
Charge the battery up.
Yeah.
Regulator.
Is
Heater maybe.
Is the regulator the little thing that goes right, the little square thing that goes on the side of the engine?
Right.
I think that's where I'd like to start.
Yeah, if you want to go ask Walter, I know he's more knowledgeable about
Yeah.
that. He might tell you where to start looking at.
Okay. Look that up and let me ask him real quick, because that battery, I know it ain't the battery because we've charged it. It holds a charge, and then I'll mow on it, and then click, click, click. After it runs a while, it's just down again. So I'm thinking it's not holding it. That
Something's not.
the regulator or the stator is like the alternator on a car, right?
Correct,
Basically.
yes.
Okay, let me ask him real quick.
You bought the parts store? No, I called it yesterday because it's been up here since it's built, you know? And I'm going,
Good afternoon and welcome back to our budget workshop. I think today is August the 15th, is that right? August the August the 15th, Ms. Shannon. And we are continuing our budget workshop. We have 3 items today we hope to achieve. A revisit with waste management, a revisit with the police department and the Lamarque Police Officers Association, and a revisit with the Lamarque Fire Department and the Lamarque Fire Union. Before we do this, I want to reiterate what I said earlier before lunch. I have asked personally for Mr. Garcia and Mrs. Turner to start over. Let's be clear. I've asked them to start this process of building this budget over. And I have asked them to do this with a zero balance budget, which means only those things that we can identify and quantify as necessary to our services are things that we'll have the budget we'll have in the budget originally, and we will build from there, right? So that's what that looks like. There's a lot of talk about the budget process. So council, community, city manager and his staff are starting over. In the interim, we are definitely visiting with departments so that we can understand their needs. And so all of this will come together sooner rather than later, but we are in the middle of a process. Ms. Lopez, welcome again. Waste management. I believe you've been asked to reappear for at least one reason, and that would be this idea of unburdening ourselves as a municipality with the burden of maintaining commercial accounts.
That is
Coupled with the idea that there could potentially be a franchise fee assessed by this community on those commercial contracts. Before we open this to council, because I don't know what they will ask, I will say that I am in favor of a franchise fee. I'm saying this to them and not you, but I'm looking at you. It's weird. I'm in favor of a franchise fee if it can be tied to street maintenance and repair. I don't want our government and our community to live off of franchise fees and other fees that businesses generate. I don't believe that we should overburden our businesses, but it is fair that if there are heavy trucks and if there are heavy containers being moved by those heavy trucks on our streets, for me, it would be fair to assess a franchise fee if that fee is earmarked for street repair and maintenance. That's just my 2 cents. Said that so that I can open it up to council so that they can jump in. Council, do we have any questions for Ms. Lopez regarding our waste management operation in its entirety?
I just want to reiterate what the mayor says with the here, and let's do that.
There it is. That's 2. No, we don't vote like that. I'm just teasing.
I don't, I'm refresh my memory about franchise fee. What are you referring to there?
I believe
I don't understand.
Ms. Lopez was suggesting to us that whether or not we unburden ourselves with the commercial accounts, as a city, we have an opportunity to assess a franchise fee on those commercial accounts.
Yes.
Did you want to pick up?
Sure. So most cities within Texas, there is a franchise fee for solid waste services. So that franchise fee could be used for street maintenance. Sometimes it's called a street usage fee. And so the city council decides what rate of franchise fee that you would set the rate to whatever you thought the franchise fee should be. And then we bill, if you decided to allow us to bill the commercial businesses, then there would be a franchise fee incorporated into that bill, but it has to be set by the council and then part of the invoice. And then that particular franchise fee is then sent to the city on a monthly basis, depending on whatever the rate is set.
I'm just looking at, so the franchise fee is charged to private solid waste haulers. No?
No, so the franchise fee is charged to the commercial businesses. So for instance, if they have a dumpster going, 3 times a week and it's $100 and that's part of their bill, and if you set a franchise fee of 10%, we would bill the customer the $100 for the service. And then there is a 10% franchise fee. It's kind of like a tax. So that particular fee, we give you a full report of all the commercial businesses every month that we bill, and 10% of that goes to the city for franchise fee, if that's the rate that you set. So it's line item on their invoice, just like taxes. It's a fee that clearly states, and all of that fee goes back to the city. So we collect
So
it.
you're saying it would be a business owner that would be paying that fee?
Correct.
What about a franchise fee to other haulers that are using our streets? So if we've got, as you said, we have some contractor that's doing a project for 30 days, 40 days, 60 days. They're not required to utilize waste management.
So in the case of temporary roll-off, so it's a 20-yard roll-off container
Yeah.
for that particular project. As of right now, you do not have a franchise fee set at all. So regardless for WM, for XYZ company, so you would have to set, because your contract's exclusive to say commercial, residential, and permanent roll-off, right? So you would have to also state somewhere in an ordinance that for temporary roll-off, if a company provides that particular service, then they're also required to pay a franchise fee.
Right.
So it would have to be set whenever you set your franchise fee to be specific on the temporary. Otherwise, the temporary would not fall under our agreement or the ordinance if it's not stated.
Mhm. And from your experience, what about if you have any experience at all, the dump trucks that use our streets, especially the residential streets? You have no experience in that area?
No.
Okay. All right.
Council, any more questions?
So Ms. Venetia, have you been able to look into what other cities have done when it comes to commercial trash and franchise fees?
Most of our cities, surrounding cities, do charge their franchise fees beginning at 10%,
10%.
all the way up to 25%.
And that's just for commercial.
Just for commercial, yes. And most cities do have the trash companies taking over commercial, like billing for it.
And that includes apartments as commercial?
Yes. Anywhere where a dumpster could be placed at. Because some duplexes, they do have regular trash carts, so they're considered residential.
Mhm.
But as far as apartments that have dumpsters, yes.
So is the distinction that it is a business, or is the distinction the type of
Service we charge for, like water billing wise. So if I charge a duplex, a lot of duplexes and commercial properties, they some have just 1 meter for the entire complex, and some are individually metered. So when they're individually metered, we charge per residence. they have 15 units, we're gonna charge per 15 units. So apartment complexes, they have 1 meter. We don't know how many residents live there because so they'll have a dumpster. They won't. So we go by that based on what's commercial and what's residential.
As it relates to the ability to, and this may be a question that you push back on us, but as it relates to the ability to assess a franchise fee, what's the distinguishing factor? Is it that it is a commercial business, or is it that it has a dumpster?
So for us, so we can, some businesses just have a toter or a cart, right? Because maybe it's a small business and it considers it's classified not as a residential living area. And so we classify that as commercial, even though it has a cart. So for instance, it might be a tax office that just doesn't need a big dumpster, but needs just a cart for trash. In the way that we calculate that is it is considered a commercial business. And so we could bill that with a cart with a franchise fee attached. Residential dwelling is someone lives there, it's a home. So the trash is household waste versus, and they get bulk service, whereas a commercial business just gets the cart service. They don't have the bulk, the at your door recycling service for a residential setting versus a commercial setting.
So in order to levy this franchise fee, is it your observation that those fees are levied against commercial businesses in general? So it doesn't matter what style of, what are y'all calling those things? Cart.
Carts.
Doesn't matter what style of cart, or what would the larger one be called?
The dumpster.
Dumpster.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter which cart or dumpster. If they are a commercial business, they are subject to the franchise fee.
Correct. So only your single family would be excluded from the franchise fee. So multifamily might be the apartment complexes that don't have residential carts. But anything that's classified as commercial then would be have that franchise fee.
That's a significant number of accounts, yes?
For which counts?
Commercial.
Commercial only accounts.
We have about 400.
Do we have a person responsible for commercial only accounts?
I want to say we all work with commercial,
Is
but
it-
specifically for like overcharges, we have our billing analysts to charge and deal the
Yeah.
billing for them. So
So there's no way to break out the man hours used on commercial accounts? It's okay.
no,
400. Did you say 400? 446, okay.
And when you say franchise fee, 10% of what? You said 10%.
Shannon, what's the 10% franchise?
Let me see. I have
That it would be 10% of the current trash bill,
right. So
solid waste.
So currently, right now, rough estimate for commercial is around 87,000, 88,000 a month. And so you would take 10% of that. And I think I equated that to about 105,000 a year. And that's at current rates. So that's not depending on what rates you establish going forward.
So it can create $105,000.
Correct, annually.
Miss Flores, refresh our memory. We are currently bulky and brush collection.
Once a week.
Council, we've been given a different piece of information that breaks down the proposal that Ms. Flores provided us with. I believe it was last week. Was it last week or yesterday? When was that? When did you come visit us?
Monday. It feels like a week ago.
Running together. Weeks are running together. Do we have any questions? She's given us a breakdown, or maybe our people, I don't know who, giving us a breakdown. Do we have any questions about this breakdown?
So on Monday, you asked me to come back to you with what happens if we want to reduce our rate and change our bulk service.
Yes, ma'am.
So pretty much just gave you different scenarios. So that first option that you see as option A, that's taking your current service as is, not making any changes besides the 5% price increase. So that would be the rate of the 2664. That's what I had proposed on Monday. The next three rates is basically changing your bulk collection. So what can you do to decrease the rate? The first option B is reducing it to twice a month. So just like your recycling is every other week, bulk would be every other week as well. So that would, and this is all based on 5%, this scenario here, that rate would go to 2508. So your current rate is 2537. So if you wanted to decrease your bulk to bi-monthly or bi-weekly, however that word kind of goes back and forth, that would be a rate reduction, a way to have a rate reduction there based on your current rate. Does that make sense on option B?
Yeah. Yes, yes, ma'am.
So the only thing I'm changing, your waste stays the same, your recycling stays the same at your door. It's just modifying that bulk schedule. Option C is going to once a month bulk pickup. So you're eliminating from your weekly going to once a month. And so that would put your rate at 2318 a month. And these are all rates going forward, just to give you a comparison. And then the final scenario, option D, is removing bulk all completely. So if the city took over bulk and yard waste, it would bring the rate to 2192. So just a different, scenarios that you can look at and compare your current level of service to if you changed bulky service frequencies.
To refresh my memory, what are you charging us now?
2537.
You're charging us 2537.
Yes, sir.
And so you're suggesting that if we go to the bulky and brush collection every other week, we're gonna go down
That is correct.
25 away. Or we could maintain the same rate as well. That becomes part of our sanitation fee, the excess.
Are you looking at me?
No, no,
Oh,
no.
I was trying to figure that out too.
I'm just looking over here.
Sorry.
I don't have that answer, Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't know, I'm just a question.
May I-
Ask it again, ask it again.
If we actually, if we go to every 2 weeks, and I'm laughing too because I thought she was our court administrator. They look a lot. And Shannon comes and I'm telling her, look at this. And, yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know what you want me to do about it.
Remember, Joe, with waste management. I said, God. So if we go to every other week, and that's not a decision that we need to make now, by the way, right? It's an upcoming council item. But if we maintain the same rate, no changes for the next 5 years, correct, with the renewal.
Well,
Is that accurate?
You're going to have annual price increases on every October. So on all the different options. This is just starting October 2024.
No, that's still the adjustment of 5%.
Correct. So this is year one.
So year one, then if we went to two bulk collections per month every other week, your charge to us would be 2503 or 2508. But we would maintain the rate because we know we're going to get the 5% increase the following year, correct?
Yes. And that's on you guys to determine.
Right. Well, I'm just saying that
The
the
administrative
possibility
charge.
is that there could be there could be enough in there to kind of maintain the rate another year, is all I'm thinking. That's just something to throw out. My mind's burnt right now. But thanks for the.
Do we know, have we gotten any feedback? I guess, Ms. Henderson, this may be, maybe you can answer this, maybe you can't. Have we gotten any feedback on the, how the community feels about, the bulk and brush pickup weekly?
You know, every service has its ups and downs. Coming from this department 11 years ago, I mean, it was not like how it is now. The bulk pickup now is extraordinary. We have hiccups, of course. They may be missed, but the communication's great. I don't have many calls about missed, only when the storm came. That's when it got kind of rocky. But other than that, if we go to every other week,
Are we gonna have problems? Okay,
absolutely,
that's all I need to know. Okay, thank you.
my opinion.
No, your opinion is that you are the person that has the expertise in this subject as it relates to the phone calls and the commentary from the residents, so we take it to heart. Council, do we have any more questions for Ms. Lopez?
So what we're seeing here is what the city's gonna pay for it, not what the residents are gonna pay. So,
Correct. This is only what
right.
Waste Management charges the city.
And we had this conversation last night
Correct.
about it. Now, let's put this into perspective. $4.72 difference between option A and option D is the difference between us getting bulk trash pickup weekly and not having it. You multiply that by 7,000 and then times 12, that's almost $400,000. That's 7,000 residents. Yeah,
Is that a lot? I mean, say again?
that's almost $400,000 a year for bulk trash pickup.
That's how much we're paying?
Yes.
Oh,
With the $4 and the difference between option A and option B, where the city collects bulk trash.
It's
pickup.
400,000. I got you. I got you now. I got you.
So with that, is it worthwhile for us to pick up a truck and get a small crew out there that they can do that? And that's the dollars and cents we need to put out. Is it worth the city doing it for $400,000?
Well, yeah.
And
Good,
then-
good question. Good question.
When I found out that we're only collecting 12 cents an account for bulk trash pickup, the city is only collecting 12 cents extra. We're not really paying, we're actually eventually going to be paying for the services anyways. We need to bump that up a little bit so that we can pay a desk clerk that's collecting the bill's salaries through the actual utility. And that goes, that is all of our utility billing. We need to look at how much we're charging the residents so that we are not funding this straight out of tax dollars. This is supposed to kind of take care of itself a little bit out of the utility fund.
So the first thing you said, Mr. Ross, is sounds like you want a cost analysis. Sounds like what you're saying is we are, as a community, we're paying roughly $400,000 for this weekly bulky and brush collection. So the first thing I think you're asking for is cost analysis. How much would it cost if we did that in-house?
Correct.
Right? That's number one. Mr. Garcia, are you? Okay. So we need the answer to that question. And then what was it? You were saying something about the 12 cent.
So if we're collecting 12 cents a house to send them out a bill, and if we're sending 7,000 bills out at 69 cents, I think is what the current stamp rate is. We're losing money by billing our constituents for our bill, for our utility bill.
I got what you're saying, because we're sending the bill out. It's
Right.
not enough. And so how do you propose we resolve that?
So I say we look at, well, the trash bill, if it's $22, we charge 23 to help cover the charge and stamp going out to somebody.
Gotcha.
We have to, we gotta look at our utilities, like Rick said, as a business sometimes. We don't want to just fund it out of their tax dollars, because then we're losing tax dollars that we can be using to fix the street, clay pipe sewer lines in
Yeah.
District D. We got to fix our stuff, and sometimes those fees, the franchise fee is great. As somebody who's looking to open up a business and have a dumpster, please charge me 10% so that I can fix my streets, please.
Okay. How would that work? How did you determine we were making 12 cent?
Talked to Miss Phoenicia last night
Okay.
as we were talking about this, and she showed me the difference between what we were being billed and what
Yeah.
we are billing.
Okay. So how much should we be making? How much revenue should we be realizing per customer? If it's not 12 cents, if 12 cents does not cover the administrative costs, how many cents does?
I would say instead of looking at it like increasing by a certain percentage, like 3.5%, 4%, 5%, why don't just go $1 every year?
Go with what?
$1. Like, will we charge the customer, the resident, $1 more than what Waste Management charges us? And
Then
that'll
that
go
just-
for every year.
Yeah, but that just takes you back to option A. You know what I mean? I mean, it's the same thing. That just takes you back to, I mean, even if you add the dollar on, the issue is, now I'm not for option D at all.
Mhm.
Because I remember when the city was doing some of that and it wasn't done efficient. And I'm like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. And now it's working, option A has worked very, very well. Because I don't, and I guess that goes back to the cost analysis that you're requesting. But if we having problems doing potholes, what makes me think that we're gonna do well picking up trash?
Well, I think when this franchise fee comes in play, we can do all that. You know what I mean? But we have to make some earnings, and because my staff, what we
Right.
deal with, the residential services, even the commercial services, we have to be making something back.
Right.
12 cents is not even near, go 50 cents. I mean, but 12
But
is.
I'm sorry.
Uh-huh.
Finish your statement.
No, I was done. Go ahead.
You sure?
Uh-huh.
If Waste Management takes over the billing of commercial accounts, that frees a certain level of your man hours up.
Right. Yeah.
Would that then, if that alone is acted upon,
Mhm.
would that help cover redirecting that person? Would that help cover some of your administrative costs? Because you're saving administrative costs, man hours, because they're now doing the commercial billing, right?
Right.
So am I making sense? Does that?
Honestly, I wouldn't know what that looks like until,
That's fair. That's fair.
Because it's a big jump. That's
Yeah.
a big thing. So I wouldn't know until next fiscal year what we're looking at.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay.
Now I'm just rounding numbers up.
Yeah.
Right now, you're billing approximately 7,500 bills out. whether it's between residential and commercial,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
And 7,500 times 69 cent stamp is $5,100, almost $5,200. 7,000 at that was $4,800. Or so, I mean, you're still looking at each bill needs to have a 70 cent increase just to cover the cost of a stamp to go out. I mean, that's.
Yeah. Let's, do we have, council, do we have any more questions for, Ms. Lopez?
I don't have any more questions, but this, I just got
I
two
see what
texts
you're saying.
from, my, residents that are elderly. They say, please do not do away with weekly bulk pickup. Because we have an Asian community. We have a very large senior citizen
Absolutely.
community here.
And I'm telling you, if we
And
go
so
back to
they're
every other
listening.
week, we
Yeah.
in trouble.
Yeah, that's right. I just got a text, so I just want to put that on the record.
Well, thank you. Yes.
Good deal, good deal. Mr. Osteen, did you have a question you wanted to ask?
Like Miss Yancey said here, or James Osteen, 2012 Giordana. Like Miss Yancey said here a couple of budget meetings ago about when we talked to Waste Management, or y'all did, that she remembers the old company we used to have. It wasn't good.
Mhm.
But y'all need, if you're thinking about doing this yourself, you need to talk to Waste Management. What's it gonna cost for the fee to dump this stuff?
Mhm.
That's something you
fees.
gotta factor in. It may be $20 a load.
Right.
Truck breakdowns. You gotta maintain these trucks. I can't tell you how many times I've seen them have to pick it up by hand because the truck's broke down. You're not gonna get no franchise fee. You got fuel in there, you got employees in there, and you got wages and insurance. Your biggest expense is gonna be employees, and then it's gonna be buying the truck. You're gonna have to go in debt to do that. You don't want no used truck. And then I don't know how many employees you gotta have, but that can get costly. Yeah, I like option A, because we don't want that stuff laying out. It'll build up over 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then it's blowing out in the ditches and in the roads. So y'all might, we got a good company. I mean, best I've ever dealt with over the years. But that's some things we may want to take in consideration.
Sure. Thank you for that, James. Council, any more questions, comments? Well, Ms. Lopez, I think that we are going to, now that we've got those questions answered, you brought us back some things we can actually look at now. We will definitely make a decision in this budget cycle. The one thing I can tell you, it sounds like there's definitely consensus for you all taking over the commercial accounts and some sort of a street maintenance fee. Because even before today, Ms. Lopez, people love you, but they don't like your trucks. And they don't like how those trucks tear up our streets, but that's every city. So surely we can probably address that, but otherwise, we'll take the rest of it into consideration.
Thank you very much.
Did you have some things that you want to share with us outside of that?
No, I appreciate your time and I'm glad that I had time to come back here today and meet with each of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, just
Yeah.
for the sake of housekeeping, I just want to clarify, I didn't get a chance to ask. The current contract expires September 30th.
That is correct.
Okay, just for us to know, so we got to hurry up and administratively get on it.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Councilmember Lowry asked for a return of our public safety groups. Police was here first. And so we will go with the police first. I see a Wagoner back there. Thought I saw an Oregon. He's out in the hall. Okay. There's an Oregon that's going to show up. I see a Rodriguez in the back. I see a team forming. I thought I saw a King here. Is there a union president available? There he is. You were requested too, sir. Come on down. All righty.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to point out that I am currently on duty. I
Yes, sir.
can listen, but I am not going to be able to speak on behalf of the association at this point. I can listen to what you have to say.
Okay. Is there any persons off duty here? Any police officers off duty?
Mr. Mayor,
What is it?
if the need arises, I'm already established with the chief that I can take comp time. And if
You can
the
jump
need
out, jump in.
arises,
Okay.
I can step out and come back in and be able to.
Please say that when you do that, say that in the microphone so that we all can keep track, because we definitely don't want to violate the department's policy, nor do we want to violate your standards as a union. Very good. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Mr. Lowry has asked you to return. We'll all jump in on this. We'll all jump in on this, but we're gonna allow Mr. Lowry to take the lead on this one.
Oh, all righty. So I guess I did some polls when I was running for political office, and the two biggest concerns that the community had was safety, and number two was safety, and number one was our drainage. Those were the two top priorities for the community. I share the same concern or wishes for the city as the safest city in Texas. One of the things that our city, and I've spoken with Mr. Compion in the past about this, one of the things that we need is an identity as a city. And if you mention Lamarque to surrounding areas in the past, it hasn't been good. They think of crime. And I think we need to change the direction of that, or keep changing the direction of that, and take it to maybe try and work towards a city of safety, whether it's with the fire department, police department, both of them combined. Give us an identity. Can I speak to them individually or just as a whole, or is it?
You can address their position, yeah.
Their position. Lieutenant Wagner or Assistant Chief Wagner, I don't know however you want to say it. How many years have you been here?
26.
26 years. And in those 26 years, how many times have you heard next year's your year? Next year we'll take care of you. You'll get it, but it's going to be next year.
Yeah, it's happening quite a bit.
Years.
You're right.
Over 10 years?
Yeah.
15 years?
Probably so.
I've been here 10 and I've heard that for over 10 years. As the city grows, the calls of service increase. More population, calls of service increase. Those calls of service increase, not because they're asking for you to just keep them company, because they're getting high crime. The crime is increasing with the volume of the city, the residents. With that, we need a bigger police presence. One of the things that I heard was they're using staff to cover other staff's jobs. So we're taking this one and bringing them over here, and then this one's out, so this one's suffering. We got to do something about that. You guys only have one K-9 officer, is that correct?
Correct.
And is it nighttime or daytime, or?
It's nighttime.
It's nighttime.
Yeah.
So I want to share an experience that happened when Harp was here, Officer Harp was here. There was an incident on Lake and Cedar. There was a fight, and a guy took off running down the road. And I heard something outside, so I went outside, and I don't remember if he dumped a pistol in my next to my house, or a pistol bag. There was also some narcotics that were dumped on the ground. And in that bag of narcotics, there were little pills, and it looked like candy. I was just getting ready to send my kids outside, and we had a bag of some kind of drug that I think it was ecstasy or something that was dumped on the ground right before I was getting ready to send my children outside. There's no officer, there's no canine officer in the daytime to track that suspect now currently. There's no canine officer to, I don't know if they recovered that weapon. I don't remember because he dumped some stuff in my dryer that was not working. It was on the side of the house. So there's a need for a canine officer 24 hours a day. It's a must. We got the experts. We got the experts in the field. We've got them. They're here. They can't do their job unless they have the tools to do it. This has got to be their year. We have to take care of our police department. If we don't give them the tools, they cannot do their job. It needs to be your year. I'm advocating for what the citizens asked for. That was the number 2 thing, was the police department give what they needed. And so I wanted to bring you guys back. I wanted to talk, but Mr. King's in uniform. I get that. There's protocol they have to follow for the union. Is there anything that, what are the top 3 priorities still that you guys are worried about? Manpower, K9,
Equipment.
What is in equipment?
Equipment, right. So, yeah.
Yes, sir. Speaking of Mike.
Microphone, chief, microphone. Thank you.
Yeah, just to give you, you councilman and mayor and the rest and the city manager. We had some interactions recently with, thank goodness for the deputy city manager, JB. Is he here?
Yes, he's in back.
JB, we talked to him, we had a meeting with my staff, my command, Lieutenant Gandy, deputy chief, myself. Due to his help, working with the city, Christine, who I know don't go to bed till 2 a.m, because she calls me and emails me about 1 every morning. We have received almost $1 million to elude what you're talking about. We are totally okay with what we got. It is some things we're not getting, but I know the pie is only so big, but we have everything you saw on the slides I showed, that there was going to be some reduction in services, which would have happened. But thank gosh for what just happened. What I said, it's not going to happen. We are okay. As far as the K9, we're going to take it out of this year's budget. Buy the K9, the handler could be next October 1st. So we'll have 1 on each, like we used to have 1 on each night shift to meet what you're saying.
Day shift, night shift.
Yeah, it's going to happen. K9's about 15 to 18K, and the handlers cost about 10K to train the K9ers. So we're going to be up to par. Everything we've asked for, and Deputy Chief and our president of the union knows what I'm saying. Thanks to their work and their extra effort and stuff you've talked about, we are okay. And I'm saying there's things we'd like to have, but for the most part, we're going to work and we're going to meet the goals that we need on my vision statement that are on the goals that I set for the year. It's in the handbook. It's in the budget book. Just let you know, our Safe City initiative that was formulated by the mayor and commissioned me to perform it. We have been winning awards left and right. We won 1 in 2022. It helped. We won 1/3 of the process for the All-American City. That was a big push to get us where we're at. We got some awards I can't even tell you. I'm held to secrecy that are coming in the next few months. We're going to be a winner of a really big award for the state. And there's another one coming in September. We're doing something right. We're making a difference. I'll say this, crime is high in Lamarque, but we're doing something about it that we're proud of, and we're making a difference. Obviously, I wish there was no crime, but due to things beyond my control that I have no control with, we're doing all we can. So I just want to let you know the theme of where we're at this point. It's a whole lot different. We're light years ahead of where we were earlier this week.
So a couple of things that you said, you got a lot of awards coming, and congratulations for that.
Yes, sir.
But
Thank you.
awards don't lower crime.
Sure.
And you said for the most part, you have what you need. I want to make sure that they
Right.
have, that you officers
Right.
in this room have 100% of what you are asking for. That's what I want. I want to know that you are getting what you need. These are moms, these are dads, these are brothers, these are sisters, these are grandparents. We need to protect these people. They protect us on a daily basis. We need to return that favor. If they need a tool, give it to them. This needs to be their year. That's what
I just hope that, I know the mayor's mentioned the zero-based budgeting, which you start from zero. If everything stays the same and doesn't change, we're okay. But hopefully it doesn't change, Councilman.
Yeah, and I want to say,
I gotta say that now.
going back on what you said originally, Councilman, that our motto now is keep the foot on the gas, right? We've made progress, but a lot of people that were locked up 3 or 4 years ago are starting to get out now. If we have to keep our foot on the gas and make sure we're still applying pressure where pressure needs to be applied. That comes with the right staffing and the right equipment. Chief's right. We were able to, because we were able to work with Miss Christine and get some things. It looks like if y'all approve, we'll try to get 2 more officers. I just want to be clear. That doesn't mean we're in the end zone, right? But we're a little closer to it. It helps. Everything helps. Equipment wise, we're waiting to see with a lot of these grants. We're thinking that's going to help a lot with a lot of our equipment needs. Again, that doesn't mean we have everything. And that's what I want to acknowledge was there has been progress. It's just we still have more progress to make. We need to get, there's a lot of needs that are still there. I'm so proud of the department we have. We're really taking care of business. It's obvious by the applicants that we're having now that it's being recognized. And I appreciate council taking it seriously. We just have to keep adding till we get to the appropriate numbers to say, hey, and I take it personal. My mom's lived here her entire 78 years. And, I'll share that my mom should not know what gunshots sound like. And she did from years past. She should not be calling me at 3 o'clock in the morning saying, hey, what is this? Because there's shots being fired behind her house. That was where we were in 21, I think. We have made a lot of progress. We just got to make sure we don't go back there. Nowhere close to that ever again.
Chief,
Yes, sir.
I said this. When did we meet? When did the PD
Monday.
come through?
The first,
Was that this Monday?
first day that we.
Like last week, right?
Last week.
So I said this to, did police go before fire or what? Did y'all go
Fire
before?
went first, I think. And then we
So I caught on right around the time police. There has been, and I don't know where this came from. I don't know how you all have been involved in this process. I don't know how you all have been directed, but I'm saying it again for the community to hear, for your brass to hear, for the union president to hear, and for many of those police officers that are interested in this and that are here with us today. This council has never collectively, nor have I heard of any individual council member say anything about reducing our police budget. Full stop. Never happened. And it seems as though you all went through this process perhaps with that feeling or perception that this council is requesting that your budget be reduced. Nobody's ever said that. Nobody up here has ever said that, right? I need that to be crystal clear. I can vouch and for myself and say I've never said that to the city manager. I don't know how you all's directives were given to you, but the council never made that commentary. Council never even moved in that way officially or unofficially. Let's make sure that we understand that. Never came from us, right? Council is concerned about the overall budget and how we can realize resources and allocate them appropriately, right?
Correct, sir.
That's what we're after. We're after that because we want to put those, let me speak now for myself. I'm after that because I want to make sure that there is enough resources for us to have in our critical areas. Law enforcement is a critical area, right? So Me looking through the budget is me trying to provide more resources for you, for the fire department, not trying to recoup resources from you, from the fire department. Here's my concerns. 1040 overtime. And I think the issue, and again, I'm not trying to be hypercritical. Did you want to add something? Officer, Sergeant King.
Chief, with your permission, I'd like to place myself on comp time for 1 hour. All right, if you'll excuse me,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Mayor, I'll be right back shortly.
You have to get out of uniform?
I don't think.
He's got to change Superman.
Okay. So he can't do, okay, I got you.
He's got to take his shirt off.
Take his shirt off? All right.
Badge.
Well, he's taking his shirt
Don't
off.
do it in here.
Yeah, don't do it in.
He's got a Superman shirt underneath.
Can I?
Go ahead, Deputy Chief, go ahead.
No, I think the budget that we originally submitted was a little under last year's budget. That may be where some of that was coming from.
Yeah, we want to make sure that we're saying to you all, to your face, that's not coming from us. Right? And I'm not suggesting that's coming from Mr. City Manager or anybody. I'm just saying, we want you all to know that's not something that we directed anyone to share with y'all in that way.
We kind of knew there'd be some adjustments.
What I will say is this is just part of a budget process. I was visiting with Ms. Turner during the lunch period. And I shared with her this. I believe it was last year that the bulk of this budget process ended up being completed by the administration, by the city manager himself, and folks that he tasked with this process. And so we do have to scrub the numbers a little bit because I don't believe he had available to him a full-time finance director at that point. And so we're doing our due diligence as a council. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Seems like Mr. King is back with us, President King, and so we'll allow him to speak. Welcome, President, Mr. President.
Please excuse the t-shirt, sir.
You're fine. You're fine. Did you want to jump in now, Mr. King?
Yes, sir, if I could. So I know everybody knows that the department has asked for additional staffing. We've asked for additional equipment, some of which we are trying, the department's trying to be creative in how they attain equipment and such. But none of those are guaranteed. Having a basis that guarantees us that equipment is important to the members of the association. On top of that, having the appropriate staff so that we can handle the call volume and not have to worry about sending one officer to a priority call while we wait for somebody else to clear up on a backup call somewhere else is important. Throughout my time being here, I have responded to armed robberies in progress by myself. All right. Staffing has always been an issue with the department. I'm not saying things haven't gotten better because they have. But at the same time, I don't want city council to have this vision that we are where we need to be. We are not. I know the chief originally had asked for 6 officers to be added. While we were looking at the numbers and stuff, they've gotten creative with some of the line items and stuff, and they have found the financing to be able to possibly do 2 of those. I'm asking city council, can we get 4? You know, they got creative with what their line items were to try and find that financing there. Can city council find the additional to find 2 more to get us in a better spot? That will add to our numbers on patrol so that we can directly affect the crime that's going on in the city. And as the assistant chief stated, we have things somewhat under control. That control is only as good as the deterrent. And the people that we have been dealing with over the years are finally getting to the point where they're seeing parole, they're seeing release, they're going to come back to the community. They're going to come back into that mainstream. Now, whether or not they become a repeat offender, that's their choice. But if you look at the statistics, the likelihood of that is very, very high. I've spent 20 years as a law enforcement officer, and I have dealt with the same people over and over and over again. They go, they get out, deal with them again, they go back, they get out. Unfortunately, it's a pattern that shouldn't take place. We should learn from our mistakes, and we hope that that's what happens. But history says that most of the time it does not. So there are a lot of things that this city is looking at as far as adding, as far as businesses, event venues, things like that. All of those things tax this department. All right. If you add a business, it taxes the department. The department has to respond to the thefts, or it has to respond to the disturbances, depending on the type of business it is. Having the appropriate amount of staffing so that that can take place and it doesn't tax the department, and we're able to provide the appropriate amount of services to our constituents that we're out there to serve, which is every citizen that lives here. Every citizen deserves the same amount of service from us as the next one. And if you have somebody calling for an officer and that officer is on this side of the city because the officer on that side of the city is tied up, that's a problem. And we should be able to address that, and we should be able to have the staffing available so that that doesn't happen.
Can I jump in? You know?
Yeah.
Mr. King?
Give me one more second.
And then we'll recognize you, Chief.
One of the other things that we're dealing with is our patrol fleet. We got new cars, but that was supposed to happen 2-3 years ago. It took that long to get it, and that's not y'all's fault by no means. But the cars that we were planning on being those reserve units are now to the point where they're not even worth being a reserve unit. So getting the cars and stuff to add to what we need so that we can push those older cars completely out of service and get rid of them, that's imperative as well. If the car isn't operating, the officer's not working. The days of working a beat on foot have gone by the wayside a long time ago. But if we don't keep up our fleet and we don't keep the appropriate amount of vehicles running and in the condition that they need to be able to run, then that's what you're going to end up with, is an officer having to walk to a call because they're in a car to drive. You know, if city council is wanting it to be, and I'm not going to say PD's year. I don't believe that it should be one department over another necessarily, but the can has been kicked down so far that we're still playing catch up, you know. And it's going to be a long time for us to get caught up, but everything that you can do, everything that you can put forward towards that goal is a step forward. Unfortunately, we need a good step this time. You know, we need that personnel, and we need the equipment. You know, I'd like to tell you everything was roses. It's not, you know.
Let's be clear. I wanted to add Deputy Chief in, but let's be clear. While we have the council has provided more manpower than the police department has ever realized, what we're saying is we still need more because of the growing population, the crime level of crime, right? So we've done work, but there's more work to do. Very good.
100%, sir.
Absolutely. Mr. Lowry and then Mr. Wagner.
Couple things that I've heard is, they're getting out of prison. They're getting paroled.
Mhm.
When those convicts go to prison, that's their college. That's their college. They're learning, and when they come back,
How to be better, huh?
and I'm pretty sure Texas is the same. They got to return to their county of origin where their crimes were committed. So that means they're in 3 years, like you said, their time's coming up. Guess where they're coming?
Back.
Keep your foot on the gas, like Mr. Wagner said.
Yeah.
Go.
And
You're done?
I do acknowledge that we, like I said, going back to 21, Mayor, I think you were, we got maybe 2 more detectives. It's just that every year, and obviously so, it's a bargaining, right? We try to get this, but my goal was at least this year to say, this is everything. If this is where we got to get to, because, and I want to clear up something I heard somebody mention the other day about, well, y'all have added more officers. How come there's not enough officers on the street? Well, you can have a sergeant and 4 assigned right now. But those guys, and we know this, right? You got to let them take off comp. You got to let them take off vacation. Then you got a sergeant 3. One person calls in sick, you got a sergeant 2.
Right.
That's it. It's just that simple.
Right.
And as far as the equipment, when it comes to the cars, I mean, we've had some of these cars shake, rattle, roll at 50 miles an hour, and it's a concern. City managers helped us get more cars, but now it's the equipment we got to get for the cars. We got to come up with money for that to be able to cover that.
Well, one of the things we used to have, we need to get back to, and this is, I don't think we've done this in years, but there used to be with the budget process, a fleet report. Right? We would be able to list whether it's police, fire, even public works. There'd be a list of, right, Kyle, you remember that? A list of vehicles, year, make, model, mileage, general condition, so that we can see, because from our side, all we hear is that more cars were added, right? We don't necessarily see the condition of the current cars and how that condition declines more rapidly than your personal vehicle, right? So we need help with that. Those pieces of information needs to be put before council, in council's face, and on the presentation for people at home to see. The people of Lamarck need to see that they are, all of us are putting our police officers on the street in vehicles that that have reached their life usage as police cars, right? So that would be one area we can definitely grow in. I'm interested in seeing how the police department came up with 2 additional officers. And I am interested in potentially looking at what you asked us to look at, Mr. King, being the union president, right? I take that as a union member, I take that as a concern for the life and safety of your members. So I wouldn't be a union member if I didn't take that seriously. So I would definitely ask council to consider that as well. There are a couple of areas that I wanted to kind of get into as far as questioning. Because I think at the end of the day, the more that we get into what has happened, the more that I am seeing a city manager's office attempting in 24. We're in 24, 25, but I think that here's where this problem started. I see a city manager's office in 2023, 24 trying to craft a budget without the full-time support of a finance director. That's what I see. And it has led us here. And it hurts today. While you were trying, I assume, to do something positive in yesteryear, the ramifications today, this is definitely a lesson earned, right? So here's what I wanted to ask you guys. There is line item 1040, overtime. one of the things that I talked to Ms. Turner about in this zero-based, zero-balance budget is the numbers of 24, the actual, the real numbers, the estimate numbers, they are the most real numbers we have in these budgets. The number that she has for overtime for an estimate for 24 is $350,000. And yet your overtime budget proposed for fiscal year 2025 is $100,000. So I need to understand what is accurate, which number, if any of those numbers are accurate. What number should we put there?
Originally, they were budgeted for fiscal year 24 at $100,000.
In my book, it says 150. Did it change?
That's for this year that he's talking about for 24.
Okay. Now remember some of this detail can be a little off.
Yes, ma'am. We are
So
aware of that.
let me actually go into their budget.
Mayor, may I say something? We had asked for 350, and then when I was here last week, early this week, it was at 100. That's what concerned us.
Yeah.
And since then, Christine brought it to 300. But if you look back, what I'm looking at here, we've used around 350, 354.
Okay.
And the thing is, you're right. Why are we at 350 when we 300 when we're using 50,000 more? I was fortunate enough to get the added from 100 to 300. So if we're going to be more aligned with our history, it should be added 50,000.
So what is it now? 300?
She got Christine brought it 300, which is more doable and reasonable than 100.
I would like to ask a question, based on this year's budget from October 1 of 23 until now, where are we now in overtime hours?
Police is at 459,000.
So we've spent $459,000 just in overtime, and we still have 2 months to go
Yes.
for this fiscal.
Well,
Then-
We're
Then why is it
309,000 over
$100,000
budget.
lower?
Well, part of it is Hurricane Beryl. And part of it is Hurricane Beryl. But $350,000, $400,000 in overtime is extraordinary. And we need, Mr. City Manager, that is a reality, but we need a remedy, right? The reality is apparently we are expending $300 to $350, $400,000 in overtime. I'd venture to say that other departments around us aren't doing that, and maybe they are. If so, then we all would become, well, the council will be educated. I don't think that they are.
Fire is having the same issue.
Well, I mean, other police departments.
Oh, other
right.
okay.
Yes,
I
ma'am,
thought you meant
around
within
us.
the
So we need a solution to that. We need a solution to that. Overtime has continued to be a problem with police and fire. Not that the policemen or firemen are the problem, but the idea that we would be able to find a way to reduce that number and maximize our staffing levels is the problem, is what I'm trying to say. So we need an analysis on that. Why are we outside of being short-staffed? And that may be the answer. But why are we accruing so much overtime?
So
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a way, Ms. Turner, that
Yes.
you notify the director when they're, because they're above the budget from last year that was approved.
Right.
So what are the protocols for notification when they've expended their budget number?
Well, when I started implementing, first of all, a month-end close process
Okay.
that we close on the 15th of every month.
Okay.
Once we close, within the next day or two, each department head gets a budget report.
Okay.
So.
So they know.
They know.
What does the money come from then if if it's not budgeted? How do you make it work? It's not in the budget. You have to pull it from somewhere else?
I would have to reallocate within their department if the
Okay.
money's there.
Okay. Like if someone didn't get hired, if you gotta.
Right, if
create-
another
okay.
line
All
item
right.
has a, you know, they
that's
ran
standard.
under, I can move it and kind of cover, you know. Mhm.
But we received 6 new officers right through the grant that we received.
Yes, ma'am.
So now we're needing 4 more. That's what you would like. In your
If-
budget,
if-
you have 2,
We've asked for 2 and
but you would like 2 more.
Sergeant King mentioned 2 more.
Okay.
We're at 45 authorized at this point, 45 authorized.
So if we got you 4 more for the new budget, that would bring.
49.
To 49, okay.
And you know, may I say this? When I left in 14, Chad, what were we at? 39 sworn?
Right, we were low. We really are.
Okay, I left in 30, I left in 14, we were at 39. Our population was around 14K. We've increased to 25,000 people.
Right.
You do the normal, I know it doesn't
Yeah.
really work out mathematically, but they say two officers per 1,000. That's 10 officers. 10 more we should have from 2014. So we really should have
Like you said.
39, 49. We're at 45. So, and alluding to the mayor's comment about overtime, you know, when you have more officers, you have less overtime. So it might end up becoming less an expense when you do the math. So also events creates overtime. All the events we have to support. Barrel increased it somewhat. I'm still not too sure, and I'm going to ask this maybe. We support like BioFest. There's a whole lot of overtime there. And I know the money comes from the heads and beds tax, right, Mayor? Does that get reimbursed to my overtime or does that just go into the general fund? I don't know, because we spend thousands on that.
Yes, sir.
It did this year.
Where does it go? I'm just curious.
It was reimbursed,
Back to my overtime budget?
yes,
So whatever I had, it increased it back?
yes.
Okay, that's nice to know because I
It
don't
was
think that's
for-
been done.
I think
before.
that was the first time that happened this time with, you know, Bayou Fest.
Yeah.
I made sure that money was
Okay,
moved.
that's,
Do you do that? Why wouldn't that be done in the proposed budget? Why wouldn't we say, in my layman's accounting world, why wouldn't we say we are budgeting $300,000 in overtime and then in a line item that would reflect revenues? For example, $50,000 transfer in from the hotel motel fund for Bayou Fest overtime. Why are we doing that?
No, we're not doing that.
Why
I do a
wouldn't we do
manual
that?
entry to do that.
Why
we
wouldn't that be
can.
part
I
of
can
it?
explore doing that for sure, doing a transfer in.
Yeah.
From the general fund to Bayou Fest.
That's because that's a
Fund.
large number. That's a large overtime number and it needs to be,
But we need to get a good estimate of how much that will be as
Yeah.
well.
and that's my
Yeah.
next question for you, Chief. Have you all broken down those overtime numbers? Like, do you all have a place where it said we've spent $300,000 in overtime, and I can tell you 25,000 was for Life and Liberty, 15,000 was for Hurricane Beryl, right? So on and so forth. Is there a way that you have your overtime numbers broken down?
we submit that like for BioFest, we submitted, Conan put it together on.
But
how-
you don't keep track of that as a whole. There's no way that you can say to us, council, we spent,
I think somebody mentioned, it was probably Kyle, because he's pretty good at this, but we were gonna ask Christine to maybe make line items even to show Bayou Fest that for the, because we have to track, because what she's saying is a lot of our overtime may come from city events. So it's not all because of the salaries. But yeah, I think we don't currently break that down. We don't have a breakdown of that.
I mean, we have a number that we kept a file on how much it cost for what Conan submitted for BioFest. And
yeah,
Kyle's got the overtime for Beryl. We have that, but there's no line items in the budget.
Yeah, but there are other overtime opportunities that you all have. I would like to see, if at all possible, that those numbers be broken down so that we can
Right.
have a goal. If we are
Right.
having a goal to reduce overtime, shift overtime
Right.
down to $50,000 a year, right?
Right.
We would need to know how much shift overtime is currently. Shift overtime being overtime used to replace an officer that's on the front line patrolling in a regular shift, right?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am, please do.
Does PD receive overtime and or comp time? How much is the cost for acclimated comp time? Is this factored in the 4,000 K amount?
For what is that? Kel?
Do you all receive comp time too? Comp time?
CBA, yes.
Hmm?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
So you get overtime
Or
and
comp.
and or comp time? And
Yeah,
is
they
that
can use, they can use
amount?
that.
So comp time wouldn't be calculated in the $459,000 portion. It's just comp time.
Yeah, no, that's just
Is it
the
separate?
overtime, right?
Yeah,
Okay, not comp time, but you do have the option?
They have.
They have an
CBA
option.
allows them to have the option.
Okay.
The other item, the other area of concern.
Mayor,
you want to
you know,
speak?
what you're mentioning about events, that's a good idea. That every event we support, other than normally police activities, you know, calls for service or whatever, to have a record for, because it costs for, events cost. It's not free. I mean, we might only have 4 officers out there, but you talk, when you do the math, it adds up to thousands of dollars. So every event that we support, whether it's for, you know, whatever it is, a report should be submitted. And we could see the cost of events. It's nice to have a lot of these park events, but they're expensive.
Yeah.
And, you know,
In there. Well, let me go back to the comp time. But the thing is, you can't take a lot of comp time if you have a shortage of staff.
right.
So hence why you have
Correct.
overtime.
So,
Okay.
right. So, and that's what ends up, and what's happening too is like, obviously, the more we start adding on more people are like, hey, I want to take my time off.
Right,
But then
right.
when you take time off and one person happens to be
Right.
sick, then that's when you
Go
get back
in.
to the.
Okay, so that explains. So, because typically you have a policy that after you spent so much on overtime, you have to take
Right, we do.
comp time.
That's in
Y'all
the
do have a
CBA,
policy,
yes.
okay, for that. But of course, we want to make sure our streets are patrolled and covered, so sometimes they have to renege on that and go to
Right,
work.
it's just
Okay.
like, yeah, it's balance.
Yeah. Were you?
When
Okay.
I have,
Did you want to jump in, Councilman?
Yeah, I'm curious to what the trick is on fuel. I mean, if your calls of service are going up, how do you cut 12,000? And this is the same question for the fire department I'm gonna have. If you know you're spending 60,000 or whatever, I have to go back to that one, but what's the trick? Because I use a lot of fuel. I go through about $30,000 a month myself. And if there's some special trick to how you can save, 12,000 a year and increase your mileage on your vehicles, I'm open to learning it.
Anybody?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was just, again, it was just robbing from Peter to pay Paul. We're like, okay, we got to move this over here to get this, to try to, make everything work. Yeah, I'm with you. Fuel does not, I don't see how we would probably stick to that.
It doesn't make sense.
No, I mean, because like I said before, we're probably burning, I think it's 8,000 to 10,000 a month or something like that. So
And I think
120,000.
Councilman Lowry basically said, ask for what you want.
So why would you use the term robbing Peter to pay Paul? Where, and I don't mean people, I don't mean give me a person. I'm not trying to blame anybody, but where did you all get the idea that you had to rob Peter to pay Paul? Where's this coming from?
you mean with the numbers or with the people, with the
budget is apparently you all have come here. When y'all were here the first time, y'all came under the auspices that you were being directed to provide a leaner budget.
Yeah, I mean, I
And
think.
this is not we're not going to the principal. Council is just
it's a
trying to
safe
understand.
zone.
Safe zone. Safe zone.
No, but I'm just saying, like, I think, the chief presented a budget originally, and then you know, city manager said, hey, we gotta balance
Okay.
this out. It's not.
That's fine.
So we
That's
had, that's where the whole cuts thing probably came from. We
Okay.
had to make adjustments.
That's,
We asked for 120 and then it was 60 when I showed up Monday and now it's back to 80.
that's okay.
We
That's
wanted
fine.
120. That's what we felt like we would need in the.
That definitely needs to be increased.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, absolutely, we can't go on a call without gas. So
So let's talk a little bit before we get you all's list, and I want you all to share with us whatever we need to know. We don't know everything, right? We are looking at a department in a vacuum. We're being presented with information and we don't know the stories behind the information, right? So if there are some things that we need to know, then I believe that you ought to share those things with us, right? Help us to understand better so that we can decide better. So I will share something with you. This council has pledged to provide for an up or down vote in our community as it relates to a new police station, something that we pledged to do, right? The people, whether it be November or May, whatever the law says that, you know, we can do, the people are going to vote on a new police facility. That's going to happen. In order for us to have the best chance to realize a new police station, Lamarque has not passed a bond, I don't even think since I've been alive, right? And I'm 51. In order for us to have the best chance to realize a new police station, this council has to do the work of making sure that we are being as efficient as possible, right? So because perhaps we are advocating for as low of a tax rate as we can have, making sure that our service level does not drop, we are not doing so as misers or Scrooges, but we are allowing for room, right? Allowing for room for our residents to be able to vote if they so choose in the affirmative for a police station. But what I've learned about voters over the years is that they only have a certain level that they are willing to expend of their own resources, right? So the way that we do this is we try as best we can to keep costs down so that we can free them to vote, I hope, my own personal opinion, in the affirmative for this new improvement, right? So again, we're doing things in the long run that we hope to benefit our police station, our police department, even though it may not always look like that in real time, right? So keep that in mind as we move forward. I want to go back again and ask Mr. Lowry, Councilmember Lowry, ask you guys, and Chief, you said that y'all didn't need anything. Last time you said that when you left here, the police department beat you up because they said you shouldn't have said that. Remember that? Miss Sally remembers that. They said that you shouldn't have said that. So I don't want you to be in trouble when you go home. So do what Lara's asking. What else within reason do you all need?
Okay,
You're not getting the helicopter, Chief.
I wasn't talking about the facility now. We know, I mean, without saying anything, we are living in a 1970 building that has got a lot of issues.
Yeah.
And thanks to you, 3 years ago, you tried your best to get us something and it didn't work. But I go back to say the story. When the fire department was built, I wasn't here. It was about 6 million and change. The guys that did our workup told me that it would have been 15 million to build that now. Now it's probably going to be 20 million to build the same fire department. We cannot build a building for $6 million. We can. It's going to look like a tent. It's going to have canvas of the roof,
right?
Dirt floors. But the thing is, I'm those without saying we need a building. I just found out the other day. I thought the deputy chief was saying something wrong. He said, "Do you realize our air conditioning and heating? We don't have any vents in my office or his office or in the lieutenant's office, Lieutenant Anderson." I said, it didn't hit. Well, there's no ducting in our attic. It's just running loose. We're getting what comes into our little vents by accident, I guess. this is not reasonable.
Yeah.
I could be in a third world country and have better air conditioning. So we do need a building, Mayor, and I know you're going to try for it again, but the community needs to know we can build that for $6 million.
Sure.
No way.
Right.
And like you said, never, I don't think you're right. There's never been a vote, a bond, general obligation bond passed by the citizens. So the only option is the council's going to have to do a certificate of obligation, which is going to not be a vote of the city.
Yeah, and so where our hands are tied with that, because again, as a council, put everything into context. We are working diligently through a budget that we don't have our arms wrapped around.
Okay.
Right? The budget is eluding us at this point. We'll get it, but people are watching this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so to believe that the residents will support us as their representatives.
Yes, sir.
In some sort of a certificate of obligation, we are in a different day, right?
Yes, sir.
We're in a different day and a different time. But I believe that the residents will overwhelmingly support a new police station. I believe that. I believe that if we do what we're doing here now, we scrub the budget, we go back to basics, we get only what we need, and that doesn't mean that your budget will decrease. You may end up with more resources, Chief.
Yeah.
It's not based on the lowest number possible. It's a zero-based budget is based primarily on need assessment. And if your needs are great and your needs are validated, then that may cause an increase in your budget. So we're not saying somehow, some way you will walk away with less. Perhaps you might, sounds like council has an appetite for you to walk away with more, right? But we need to know what that more is. You need police cars, I heard somebody say. Are we leasing police cars nowadays, Kyle? What's the deal with that? We're leasing police cars. Okay. I believe that you all received, because the city manager ended up in one of them, didn't you? You all had, how many was that did you go pick up?
We flew to Georgia, drove back 4.
4. Okay.
Yes, sir.
How many more do
We
you
had-
need?
Thanks to the city manager working on it in Kyle, we got 14 over the last 14 to 15 months. Some we were supposed to get 3 years ago, but anyway, we got 14 more. They're being outfitted now. We have 5 on the road. We have 23 patrol vehicles. We'll have 30. With that, we have 33. This is patrol, working patrol. We asked for in our budget, because 8 vehicles that we have are on their last leg, 2016, 15, and 14s. I'm told by my fleet manager, Lieutenant G-Rod, we're going to lose 8 in the new fiscal year.
You're losing 8?
We're losing 8. They need to go. They're unsafe. So with that, we asked for 5 patrol and 2 admin vehicles to be used. That's 7 vehicles. That's not been approved. And you're saying right now, what do we really need? Obviously, if we're going to lose 8, we got to have makeup. So, and these are leased vehicles, Mayor. These are leased from Enterprise. And I know they're about each leased patrol vehicle is $1,500 a month, and it's about $1,200 for the admin vehicles per month.
You're losing 8, but you only asked for 5.
We asked for 7.
I'm sorry. Are you losing 8 patrol vehicles?
8 patrol vehicles.
But you only asked for 5 patrol vehicles.
Yes, sir.
Was it you, King, that was just? Which one of you all were just saying something about the patrol vehicles and how bad they are? Was that you that was just saying that?
Yes, sir, Mayor.
Operate at a certain speed.
Vibrate. That was you. Okay. Okay. No. Wait a minute. Somebody said something. Who said something to the effect of we don't have adequate reserve vehicles? Was that you?
That was me, sir.
So if you lose 8 and then even if we were to add 5, what would that do to your reserve fleet? Who can answer that?
That would be better probably answered by either deputy chief or.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, one thing, just to go back on to, we've gotten 14 new cars, but 10 of those have not gotten on the road yet, because you have to have the right equipment in them before they start rolling. In-car cameras, all that. So.
And we don't have that.
some of them we do, some of them we don't. We're working on it.
You gotta, so a lot of the vehicles, we received them, a lot of them got outfitted, a lot of them are just now getting striped. And we're working on, acquiring all the equipment.
Not
So
anything
it's
that we
just a
did.
process because the vehicles finally got released from the manufacturer to us.
So not something that we failed to provide as a council, not a monetary thing that we didn't.
No, a lot of the money is there. That was some of that KO that was with the Great All.
Okay.
That we're getting some, majority or all the required equipment that we're needing out of.
Okay.
To outfit what the 14 new ones that they've gotten over the last, let's just say 8 months.
Okay. So there's 10 coming, right?
Huh?
There's 10 new coming once they get outfitted.
Right, so we have them, they're at the police department for the most part, but they don't have, some are missing, radios, some are missing like in-car cameras. I think Lieutenant G-Rod just had them all striped, all the graphics done on them.
So there are 10 new ones that will come online at some point.
Yes.
And you're saying in addition to that, you need 5 more.
Well, we asked for 5 patrol.
Okay, I got you. I just wanted to get clear.
And as far as reserve, Mayor, the recommended industrial for police is around 20% reserve for patrol and 10% for admin. So if we have 33 patrol vehicles, you should have around 6 that are sitting there. When I get in my vehicle, it doesn't work and there's none available, I go to that vehicle. But we don't have that and we should.
Okay. I thought I saw Mr. Ross wanting to jump in and
So-
are you ready?
Just like I tell the fire department, I want your wish list, not your need list, right? Give me everything. And this is before you become Officer King again, so. But I also need to know where in the life cycle something's gonna be, right? 30 years ago, I signed for about $50 million worth of repair parts for a submarine. Right? 22-year-old little me. One IMU was $1 million and we had 32 of them, right? The life cycle of each one before the equipment was going to break down and then so I could rotate. So when y'all came in last time and said you need 50 new body cams, I'm like, I don't remember you asking me for 10 of them last budget cycle. And if you did, it's been a year, there's a good possibility my old ass forgot about it. So I'll take that. But I would like to see every budget cycle you ask me for 10 new body cameras. That way the older ones can leave and that's a much easier pill to swallow than 50, Same thing with the tasers. Now you're getting some of that stuff in a grant. That's great. But I still want to see next budget cycle 10. That way we can have a rotational basis of stuff coming in and leaving and going out. Please.
What happened, we did have Kyle talk on this. The plan of going to lease vehicles before I left was that they would be rotated out after several years and a new one come in. And it's kind of like, Kyle, you want to talk about that? See what happens.
And well, my daughter was working at a Chevy dealership during COVID because she couldn't trying to deal with online college sports. So I understand the vehicle side of it, but it's just now that we're rolling back again, ask for a little bit at a time so that it doesn't look like especially this council. This is only my second budget. I know I would not have told you no for 10 body cameras last year. I'd have been like, can we try to get you 15? Right? Give me your wish list. Give me everything you want. That way I can whittle it down to this is a smaller pill for us to swallow right now and still get you what you need. Right?
So, and I can just, my experience here, I don't know, Kyle, I don't know if he wants to back me up on this, but I think all departments are always, I speak for us. It feels like we're always a little timid to ask for everything. We don't want to everybody just to fall out. You know what I mean? So when we talk about previous years.
Right. And
so that's why, even like the 50 radios is 475, so it's got like a sticker shock to it, right? So I feel like we're always a little bit timid this year. We're trying to put it out there a little bit more and say, look, this is what.
I don't want you to be timid. I want you to ask for 15 radios and then me look like the jerk and say, I'm gonna give you 10.
Yeah.
Because I think I can afford that better. And then that's because we have a little handshake agreement. I really only need 10 right now, but I'm gonna ask you for 15. And it looks like I'm saving the taxpayers a dollar, but you're getting what you need.
Are we,
Your
si-
want list, your wish list, and what your need list, give me a 10 to 15% extra on that.
are we still, I'm sorry, Joe.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, real quick, are we still sending someone to leadership mainland? Because to Councilman Lowry's point, when it comes to image, that's a great thing to do to make sure we continue to have officers do leadership mainland. That program that's every year, do we have that? Do
Yes.
we have anybody doing that every year, pretty much?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Lieutenant Andrews just went this last.
Okay, because that's what helped myself and G-Rod get to know each other because we went through the same class, and that will help. So I hope y'all keep that in the budget every year. I know I'll be advocating for that. I'm done, Mayor Pro Tem.
Something else?
And I remember somebody mentioned grants. I want to know what you need. Everything, put everything that you could possibly think of that you might need, everything. That's our job to say, okay, maybe not 15 cars, maybe, and give us everything you need.
Gotcha.
Don't worry about that. It's safe to give us everything you need. I can guarantee that. Another thing is I don't want to rely on grants. When you're doing this, don't have a hope in a grant. We have a very successful, obviously a grant writer. I've seen repeatedly what she's done for the department, which is amazing. It's huge, but I don't want to rely on that either. And we need to rely on the numbers that we have for you. And the mayor already shot down a helicopter. I was hoping we could at least get a price on one, but
I mean, we can price it out.
And Mr. King, I probably have a better working relationship with some of the fire department than I do with the police union, but I want to know your wants. I want to know your wish list. I told them last year after I went to training with them at the burn building, if you want or you need 2 thermal imagers, ask me for 4. That way, between us up here, if it has to, I can fight for the 2 that you really need. But hopefully I'll get you the 4 so you've got something in reserve. All right. That's what I want. I want to know what you definitely need, but give me that wish up here. Right. Shoot for that star, man. I want to get y'all everything I can.
In that case, I need 6 officers, sir.
There you go. That's exactly.
You asked what we need. I need 6 officers. I need 8 cars. You know, to be honest, that ask as far as, hey, this is what we need. As the association president, it's my job to fight for the equipment and the personnel and the safety for my constituents that, you know, allow me to be in the position I'm in now. But that ultimately falls to the administration. And I'm here to support the administration and asking for the equipment and stuff. But ultimately, you're asking what we need. We need the personnel and we need the equipment to do our job and keep the city safe. You know, the city is growing.
Support your administration. Protect the people. I want to know what you want to protect the people, period. They may say we're only gonna ask for 6 cars. You tell me you need 8. That you're the union president. I want to know what you need. They can ask for less later. We can decide that you're gonna get less later. You need to tell us what you need. And we're gonna work every nickel to try to get you what you need.
As I said,
Right.
my members are telling me that we need extra personnel. They're the ones that are out there handling the call loads. They're the ones that are answering the calls. They're telling me they need more people on shift. The Department has asked for 6. I'm willing to support 6. Cars, as the mayor pointed out, we've asked for 5, and that wouldn't cover the 8 that are gonna die.
So is
So
6 people gonna cut $459,000 worth of overtime down considerably and keep us.
six officers are gonna affect the overtime tremendously. As far as, people having to cover shifts and everything else. But I will remind everybody that our overtime isn't just events. Our overtime is city council meetings.
Yeah.
And such, and to be honest, that was something that really wasn't done in the past. I can remember when I first started, there was a time where we actually had an officer at a city council meeting. And then that kind of went away for a while. And just within the last couple of years, has that really kind of come back? So that's an increase to the department's overtime budget that they didn't normally see. So I'm sure that a lot of that extra that you're seeing, some of that is going to be that new detail that they haven't been doing. But personnel and equipment is of the utmost importance for the department, and it's the utmost importance for the association that we have what we need, and we're able to provide the services that citizens deserve. End of story.
And that's all we want up here.
Just real quick, on that note, there are some things that are just gonna be baked in when it comes to overtime, like SRT. We don't have a full-time SRT team. They have to train, they had, things like that,
Right.
crash team. They're on call, they have to come out. So, but I do think, obviously, that number should shrink for sure.
Honestly, our need is the original budget that we submitted before it was balanced out and additional cuts were made. That's what we need, because it was already projected with the projections for the current budget that we're in. So that's what we need, is that original budget we turned in.
Do you, just random question on overtime. When you have your investigators, detectives, you have crimes committed after hours and they are, then summoned, called in, or however you all put that. Is that overtime? Is that comp time? What is that classified as?
For the CBA, it's up to that individual officer whether they take overtime or comp time. But
Okay,
usually on a major event like a homicide or anything like that, Lieutenant Gandy calls in everybody to try to get it solved as quick as possible.
But also to build on that, we also have to pay them to be on call. Because you're telling someone, right, that you can't really go to an Astros game tonight because you're on call. We need you to respond.
do we have one person on call from our investigative unit?
Correct.
Is that one person per day?
Yes.
Okay. So one person will take it for the week,
Yeah, they take it for a week.
but it's only one.
Yes.
But each day that they're on call, they have to be compensated for it.
Got you.
Some quick items. What's a faster score on equipment? Have you heard that term? Faster score? Police vehicles are judged by the mileage or by the hours, like I learned from fire.
I think they're judged on both, to be honest.
Both.
I think we do it by mileage.
Correct, but I think Chief talked about that earlier. On a police unit, since it idles, it's extra wear and tear on the actual engine, and I believe that's where that term comes into play, where it takes into account idle time plus actual driven mileage.
It's about 2.5 times whatever the mileage is on a police car. That's what the mileage is, because the engine's running, we're idling at a incident. The engine's running for 2 hours, whatever. So you take a 100,000 mile car, police car, it's really got like 250, 300,000. And that's why a police car should only last 2, maximum 3 years. But we got 2014 still in service, which is not good. They ought to rotate out like they should. That was the plan when I left with lease vehicles. About every 3 years, Kyle, they were supposed to give us new ones. We were going to trade them back in. And I don't know what happened, but it kind of went went to the wayside. That's. Right.
COVID happened.
3
We
years?
ordered vehicles.
Is it
and-
patrol car?
I mean, we literally just this year, we got vehicles that we ordered back in 2021.
Yeah.
COVID happened. The car dealership issue, manufacturing issues, all that.
So
The thing is, leasing is what we're paying $1,500 a month, say, for the new ones we just got. The 2003s, right, Kyle? Anyway, that's per month, 18K per year. You buy a new car now, a new police car, fully outfitted, you're looking at 70K with all the stuff on it. So if we were to buy, it gets to be expensive. That's why we went.
It's
to the
actually
lease.
cheaper for us to lease them.
That's why we went to lease purchase.
Yeah.
Because they outfit them, we pay them back on a lease. And then the vehicle gets sold back to them and they're supposed to give us money back to our budget, but they need to get that back in shape. We've had a hard time in the city manager and Kyle pulled a bunch of rabbits out of the hat that we wouldn't have had anything, thank gosh. But they gotta do better. Adam Price needs to do better for us. And it's just with COVID and all, there was the plants shut down, Ford shut down. They weren't building cars. So it's been a mess.
So, Kyle, if I remember since 2020, since I joined, I've asked for the vehicle inventory list and I've never seen one. I've never seen one.
I can pull that up for you.
Okay,
Mayor Pro Tem.
that's so.
And
it's
actually,
not only the vehicles, but I've asked for assets. What are those assets the city has? All that stuff.
I can
two-
collaborate with the auditors to get that.
Question 2, Kyle, on the overtime issue, is like borough, are those items being resubmitted to FEMA for reimbursement?
It will be.
Okay, once again, I go back to special revenue, tracking, that we have a borough fund. A barrel account. It was funded initially with X amount of dollars from our
So
disaster
I
fund.
believe Ms. Christine set up a what we call a project code, a barrel project code for everything to get coded off. So that's kind of like a subset of an account.
Okay.
So you have your disaster account and then a subset of that would be barrel, and then everything that related to that was getting charged to that.
Okay, and that's fine, but we'd like to see it. I'd like to track it, be aware of what's going on, right? In terms of expectations of reimbursements, things of that nature down the road. So that's the second point. Third point I want to say is that, and remember something I've learned, and actually, I think Mayor mentioned it to me early on. Remember, we have a fiscal year, we have a calendar year. Think in the long term. There's 2 sources of money. And I know this from the nonprofit world too, right? It's 2 sources of money during the year. Your fiscal year that ends in September 30th, and then you have that other source that begins what we're working on now. So as you do your planning and your desires for staff, and the same thing for the fire department, look at it as 2 opportunities, right? So let's get X amount of people here or personnel on this side, and then we can work them in over here under this budget for the following, the latter part of the year. As we did it successfully, bringing in individuals, you might create the position and then fund it for 6 months. Half a year, right? And then we're working it into the budget as we get into the new year, into the new budget cycle as well too. So use those tricks, right? Use them on that side. Right, on that side. Fourth item, public safety bond, public safety building. The public safety bonds can be structured in the language to include the acquisition of certain equipment. So it's very general, right? But it's establishment, purchase of a building or development of a building and the equipping of that property. So I just ask you as and Sergeant King, you'll be part of that public safety committee that we're looking at again too. That's something to remember as you identify things that you can incorporate in the proposed bond. And those are items that you're looking at over here in terms of the budget. Well, let's see if we can go ahead and bring them in under the bond, right? And that way you can expand the amount of money that you have available to do other things that you've already been approved within your budget. That's that. Fifth thing, the fuel costs. Fuel costs, and just confirming that inflation has been reduced. It's actually now the lowest rates. Right now it's down, and we might even get a reduction in the interest rate. But one of the things that is down is our fuel. What did I used to do in the past when my professional experience? I'd go buy my fuel. Lamarck used to do that at one time.
We did.
We used to buy fuel and store it and it could even be negotiated a bit further too, almost at a wholesale rate. And we might take another look at that. You're the
So we can definitely look into it again. The problem was all the state requirements to have the tanks, to certify the tanks. The tanks were not in the best of maintenance, let's say. So we had to decommission them, the software, the computer, the equipment, and then we had fuel theft internally on that. So it was more beneficial at the time to switch over, basically because even as it stands now, the state doesn't like to really have tanks in the ground. So the rules and regulations and the licensing fees doesn't really make it that much cheaper when you go to look at how much we get on our fuel dump, what that costs per gallon versus going to a store, and the convenience factor. The other factor would be like a patrol officer on the Walmart side of town would have to come all the way back over here and fuel up and then go all the way back to make it to a call that he got assigned to.
well. So I'll just take it one step further. I'm not telling you guys what to do, but I for me in my world, I would have gone to a friendly city or a friendly group that already had everything's now electronic. And part of this, I've got this from the Red Cross side. We have a contract with Element.
Mhm.
Element is basically our maintenance group. We've got a fee negotiated with them and the fee for services. They approve. And it's also, I go to any gas pump, and I'm able to fuel my vehicle that way. In the case of Texas City, they have a tank. They used to anyway, but they have a tank, and I'd probably be asking them, since everything is now coded, right? Can we join with you in that purchasing? We talk about that at the Houston Galveston Area Council board a lot, right? What can we do together in this environment? So just some thoughts that in terms of savings, long term on that side, and as to the public safety bond, that is something that we have to understand that the success of that too is, in my opinion, from what I've learned, is that we have to be strong as a city financially in order to support the bond. If you're constantly then changing, that weakens the financial rating of the city. So in order to support a strong bond, we've got to maintain stability there, show that in order to show the payment abilities back. And but since day one, that's something I said I would be supportive of, whether it was popular or not. I've never voted against any bond that's been brought to me, period, on that side. And I think that's all my comments there.
That's all you have.
Oh, I'm sorry. One last thing. And Kyle, this is it. And council. I don't know if this has to do with once again, long-term business. But at some point, I keep hearing about vehicles with the police department, vehicles with the fire department, vehicles with our public safety and the emergency management. And is at some point, I would like to get some feedback, whether it would not be perhaps better for us financially to just say, let's have a fleet vehicle department, so to say. Galveston has one, right? And their responsibility is once we make improvements or approve budgets to departments, then that money then is transferred within the city to the fleet maintenance department. And the fleet maintenance might be doing some of the oil changes that are required. I guess that's one area I would think on a police vehicle, high use, that should be done pretty regularly, as opposed to going out and paying the higher fee with a outside company. Just stuff like that. That's just something I would suggest we take a look at. That's all.
Mr. Lowry.
On the, so you guys said about 2 to 3 years for the vehicles is what the lifespan should be. And the reason is mechanically the engines, most importantly on diesels, the idle time is actually the worst thing for a vehicle, especially a diesel. And you got to understand how many 12 hours a day, 14 hours a day, 24 hours a day, those things are idling non-stop, which is the worst thing you can do for them. The fuel thing, it's usually difficult because of fire departments to get tanks and stuff and permits, but it also matters on how much you buy. If you buy a pup or a small truck, or if you're getting full tankers. And so that can be a huge cost. This last week, I just saved $2,450 on a tank of fuel versus having my guys fuel up at the pump. So that alone's $29,400 a year. So I think there is savings in bulk tank fuel, but there are issues. But from what I've experienced, it's usually the city's fire department and getting it. But there's also different kinds of tank. If you have a dual wall tank, or if you have a tank surround. So if you have a dual wall tank, you don't have to have the extra pan and stuff like that. So there are savings depending on how much you're purchasing and whatnot, and whether it's diesel. But then you also have storage by buildings where it's at. But I think that is something that we should possibly look into. But fuel in pump companies is actually one of the highest. It's stolen the most. So that is another issue or a concern area. But
So let's drill into that, council member. Currently, I believe that I'm right, because I thought the other day I saw a couple of police cars move into the Shell station to get gas. So currently, we're purchasing our fuel through retail means. So what you're suggesting, council member, is that we have a tank. We set up, construct, bring a tank down, have that tank filled. Usually they are at fire stations, at the back of fire stations. I think that's what you're saying. Buy that fuel in bulk. And we might realize cost savings is what okay.
The bigger tank you buy, the more you're going to save. 7,200 gallon tank is what you need. So 7,000 gallon tank is where you're going to save the most in fuel. Or if you get a bigger tank, if you get a 10,000 gallon, you're going to take a full semi truck every time. So if you get a full truck every time, that's 7,200 gallons. You know when you're getting close, you know when to fuel up. There's gauges on them and stuff like that. But there's money to be saved.
What's the, for lack of a better term, startup cost? What would it cost us to get the setup?
Tank, it's biggest expense. And depending on what type of software you want to put on it, there's some pretty high-end stuff. You can have satellite. You can have satellites tell you somebody just put 50 gallons in their car. You can have it tell you when you're at 500 gallons, 300 gallons, so you know when to fuel up. But the biggest cost is going to be the purchase of your tank, but then you own it. That was one of the big
So,
Expenses that I see.
so, and just so for clarification, let y'all know, we are in part of a fuel program with the Wix card. So we don't use like a JP Morgan or a credit card that goes and gets fuel. We have assigned fuel cards to each vehicle. And they have to put in a mileage. It has to meet a certain requirements, criteria for them to be able to get fuel. And then all that goes into the reporting software so we can see all that. And there is a discount on the fuel that we get. It might not be a huge discount, but there is a discount. And once again, like I said, so each vehicle, just like the, any kind of flex truck or council vehicle, we have the fuel card in there for whoever to get fuel with. That's number one. So that kind of came easy because of the staff, the maintenance, and the location. We're sitting here and I'm all for trying to do a fuel station. We need to do two. We need to do one on one side of town, probably close to Central Station, mainly with diesel for obvious reasons, and then one on this side with regular unleaded gas. The problem is location. Where are we going to put it? We can put it back out of the barn and on that. However, right now, as y'all seen, we had a huge issue with the service center and what it looked like out there and the maintenance and the cleaning and all that. So we're working towards cleaning that off. We're not there, and like you said, it would be purchasing of tanks, whether it's above ground tanks, below ground tanks, all this stuff. The tanks that we still have them. They're decommissioned because of maintenance issues and the TCEQ licenses and all that ran with it. But it is a huge, it would be a big cost, and the city has a lot of needs elsewhere. So I think once again, at the time, I believe the finance director felt that it was easier to go with this fuel card program, and then would revisit looking into a fuel system of ourselves when we have that pot of cash, right? That when we have some extra income.
Maybe check what the cost is. 'Cause this last fuel up, I saved 32 cents a gallon on diesel. And then if you take that across the year or next 5 years, but maybe find out what kind of discounts, because I've heard of those cards before. And there's lots of different cards you can get for
right
to where you can use any fuel station just about and get the discounted rate. So something to look into.
Yeah, I guess another, along with the other analysis, fuel costs versus our own tanks. What would that startup cost be? What would, in the long run, what would that look like? What kind of potential cost savings? Yeah. Anything else for police? Yes, sir.
So Officer Rodriguez, no disrespect, but we have no idea what you originally submitted. So the budget that we've gotten has gone through several hands. So I would actually like to see what your original submit to council was before it went to finance and everybody else. That way I know what your want list is. That, I would love that. That would be very helpful.
Before we let you guys go, I wanted to revisit this $500,000 in building repair resource. We moved it out of the what was that, ARPA? Was it an ARPA?
Mhm.
ARPA? And where do we put it? Where did it show up again?
When that change was made, we looked at doing it out of streets. It was moved to streets. I have, whenever we get a chance to get to it, I have the printouts.
The $500,000 was moved out of the police building fund into streets.
Yes, sir.
Right. Did we ever replace, because I thought that we said we did, the $500,000 back into the police building fund? If we did, where did that come from?
So on the COs, there was some dollars that were set aside specifically for municipal facility upgrades. There was a CO bond, it looks like dating back to at least 2016, if not before that, that included specifically funds for that. I'm trying to look at my dates here. Looks like there were funds coming out of 16 and 2018 that would have replaced that. Or actually, we were trying to add the ARPA funds in addition to those.
So, but as it stands right now, so we are all clear. This council has set aside $500,000. You're saying now it's through two particular COs. And we're gonna get the list of those ARPA and CO accounts, right?
Yes, sir.
So we still have the $500,000 set aside,
Yes.
but now it's in 2016 CO, you said? And 2018 CO? Okay,
Yes.
just so we're all clear. Did y'all hear all that?
And most of that is probably gonna be eaten up with the roof
Yeah.
and our air conditioning.
May be true. We want to have a fair shake and a fair deal. This is what happened. This is where, we can locate this in the future. Any more questions for police?
And this
Can I
is
make
kind
sure
of,
one more thing?
Yes, sir.
it's kind of, Ms. Turner, this is probably more of a statement than a question, but maybe next year when we do the budget review, we can have something that says from the department, the city manager request for us to look at and see what the difference is before we have to tear things apart. That way we know before it gets to us, we can see the two, right? Because I don't know what Chief Aragon asked for.
I want to be clear because when it comes to you, meaning the council, do you want to have a balanced budget, right? You want us to hand you a balanced budget, or do you want to see a budget untouched?
I want to see what they asked for and then the city manager's balanced budget that comes from it. Right?
Look-
That way, when I see, like we had the conversation about postage with code enforcement, because I know a stamp costs 70 cents now, and I think it's like $3.12 by itself for a certified letter, and if they're sending out, but you knock their postage down to where it's not even close to what it's gonna be. Okay, what did they ask for in postage before you decided something else?
In my mind, as I'm thinking through this whole process, what I want to see for next year, I would want more interaction between city manager, finance, and the department. Extensive discussions before we even bring it to you.
Yeah.
And that's great.
Instead of having these discussions for 9 and 10 days, we want to scrub it first together as a department, then come to council.
9 and 10 days. Ms. Turner, what Councilmember Ross is requesting is something that we used to have in our budget, and it was just an extra column. And that column would be departmental requests. So you would have, you see how you have it laid out? There would be one more column. It would say departmental request, and after that, it would say city manager's proposed budget, so that he or she can defend additions or cuts, so that chief can say, we need $5 for gas, and the city manager can say, well, our analysis says we only need 3, but they were side by side. And I think that's what Mr. Ross is wanting.
That's exactly.
For some reason, Mayor, the MDSS and most budgets I've seen have that department request. The next one is finance, could be finance director and city manager.
Right.
But I put in an amount like for fuel, I think it was 160, Chad. And when finance and the city manager talked about it, it changed and now reads base. So I don't know what I put in because that disappeared.
Yeah.
So I gotta, what I'm saying? That needs to happen. It should have those columns.
Yeah, absolutely.
Makes sense?
Absolutely. Yeah, they just want another column.
And Mayor, to be clear for everyone, as we undertake this task, the obligation, the responsibility of the finance director and the city manager in cities across Texas is to come back and present a balanced budget to us. And that ultimately, that's the responsibility on that side.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Wagner?
Yeah, just also one thing we didn't mention was we rely very, very heavy on IT for a lot of our needs. So I think Kyle was maybe going to put in for a public safety IT person. Today's a prime example. Kyle's in here. He didn't pass me a note. He really didn't. I just want to throw that out there. Kyle's here. I think another person's out sick, so we're
Yeah.
constantly calling on them. And so
Yeah.
I just wanted to do that shout out for Kyle. And then,
Thanks, Kyle.
no, and then also, we just want to make sure we told, like y'all talked about, tell our story, right? And so, like when we talk about, everybody's got different ratios for 2 officers per 1,000, this and that. But Lamarque is also a unique city. We're small, but we have a lot of calls for service also. And that's what I hit on before. You're talking, if you add traffic in there, which we used to do, you have 45,000 calls for patrol officers divided over 12 officers. It's a lot of calls. And I say 12 because you got to take the sergeants out of it and stuff like that. So those are, and then you can do the same thing with CID when we go into cases and things like that. But I'm just big on breaking it down like that, not just saying it, because every city's different. And I know we've talked about this before. You drive in League City or Friendswood, good luck not seeing a cop within about 2 minutes of driving in that city. And we don't have that here,
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so that's the goal.
Yeah.
Same. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that we are aware, ladies and gentlemen, the unique challenges of our city. A lot of it just based on geographical position. We have 5 major thoroughfares coming in and out of our city. Lamarque is truly the heart of Galveston County. We are the direct center. So it's hard to get in and around this county without passing through Lamarque. And it's easy to pass through Lamarque because there's so many major thoroughfares and certainly that attracts people that are potentially committers of crime, right? So we get it. So that ratio goes out of the window when you're dealing with a city that hugs a major freeway. Anything else, guys?
I just want to thank you guys for coming down here and taking more of your time, and we're just trying to help you guys as much as we can.
We appreciate y'all hearing us out.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Absolutely.
Mr.
Council?
Mr. King, I think I like Officer King better. Just want to say that.
You can go put your shirt back on now.
I guess that means I have to return back to work. Thank you all for your time. The only thing I will ask is that while we are trying to proceed towards getting a new facility and going through a bond, the needs of the department are just as important.
Sure.
And I don't want that to be any less weighted based off of the possibility of trying to get a bond passed.
Sure.
The needs are the needs. And they're heavy as they are.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Turner, I think you're going to remain after class.
Yes, Principal.
We are now welcoming our fire department.
We take a 5 minute.
We could take a 5 minute, let them get set up, and we really need to have a 5 minute this time because we will be at 10 minutes after 5 with hopes of ending by 6, knowing that we will give the fire department as much time as they need, but hopefully we can end by 6. Take a 5 minute. Hello again. We are back. It is 5:15 on August 15th. We are in the midst of our budget workshop. And we are visiting, excuse me, it's been a long day, with our fire department, with the administration, as well as members of the local fire union. And so we're back for round two with the fire department. I believe Councilmember Lowry requested this department. So again, we'll let Mr. Lowry lead us in this discussion.
Thanks for coming, guys. I appreciate you coming down here. I want to get some things ironed out. Kind of like Mr. Ross said earlier with the police department. We need to know everything you need, everything you want. We need to know everything. Let us decide as a council what we can do for you and what we can't do for you, with what the taxpayers want to do. There was some issues with the budget that I'm looking at, and it just a lot of the stuff on here just doesn't make sense. Kind of equipment maintenance, that's kind of my forte. On a trucking company for so many years, knowing the petroleum costs have gone up so much. A $75,000 maintenance budget. I don't see how many big rigs do you have? Let's start with 2 fire trucks, and then
we have 3. We have 2 frontline and 1 in reserve.
1 in reserve, and then how many?
We have 4 diesel engine ambulances.
So 4 diesel engine ambulances
and 1 gasoline engine ambulance.
So my costs, and in case council doesn't know, there's even tires have a lifespan. I don't know if people knew that or not, but believe it or not. And your rigs, I'm guessing, and I did this off of 2, but you're going to go through $20,000 in tires a year, $4,000 in oil changes a year. So, and that was just based off of 2. Your fuel, again, your guys' fuel was reduced to nothing. I don't know how that's possible. Your overtime, $757,000 last year, 23.
That was the estimate. We were with Hurricane Beryl, we were somewhere around 600,000 in overtime.
So in my business, when you're burning into overtime, that's where, I'm losing my profit, and it's costing, it's an unnecessary cost at times. To reduce that, I'm guessing that you could probably hire more people and significantly reduce the cost of overtime for the city and have more manpower. So my question is, how many more people in which area would you need for us to reduce that overtime by giving you more manpower and lightening the load on the department and the citizens?
So you said our wants. At this point, we're governed by the NFPA 1710, which is the minimum staffing for fire apparatus. Mayor Bell's a pretty well versed in this, but in the NFPA 1710, the minimum staffing for a fire truck is 4 personnel on a fire truck. TDH requires that we have 2 certified personnel per ambulance. So we have in service right now 2 engines and 2 medic units at all times. Our minimum staffing on our fire trucks is currently at 2 people. We don't hire overtime until we have to maintain 2 personnel. So we staff 10 people per shift. We have what's called a Kelly day, which is every 27 days, the schedule we rotate on a 24-hour shift. So every 27 days, these guys have to take a 12-hour Kelly day to reduce. It reduces the overtime by the half. It takes instead of time and a half, you're paying straight time to somebody.
So you said, what is the organization called? You're the guidelines and rules?
NFPA.
NFPA.
Yeah, National Fire Protection Association. 1710 is the actual guide number.
And you said 4 per truck.
4 per heavy apparatus.
And you're running 2.
Yes, sir. until this council gave us, last year gave us the 3 personnel. For the last probably 10 years of my career in this town, we have been riding with a 1-man engine.
Would you explain, Chief, to Councilmember Lowry, the 2 in, 2 out? The reason there's 4 is because,
Yes, so the Texas Commission on Fire Protection that governs our certifications, like the police officers have TCOL, which governs their license.
Right.
The paramedics have I just said TDH. It's not TDH anymore. It's the Department of State Health Services. They govern the EMS license. Well, the Texas Commission on Fire Protection, or we'll say TCFP from here on out. So the Fire Commission governs our fire certifications. There are policies that are called 2 in, 2 out. So for every 2 people that I have inside a IDLH environment, immediate danger to life and health, a fire, or a hazmat scene where it's a chlorine leak, or, a H2S leak, or anywhere I've got 2 people in that could be an immediate danger to their life and health, I have to have 2 people on the outside ready to go in should something happen. They're called a RIC crew, Rapid Intervention Team.
So you have 2.
I have 2 personnel
So you're short 2 people per
truck.
shift every day.
Yes.
So in the event there's a fire,
We're short 4 per shift.
4 per shift, so 2 per truck.
2 per truck, yes, sir.
And so if you show up on scene, say there's a fire, you're on scene on a fire, then you can't both go in. So somebody's
Councilman-
inside.
Councilman Lowry, I'm going to give you the exact same statement I gave Mayor Bell at last budget cycle. If I show up on a fire scene when I was a 1-man engine and you're standing in the front yard telling me that your son is in that house, I'm going. Policy, I don't care. I will risk my life to save your family. And everybody sitting here will do the same thing. Is it right? No, but it's the job we signed up for. Should we not do it? I don't know any fireman that will tell you they're not going to go into a burning structure and save your family. Whether we violate a policy or not. But we're not supposed to violate that policy. But in our world, you risk a lot to save a lot.
So in essence, by them not being staffed, in that event, we would be forcing them to violate a policy in order to save a life. Am I correct
Yes,
in
sir.
that?
And at last budget cycle, I sat here and I did something that I don't believe anybody in my position has done prior, was to give you guys exactly what we needed to successfully take care of the citizens. That was 4-man engines, a 3rd medic unit in service full time, because our call volume keeps increasing. And like I told Mayor at the time, and even your predecessor, was my job is to tell you guys what I need to take care of the citizens. You guys have to tell me what we can do to make it better. Council chose to give us 3 captains positions to work on this side of town. What that did was that increased our minimum staffing so we went from 9 personnel to 10 personnel on shift. That took our minimum staffing to 8, which is 2 members on a fire truck, 2 members on the engine, or 2 members on each engine, which is 2, that's 4. And then each medic unit has 2, that's another additional 4. I don't hire overtime until I get to, like, somebody calls off sick or somebody needs to take vacation. We don't hire overtime just to hire. We hire overtime to maintain a minimum of 2 personnel when we really should be at a minimum of 4 personnel. But we don't have enough people on staff to do that. And this is something y'all inherited. This is a problem, much like with the police department, that this can's been being kicked down the road for years. When I started in this department, we had 1 engine, 1 fire truck, and 5 personnel. That's what we had. So we're getting better. Council started last budget cycle by giving us the three captains so that we would have a company officer on this side of town. Before we had 1 company officer for managing both stations. So we didn't have a company officer on this side of town. Council directed us to hire 3 more company officers or captains to be on this side of town to manage this operation over here. That increased us to 2 men staffing. We still need to go an additional.
How many?
Per shift, we would need 4 per shift. So we need 12 total just to get to enough people to have 4 men on the engine. That doesn't cover
That's
call
for
off
policy.
That's
follow
just
policy.
right. Well, that just gives us enough people on the engine. That doesn't give us, when people call off sick or take vacation time, then we would have to hire overtime to maintain the minimum staffing. You always have to staff over that to maintain so that you have coverage. Otherwise, you're always gonna continue to hire overtime to maintain the minimum staffing.
And then your equipment maintenance, I'm understanding that's probably different than, would be like the pumps on the truck, or what would that?
So you're not far off on, so our 3 heavies, excuse me, our fire trucks, we do have to buy a set of tires a year, and they are expensive. 1 annual preventative maintenance a year, an annual pump test, and those engines, the manufacturers recommend that the fuel filters get changed every 400 hours. So we average about $35,000 a year per engine.
And we have 31,000 total budgeted for
Right.
3 engines.
That's so my original ask was $150,000 for maintenance budget. What got cut, we talked to Ms. Turner. We're now at $100,000 for maintenance.
What does one of those trucks cost? Just ballpark?
$756,000 was the ones that the 2 that we currently have that we put in service in 2019 and 2020 cost us $756,000. We're at about $1 million a truck to replace them.
So we're at $1 million right now. One thing I can tell you about equipment is you either pay for the maintenance now or you buy a new truck later. So that's kind of where I'm at on that.
And these, much like the police department, our trucks, our ambulances and our fire trucks, they have a frontline shelf life of about 5 years, and then a reserve status of an additional 3 to 5, depending on how long they go. So we've pushed that cushion somewhere from 5 to 7 years on the front line, and then we have one in a reserve. Our one reserve truck that we can use doesn't have all the equipment it needs. We have to take equipment off of one of the 2 front lines when it goes out of service, put it on the secondary truck. But our backup engine is a 2011.
And speaking about the ambulance and stuff, I want to say thank you again, because one of the things that your department has done is always looked for a way to save the taxpayers' money. And when you retrucked or remounted those boxes, you saved the citizens hundreds of thousands of dollars. So it's apparent that that's what your department has tried to do in the past. You've showed a history of that you've tried to save the taxpayers' money.
It goes even farther than that. If you notice out front, all of the pretty red fire line stripes and the yellow stripes, our firemen do that. All I did to do was purchase a little bit of paint. We didn't have to pay any contractors. The guys come out and fix it. If we can work on we have one of our firemen that works his extra job at one of the fire truck repair places. So emergency lights that need to be replaced, something small. Our guys, we try to work on anything in-house that we can to reduce sending out for service costs.
Wow.
We're working on a service cost with our local emergency services. Our Siddons and Martin is the local emergency fleet personnel. We're working on a contracted rate so that we get a decreased rate, and when we do have to send it over to them, plus they're in town, it's right down the street from us. So we're trying to save as much money as we can, but we're also cognizant that, the fire department is an inevitable black hole of money because equipment is expensive. Just to put one of these guys in bunker gear, I mean, you saw it's $5,000 for one set of bunker gear that's going to last us 10 years. The air packs that these guys wear, as they wear out, they don't even wear out. They're still perfectly good air packs, but the NFPA says we can only have air packs that are 2 cycles out. So each time they upgrade the air packs, we can only let them upgrade 2 times before we have to buy new air packs. That's a $7,000 pack that they wear on their back. A lot of that stuff we do try to go out for grants for. I mean, we're trying hard to purchase, enough bunker gear to put everybody in a second set of bunker gear to decrease, the TCFP's come out with a cancer reduction initiative, which is where these guys, if they have a fire, that set of gear that they're in gets put in a bag. They get a new set of gear, or their secondary set. They put their secondary set of gear on. That set of gear that was in that fire goes to be decontaminated by going through what's called an extractor. So you put it in the extractor, it has chemicals that basically it's an industrial washer that has chemicals that pulls it doesn't pull it all out, but it reduces the amount of cancer causing carcinogens that stay in your gear. Right now, if these guys have a fire, they have to wear that gear till the end of their shift. And then at the end of their shift, everything goes in the extractor, because we have one at each station to do that. But they have to wear it till the end of their shift, because if they catch another fire and their gear's in the extractor, then I don't have a fireman to go fight a fire. And we're already, not where we need to be on minimum staffing.
So in the event that there's a fire and you guys make the right choice to preserve life, and you go in and we as the city don't give you the manpower to follow protocol for 4 men per unit, what kind of situation does that put the city in, liability wise? Well, if one of our firemen are hurt, or God forbid we suffer an LODD, the city would be responsible for the family's benefits, and because the state could deny those benefits because we violated the 2 in, 2 out policy. So that would mean that if I went into that fire, the state could deny my family benefits because I chose to go after your family and something happened to me. So that means that my wife and son don't get the benefits they deserve should something happen to me. I couldn't live with myself if I didn't go in. That's a tough situation.
Oh, I said it to the mayor last year at budget cycle. If I pull up in the front yard, and I, even to this day in my unit, I carry my bunker gear. If I pull up in that yard and our fire trucks are still a ways out, and you're standing there telling me that your son is in that house, I'm going to get your kid. So will these guys.
Thank you. Hazmat is another concern that I have. When I moved here, I've never been around chemical plants, and when I saw those things, I'm always scared. Driving by them, they freak me out. Chemical leaks. We're so close. I know that. Are you guys prepared if we have a
No, sir.
chemical leak or something? I mean, being this
No,
close
sir.
to them,
We have
trained at least, or
so Texas City has guys that are trained and they have a hazmat truck.
Mhm.
The closest full-time hazmat unit will either come from Harris County Fire Marshal's office, Fort Bend County Fire Marshal's office, or the city of Houston.
the hazmat team's going to come from
Yes.
Houston down there?
We actually have eight hazmat techs. We put 8 guys through hazmat school this past year. And we also have 2 hazmat incident commanders. So we're working on the training to get that way. One of the battery storage terminal places that just came in, actually gave us $10,000 to buy gas meters, because the only gas meters we have will read CO, oxygen level, the minimum gas meters. They gave us the money to buy a couple of 7 gas meters where we can read H2S, CO, volatile organic compound, ammonia, and chlorine. My hazmat tech and my hazmat incident commander sitting right next to me.
And you have how many of those?
We don't have them yet. We're going to purchase 2 of them.
You're going to have 2. And is that something that probably all the firefighters should have with them, or?
So our ultimate goal is to put one on all 3 of the engines and have one in our fire marshal's response vehicle and our deputy chief's response vehicle. The units that we're looking at, they come with, they make a system where you can actually lock it into a case and it will monitor air for you independently, and it's Wi-Fi to our EOC. So, but we're just starting at stage 1 would be with the 2 monitors that the company has provided us with enough equipment, enough enough dollars to buy the proper equipment to monitor any off-gassing that comes from some of those facilities.
And I think it's important that we're paying attention to the hazmat stuff because, you know, we do have eventually, there's going to be movement with the railroad, which is in my district. Whether it's just storage or tank farms or railroad cars, whatever it is, if or when it happens, there's going to be.
We have the
potentially-
largest ammonia plant in the state right across the railroad tracks in Texas City.
It's carrying ammonia. And you guys don't have, you guys have gear to protect with ammonia?
No, sir.
So the respirators we have is not adequate.
Our air pack masks are CBRN rated, chemical, biological, nuclear radiation rated to protect. They're rated for that. Our air packs are rated for that. We can actually go on our air packs and breathe healthy air. But once we're done, our gear is going to have to be extracted because of the ammonia and all the other stuff that would be in those. We don't have level A hazmat suits. We don't have that. That's equipment we don't have.
Those are definitely some areas of my concern. I appreciate you guys coming down here and answering all the questions, and hopefully we can get everything that you are asking for, and kind of like with the police department, and let us decide and let the community decide what we can do to get you guys everything that you need to do your job effectively to protect the community.
Our vision, fire administration and the local 3282, our vision for final build out of this entire fire department would be an engine and a medic unit at each station, and a ladder truck on the west side, a hazmat truck on this side of town with a ladder with an engine and a medic unit, as well as the hazmat unit, engine and medic unit, 2 medic units over here, a ladder truck, a fire engine, and 2 medic units on that side of town as well.
And I'm glad you brought up the ladder truck. I know that's something that we don't have, and it's a massive, massive cost. I know personally people that haven't built here in the community because we don't have a ladder truck, and their type of business would require a ladder truck, and because of how it would affect their insurance. So
The fire code actually speaks to that. If you don't have a ladder truck in your facility or in your jurisdiction, or don't have an automatic aid agreement with somebody that has a ladder truck, you're not supposed to build over 55 feet. Abundant Life is over 55 feet. Amazon's over 55 feet. Sam's, Walmart. Some of these apartment complexes, they want to build a few at 301 Newman apartment complexes over
dog
50
track, is that?
Dog tracks over 55 feet. There are places this city has needed a ladder truck for a long time, but we're not in a position to buy a ladder truck or staff a ladder truck, because that comes with an additional 3 to 4 personnel for that truck alone.
Mayor, it is something that I think will affect what kind of businesses come here if we don't have the proper emergency equipment for them. I've heard from builders before that.
So our town, when we added the second fire station, the additional medic unit and engine, plus some additional staffing, we were capable of going from an ISO 4, an insurance service fire protection rating of a 4, to a 2. That helped the homeowners see a decrease in their homeowners insurance. From a 2 to a 1 puts it. If we were at 4-man engines and we had additional trucks, a ladder truck would be one of them, plus, a staffed ladder truck with 4-man engines. ISO could come back in, do a new evaluation, and we might potentially make it to an ISO 1, which gives the EDC the largest bargaining chip. And a lot of your big companies look at moving to where ISO 1 places are, which increases the commercial tax revenue, which would eventually decrease property tax,
hot tax, sales tax. The last thing I have for you is something that I've noticed throughout the community and had complaints on is hydrants that do not work. Off the top of your head, do you know how many there are that are currently inactive, improper, don't work? Ballpark? These guys were just out, so these guys do hydrant maintenance every year, and when I say hydrant maintenance, we take the caps off, we grease the stems, we lube the threads, and we flush the hydrant get all the sediment out of the hydrants. We do that annually. Our guys are not trained to reset broken hydrants or repair broken hydrants. We've got somewhere around 100 to 125 broken hydrants, but there are over 1,000 hydrants in this town. I believe with the new subdivisions, we're up to around 1,300 hydrants that these guys serve the flow and so we go out, we paint them, we flow them, and we flow them so that we know what the flow is, so that we can put the color on top of the it's called the bonnet, the top of the fire hydrant. The color on the top of that tells these guys as they're driving down the road, that hydrant, I know exactly how many GPMs I'm going to get out of that hydrant. And you need that so your machine doesn't suck the line flat, collapse it.
Yes, sir.
100 to 125 failed fire hydrants in the community is a huge concern. Anybody that lives next to one and they have a house fire, who's going to take ownership and liability when our fire trucks only carry how many gallons?
Each truck will carry 750 gallons.
And that's gone in probably how many minutes? Two? One?
It depends on it could be upwards of a minute.
A minute.
If we're flowing a master stream and a hand line, that's 750 gallons per minute coming out of one fire truck.
If we could look into the hydrants, again, I know that's not your
But
job,
I will say that
it is a tool for them, and that goes back to giving the guys the tools that they need so they can do the job for the community that they serve in. So
I will say
confirmed.
the Public Works Department does have, they don't replace them. They have a contractor that comes in and replaces them based on our ability, our financial ability to have them replace the hydrants that are broken and fix the ones that can be fixed, they repair. The ones that they can't fix, they replace. But that's all based off of, the budget, what they're budgeted to fix each year.
Thank you, guys. That's all I have. Appreciate your time again. Thank you for all you do. We appreciate you guys very, 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 very much. First responders are what keep us alive and safe. And thank each one of you and everybody that's not here as well.
Anyone else?
Yes. So budgeted for 2024 was $2.25 million. Estimated, and this is just south, right? Not any of the extra stuff. Estimated, it looks like 4.145 million. So we've already almost doubled what the budgeted salary was.
Okay.
There's
a correction in there.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a correction since that one.
So what the MDSS system did was it took my Miss Christine, because I'm not real good. Math for me is a tough one. She taught me how to do an estimate. So when I did our estimates, I wrote them on paper. I spent, I don't know how many hours working on it. When I plugged it into the estimated line, I don't know if I did it wrong or if the system took my total estimate for the year plus the budgeted year, slapped them together and stuck them in that. So it's incorrect.
Okay.
Which line is that? I'm sorry.
That's
Is that
10K.
basically how that happened, Ms. Christine?
It's salaries. It was there.
It doubled it up. Yeah.
But it's gone now. It's gone.
I just wanted to make sure. So
Yeah.
the 2.27 is correct, not the 4.14.
That is correct.
Right.
I've actually corrected it to, the proposed is a total of 2,442,692.
And that covers the collective bargaining increase that our
8%.
fire personnel get.
The proposed was, you have the proposed at what now?
The proposed now is 2,442,692.
What was it before?
2467493 is what I have.
I've got 252,495.
Okay. So it went down.
I did some adjustments, yeah.
Okay.
I'm constantly working on it.
Gotcha. Yes.
Okay.
So I just wanted to make sure, because when I saw that it was proposed at this, and it was almost doubled, but then we're
Yeah.
going back down by half that.
Right. So we, when Miss Christine and I got together and we were told that, we had to balance the budget and come down, like, just for instance, like our fuel costs, I requested $100,000 for fuel for the year for my trucks. Obviously that got knocked to 45,000. I think we're back to 60,000 in fuel. I don't,
And Chief, that I understand that's all gonna change. It
is.
that was literally shocking when I looked at it with
And I'll be honest,
5 to 4.1.
and I don't know if it was the program or if it was the way I inputted it, but
And
it was
you and I are both technologically, every now and then technologically difficult because of our age and our fat fingers and stuff.
my 10-year-old son fixes my iPhone.
So, yes, I just wanted to make sure that, because that would be an easy one for somebody to go, how are you going from?
But we do have, we have expended somewhere around 600,000 in overtime this year. Some of that was borough. Some of that is, special event staffing. But the majority of our overtime is just to maintain 2 personnel on a fire truck.
Right. And then my last question, is there any way that we as a city, because I have seen this in other places, we could have our full-time staff, but have a supplemented volunteer fire department? Or is that in recent years changed to where you can either have one or the other?
So there are still combination departments, but the volunteer pool is drying up. When the volunteers disbanded from here in 06,
06, 07, somewhere.
yeah, somewhere around 06, 07. The then president still holds the charter for the volunteer fire organization. But the volunteers across, they're starting to get supplemented. League City supplementing with day crews, Santa Fe supplements with, stipend crews, because, when I started in the fire service, probably much like when the mayor started in the fire service, you could work a single income family at, 35 hours a week and support your family off of that. So there was expended time to volunteer and do things like that. As society and the cost of living has gone up, now it takes dual income families at, 50 to 60 hours a week just to support just to maintain your own household. I mean, carton of eggs and a gallon of milk is pretty expensive nowadays. So the volunteers there's just not enough people to spread volunteers around. So in 2005, I believe, the mayor was one of the ones that started pushing council to go to a full-time paid fire department. And we started with basically 4 guys in a fire truck. And while we're not 4 guys in a fire truck anymore, we're, 2 stations, two medic units, 2 engines, and we have 30 certified personnel that are authorized to be on suppression, plus our fire marshal's office with all the things that we're doing. I mean, the department is growing. As the city grows, our call volume also increases. Cost of medical supplies have increased. Medical supply increase has been about 10 to 15%. Even though standard inflation is, I think, 3% now, we're still paying about 10 to 12% higher on medical supply, first response supplies for the medic units.
Also, I heard y'all was looking to hire a cook. I don't remember where I heard that.
So our ask for this year were to stagger out. We need 3 engineers, And then the firemen to add, we wanted to stagger that out. We were looking to add an environmental crimes deputy to our fire marshal's office. League City's fire marshal's office, all of their guys do environmental crimes. Our current fire marshal's office doesn't have the bandwidth to take on that, but with the environmental crimes, if we were to authorize our environmental crimes deputy in our fire marshal's office, that also opens us up to funding from HGAC for environmental crimes, investigation equipment and supplies to do things like that. With code enforcement being under our fire marshal's office, it makes sense for them to have an environmental crimes officer to investigate those and push further, because the health and safety code has pretty hefty penalties for illegal dumping if you have the means to thoroughly investigate it.
Give you an example of that. Somebody dumped concrete in the empty parking lot, dirt lot in League City, and all three people that were on site got an $1,800 bill for it. So $1,800 a piece in League City. One event.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Let's go back. Number one. The fuel cost amount. How many trucks is League City running?
I wouldn't
You know?
I wouldn't know, sir.
I'm trying to think myself, 'cause I go over there at least twice a year. I think.
They have 6 stations.
So Lake City has 6 stations.
And there's a couple of fire trucks at each station.
Any station, that's what I'm thinking. Well,
Two just a station and a ladder truck at a station. I mean, they're a very big volunteer department.
yeah,
They bring in a lot more money than we do. So they have other means and avenues of purchasing equipment. So their fuel budget is
Alright.
going to be more than ours.
well, actually, that's why I'm looking at their budget
Mhm.
and their expenses and estimate and their budget for FY 25. Estimate for the year end on fuel and gas and oil is 55,670. And their budgeted amount for FY 25 is 57,630. So it comes out to basically the 60,000 that you have there on that side over there. Second of all, Chief, you're the one who brought this to us, and it resulted in a new income flow. The charges on you changed the company that's doing the billings
Yes, sir.
for I think they were the ambulance,
Yes, sir.
right?
And so we started with a new company to do the EMS billing.
And it went from basically 0 to 600,000, as I recall.
The previous year, we collected $380,000, and year to date on EMS collections for this year is $619,000.
Okay,
And that's just year to date.
Year to date. We still have a couple of months left. What did we come at? 750 is where I think 740, I think is where we estimated a ballpark on.
That's the estimate for the year end. So basically doubled.
Yes, sir.
We're looking at doubling. Congratulations.
The new schedule of fees that you council implemented, our fire marshal's office didn't double, they tripled.
Yeah.
We went from collecting $13,000 the previous year to $57,736 this year.
Year to date.
Year to date, yes, sir.
And those were inspections on.
Inspections, annual operational permits for businesses, fire plans reviews, any plans review that we do, we charge and collect the fee. Well, permitting collects the fees, but we've tracked that we have collected $57,737 year to date.
And Chief, going back into the EMS charges, those charges, when an ambulance is run, there's obviously a charge. Fire is not intended to be a profit-making entity, but it's intended to the extent possible.
Right. And
cover
I think you
costs.
remember it was, I told you, I don't plan, I can't put our fire department in the black, but
Yeah.
I want to try to ease the burden as much as I can on the taxpayers by increasing.
And then we also, so the bill for the run goes to Medicare. Medicare reimburses. It doesn't cover the cost really, but there's a.
Correct. Because
cost.
it's a designated rate group, a DRG rate for Medicare that we ambulance bills, medical bills, even from a hospital, they're marked up, and then you get your DRG rate pay what they pay. They're a Medicare allowable rate. I'm sorry.
Let me ask you on if the patient has a Medicare supplement, then there's also perhaps some additional amount.
Yes, sir. We
paid
send
by the supplement company, correct?
Yes.
And then if the person is not on Medicare and it's just a private insurance company, we're receiving they might pay on an ambulance run. Last time I kind of remember, maybe $500, $600.
depending on, so
that.
there's a BLS rate, an ALS1, an ALS2 rate is what, and that all insurance, Medicare, they all go off of the Medicare, Medicaid rates, whatever Medicare, Medicaid sets their rates. Most of your private, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Aetna, all those, they're going to go off of those same rates. So it's going to be pretty close. It may be a little less than what the government is going to provide, but it's still something that gets collected.
So Chief, refresh my memory. We also said that not to become bill collectors for our residents on this and stress them out.
Correct.
But so we said we wouldn't bill our residents. Is that accurate?
By our contract, our Medicare, Medicaid license, we have to send everybody a bill.
All right.
What we don't do is send our residents to collections.
To send the collections, that was it.
We don't send them to collections. We don't chase them down for the unpaid portions of their bills.
All right. But we are submitting bills to Medicare for residents and
yes,
and we accept and receive whatever. Okay.
Yeah. $619,361 year to date for that's EMS collection, EMS fee collection only. The other thing that our EMS billing company has helped us with is there is it's called the Texas Ambulance Supplemental Payment Program. So it's basically bad debt write-off. You get some credit. They're helping us get some. So that's another way that our ambulance collections have gone up because we're part of that. Now we pay them a percentage to file the paperwork because it's pretty lengthy, but I think from 365,000 to 619,000 was a pretty worthwhile.
Yeah, definitely.
Adjustment.
And you might take it one step further, ask them to look at one time when I was more involved in this area, there was an indigent fund that was also available for entities, hospitals and other entities.
That's kind of morphed into what that Texas Ambulance Supplemental Payment the TASP program is what that's kind of.
All right, well, we're good. You said that we had 30 certified personnel. Is that the entire number of?
So within the
we have
so that's what we keep on shift. 3 shifts of 10 personnel per shift. There are 35 total certified personnel between which is honestly how we kind of make up for the 2 in, 2 out, because myself, Deputy Chief Yardley, Fire Marshal Briggs, our EMS captain, they're all also certified firefighters and paramedics, and we respond to those scenes on fires.
And to be clear, none of those are grant supported positions.
No, sir.
So those are all
yes.
in
the city has 100%. All of the personnel in the fire department and code enforcement is 100% city funded positions.
The work that's done on the truck, the ongoing maintenance, is the bread and butter stuff, like the bread and butter oil changes, I assume, or the air filters have to be, I guess there's a process, it's regular, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that done under some sort of maintenance contract? Or are we going by the, whatever is available?
We, we were working on a maintenance contract with the local emergency vehicle maintenance shop right here in town to
Okay, the
to-
one
to
that's down on.
Siddons.
Texas.
Yes, we're working on a contract. The two other engines have been, because we got them in 2019.
Right.
Or 2020 and 2021, we got the two new engines. So there was a warranty with some of the stuff on that. But we're working on, a contracted rate that is reduced from, standard rates anywhere to work on them. But these manufacturers, the engines, the fuel filters, doesn't matter what kind of fuel you buy, those fuel filters, they recommend you change them every 400 hours.
Right.
And that's about every 3 months on these guys.
And just my last point to council and the mayor, if, and I assume we are, this public safety bond that we're going to present to our community, to the extent that it's appropriate, we might look at input also from the fire department to see if there are any needs that could be incorporated into that bond as well too, and make it a total. That's just my view on that one, because then once again, hard costs, certain hard things could be like I don't know, fixing the sign that's over there in front of the central fire station.
So that is beyond our IT and I capability. We have power out there. We know it's there, but we don't know what's wrong with the sign.
Yeah, I had an extended discussion with the manufacturer, but thanks very much.
Yeah, somebody built that sign, right?
Yes.
So whoever built the sign needs to, that's a no-brainer, right? Whoever built the sign should repair it. Any more questions? And I think,
I do. I have a
Mr.
question.
Garcia, we can run that down, right? You built it, you need to repair it. Miss Turner?
And I don't know who would know this question, Chief. I don't know. I noticed on the budgets from year to year, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, there was no line item for fire service fees. There's 100,000 that was budgeted for 24, but it has no dollars that were earned. Do you know what that is?
I don't know what that fire service fee line item is. So in a little bit of a history lesson, Mary will know this, but we used to charge for fire services. If a fire truck went out, we charged for the manpower, the engine, the fuel, the things like that. And it was through a company called Revenue Rescue. In 2015, Revenue Rescue went out of business. We haven't charged for, there they go. We haven't charged for fire services until 4 months ago when we went with our Emergicon has a fireside billing on that. So 4 months ago, we really got up to speed on fire service billing, and we've only collected $1,600 in the last 4 months, but it's only from insurance companies. They're working to improve that. So I don't know why. I know why there's no zero. I know why there's zeros in the previous years, because once Revenue Rescue went out of business in 15, we didn't do any fire service fee charges anymore.
So should that be budgeted this year then? For $100,000?
I don't know that $100,000 is where it would, I mean, 4 months we've collected $1,600, but I know there should be some in there, but I don't have historical data to prove.
$100,000. Yeah, we don't know that it's.
I don't know that
That's been budgeted for that category, you're saying?
In 24, yes.
Oh, I don't think that's appropriate.
The budget we are working through now, 100,000.
Well, it's sitting there, but I'm wondering, should I take it out? Is it?
It's only 1,600 in 4 months.
I don't think we're not gonna make
I'll
100,000.
do a FD
Chief, I'm
cut.
sorry. I had one last item, and this is for me to understand. The enforcement of the gaming rooms, since you're handling code enforcement.
Yes, sir.
Does that also come under code enforcement, the gaming rooms?
It does. It's and I have a different set of numbers for code enforcement, but yes,
the game room permits, the rental registration permits, I hate to use the term chicken permits.
Oh.
But, and then the itinerant vendor, the food truck permits are all under code enforcement, but they still fall somewhat under the fire marshal's office because, in order for the game rooms to get their stickers, we require them to have an annual operational permit and a life safety inspection by the fire marshal's office. So,
And refresh my memory, we increased that at a recommendation that we had to 1,000 per machine.
it is 1,000 for the
1,000?
application and 1,000 per machine. And by our city ordinance, they are limited to 50 machines per establishment.
And Mayor, I think I mentioned that to you before, Keith, is
Work to do.
let's look at that as a.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. That is a tremendous area of resource, especially when it's almost like anyway, we're not gonna go there. Are you
How
done?
many machines?
Listen, really quickly, because I wanted to really deal with Ms. Turner on some stuff, and y'all can stay there when I talk to Ms. Turner and Mr. Garcia, but really quickly, it sounds like 300 to 350 some odd $1,000 in additional revenue coming out of your department. You said something about fire marshal's office being able, with the new fees, being able to generate about $60,000.
Mayor,
We're talking about this new billing.
that was the first year of the operational permit. We've increased, like, that number is going to go up because we're starting to ramp up inspections.
So what is that budgeted at now? Just really quickly, because we got to go, but I wanted to.
What line item are we talking
The
about?
fire marshal's permit, is that what it is?
the fire inspections and fire plans reviews.
So while she's looking at that, you also said we were roughly up about $300,000 in our medical billing operation. The point I'm trying to make in all of that is this. You're generating about $350,000 more dollars. The way that this works in my mind as a firefighter, we upgraded you guys last year with captains. Captains are responsible for stations. They're responsible for equipment. They're responsible for men and women. And so we got you that. Now you all have people driving fire trucks that are not certified and positioned engineers. Now, that doesn't mean that they're not qualified to
They
drive
are
that truck.
certified. So we don't let anybody drive our fire trucks that don't have driver operator certifications. and
That's
have
not what
gone
I'm
through.
saying.
But yes, there is no engineer spot. that
They
is
have not been
responsible.
promoted.
Correct.
Right,
That's the word we're looking
right.
for.
And they can be all sorts of wonderful. But until the citizens of Lamarck promote them into the responsibility of being an engineer, right? Doesn't matter how much talent you have.
And
We have not placed that full-time responsibility on you. Right.
And that is where some of our overtime is incurred because we mandate, like, we have 10 people, we allow 2 off per shift. And each station must have a company officer. So either one of our 3, because we only have 3 in-grade engineers that can step up to the captain level, or one of our captains has to work the overtime to maintain a company officer at each station.
Yeah, right. So
And then one of our firefighters is stepping up to just drive the engine for the captain.
right. So we need to, the way that I want to encourage the council is we need to add engineers. That's the first thing we need to do. We cannot have people driving trucks that we as a community have not bestowed that full-time responsibility on them. I get that people are stepping up, and that's great. They're stepping up and acting in these capacities. Great. But the next step, captains were the first step. In my mind, the next step is engineers. And you have just justified with $350,000 of additional revenue streams coming into your department, why we should take that to heart and why we should do what we can to try to add that for you. I'll leave it there. Looks like that's a good starting place for me.
And it's a fair place for us. I mean, Mr. Lowry and Councilman Ross, I can sit here and tell you I need I need 18 people, period. You know, just to get us to minimum staffing and to provide I mean, I can't hire 18 people at a time.
Yeah.
The fair assessment would be to stagger those out in groups of 3 because we have 3 shifts. So add 1 person per shift. Give me, you know, a quarter, half a year to get them trained, get them up to date, hire more. If we were going to start adding at that rate, adding 18 personnel is not realistic at one time.
Yeah.
3 at a time, staggered across, you know, half a year, quarter of a year, 3/4 of a year, next 2 years. You know, if we put a plan in place to hire 3 at a time, we can physically attain one, we can hire them and get them properly trained, because these guys here have created a task book, training task book for the guys to go through to get new.
It would actually be more harm than good to add a lot of people at one time instead of a steady stream. Not
Absolutely.
saying that that's what these gentlemen were suggesting, but what you're trying to articulate is you need a lot, but you have to pace them.
Yes, sir.
So that you can get them in and get them ready.
Get them
Right,
properly
I
trained.
got
That way
you.
we
I
don't
got
get somebody hurt in the
I got you.
process of,
Yeah.
you know, adding, you know, giving these captains 4 new people per shift to train would not be wouldn't be quality training, wouldn't be quality orientation.
Right,
The training process is easier if we do them stair-stepped across.
right. So I'm gonna hard stop there and end this with a reminder. And with the same question that I've been asking and perhaps a potential answer, and this is gonna take me about 2 minutes. Ms. Turner,
Yes, sir.
I'm so tired, I forgot what I was trying to ask you.
Too.
Ms. Turner, here's the deal.
Okay.
We started this, not to belabor the point, but with an idea that we were in some sort of a $1.1 million deficit. And the council directed the management team, the administration, to use $1.1 million of disaster funds to augment our budget from last year. Have you found that $1.1 million?
I have not as of yet.
Okay, so I think that it's probably prudent for me to show us again your 3 years fund balance sheet. If you look at that 3 years fund balance sheet, you will see the estimated revenues for fiscal year 23, and I assume fiscal year 23-24. The estimated revenues are about $15,940,257. You look over at the estimated expenditures or expenses for that same fiscal year 23-24, and you'll see that we've spent $17,441,990, right? You see that?
No, I actually need a copy. of
This
that.
is your 3-year fund
Yes,
balance.
I need to find. You can keep going.
So the deal is this: if you take those two numbers, the difference is about $1.5 million, right?
Okay, yes.
And so what I'm submitting to us is that we never, if we can't find it, we never took money out of a disaster fund. Apparently, that money came out of the general fund. The general fund reserves is where that money came from. Apparently. At a tune of 1.5 million. We were told 1.1 million, but apparently it's 1.5 million. Nobody up here authorized any funds being taken out of reserves to balance a budget. Nobody up here passed an unbalanced budget. Again, we're learning together. But you're going to be looking all weekend, I'm sure, for $1.1 million out of a disaster fund. And I don't know if you're going to find it, but I know that you're probably going to find that 1.5 million was drawn down from the general fund according to your own reporting. And then if you were to look backwards, the general fund in fiscal year 2022 had a beginning balance of $6.5 million, right? Beginning of the fiscal 2022-2023 year, it had a $6.5 million balance. If you look at the unaudited ending balance of that same year, that amount went down to 6.3 million, or $6,367,004, which is a difference of $138,000. If you look at the fiscal year 2022 actual revenues of $15,635,885, and you look at the fiscal year 2022 actual expenses of $15,774,025, you'll find an exact match. You'll find that apparently councils have budgeted monies. Then those budgeted monies were overexpended somehow at the end of that year. The amount that is between the budgeted and the expended amounts is matching the amount of the reduction in the general fund. You see that?
I'm seeing your 22 actual revenues, 15.6. Actual expenses.
15.7. And you take that and you subtract 15.7, that line, from 15.6, that line, you're going to get $138,040. $138,140. Now, if you take the two columns on the outside, the fiscal year beginning balance 6.5, and you subtract from that the fiscal year unaudited ending balance of 6.3, you're going to find $138,140. The administration, I'm not talking about Caesar. I'm just talking about the administration versus council. The administration overspent $138,000 in the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget, and the administration took that money from the general fund balance. That was 1 year that was overspent by $138,000. If you do the exact same thing with the next four sets of numbers, we started with an estimated revenue of 15.9. We had an estimated expenses of 17.4 million. The difference in those two numbers, the difference in the amount the amount of revenues versus the amount of expenses was about 1.5 million. We do the same exercise, the fiscal year, and you look at the you look at the ending balance of the estimating ending balance of the general fund. It goes from 6.3 million to 4.8 million. Would you be surprised if I told you that is exactly $1,501,733? It's the same number. So what's happening is revenues are here and expenses end up here. So now we're overextended. We're taking money from the general fund and we're balancing that year. Not we as the council, we as administration, not Caesar himself, but all of the administration. And we did it again. The first year we did it, it was $138,000. The second year that it was done, it came up to a whopping $1.5 million. The administration, not Caesar, the administration asserts that we've spent 1.1 million from a disaster fund that we have not found. Probably not going to find it. I think that I probably just found it for us. And if that's what it is, then that's okay. Now we need to go back and find out exactly what's going on with the disaster fund, because we need to build back our reserves. You said to us, the auditor, somebody, my words and my people are running together. And would you believe at this point in my day and in my week, you and the auditor look exactly alike in my mind. The auditor said that we had 21% percent in reserves?
No, 21.
No,
days.
Said
No,
20
no, 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 no.
um,
because somebody said they like to see it at 25. Was that you, James?
That's me.
So what did the auditor say?
It was right around 19%.
19%?
9 days.
So
yeah,
my question,
77 to 79 days.
so my
right.
question to you is, these monies that I'm describing here for you, the ending balances of the general fund, is that what makes up the reserve? Is that what
No,
makes up the
No,
90 days?
no, the general fund reserves, if I'm not mistaken, it's a little over 3 million from the audited financials.
So this general fund, it says general fund estimated ending balance $4.8 million. What is that?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to find out.
Okay,
I can look at the auditor statement and see what that difference is. Because they'll say in their fund balance, I believe it was 3 million, I can't remember the number, but it's 3 million.
okay. So let's do this. Clearly, that looks like a place where we found these missing numbers. So I'd like to walk that out in the future. Council, we are getting ready to close this day. We are entertaining final thoughts before we adjourn. Council, do we have anything that we'd like to add to this discussion before we close?
There's a motion on the floor.
There's a motion on the floor to adjourn. We will reconvene this budget workshop Monday. Is that right, Kara?
Yes, sir, Monday at noon.
Monday at noon. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. We stand adjourned.